Well, it's you guys again, back in Leaf's Lovely Lounge, also known as the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and again, this is my room, and we've got a lot of Rocket League about to happen in this room. Today is all about North America. We had EU and NA in a doubleheader last week, but they've decided to split up again. We're back to 6 matches for North America today. So we take a look at the schedule. It is an action-packed day today. Of course, even just from the start, C9 versus the Soniqs is going to be a crazy match. And of course, our match of the day at the end of the day, NRG versus G2. It is going to be a lot of fun today. And to talk about that fun, we have a pre-show. So let's bring my friends in. Turtle, James, and Gibbs will be joining me on the desk. Turtle, looks like you've resituated there. You've finally got your own space. You've moved away from Pirelli.
Yeah, I'm no longer in the quote unquote prison cell because there was no decorations anywhere. There was nothing. It was so boring. But now finally, I've got some furniture in here. I'm in a different space and I feel great.
But James is still one up in you over there. He's still got the nice setup, all the gadgets behind him. Have you figured out how to solve the Rubik's Cube yet, James?
Yeah, I've made progress. I figured out how to make the daisy, which is the 4 white squares around the yellow centerpiece. That's as far as I've gotten, but I'm getting there.
And of course, we have Gibbs looking as dad as ever. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I just miss the smell of the all-dressed chips from you, Leaf. Instead, I'm surrounded by baby smells. I just want to go back to the studio.
Yeah, I never thought I'd hear the day where someone said they wanted to be back at my side again. That's, that was a little bit of a wholesome moment. But let's talk about some Rocket League. Let's take a look back at last week. It was just crazy. We called it the Manic Monday is what we're going for here. It was a lot of EU and NA throughout the day, but we're going to take, of course, a focus on North America right now. Let's talk about some of the upsets that happened last week, because this shuffled and kept everybody alive in the standings. Gibbs, if you want to start us off here, this was the first time with Ghost in G2. This was G2's first start to their harder schedule. We said they looked like they had a bit of an easy start and they had no losses, but of course, Ghost handed them their first one, Gibbs.
Yeah, G2, they're finally tested versus the top 5 teams. Ghost was the first one coming up, and it just looked like the game was getting faster and faster and faster every single game. But the only player to keep up, it seemed like at times, was Mist. On the G2 side, a lot of bad misses coming out, either Rizzo on defense or JNaps in the midfield or even Chicago. But Mist was all reliable for them, and Ghost really took it to G2. They played their game. They still got outshot a bit versus G2, but they made their shots count the most.
And for you, James, was this an expected thing? I mean, we talked about G2 maybe not being as confident between me and Gibbs. Were you on that train as well? Did you see this as an upset that was very likely to happen?
Certainly, this was one matchup where we expected it to be close. We knew that G2 season was light on the front end and really difficult on the back end. And that was the series where things really started to get difficult, and things will only continue to get more difficult for G2 down the stretch. But we knew that Ghost was a rock solid team. We've seen them keeping up with everyone they playing. Honestly, in that Sonic series, they probably should have won that with their overtime opportunity. So Ghost is a team that nobody is discounting. Anybody Ghost plays, they have a chance to beat.
We got a few more upsets, but Turtle, let's give you any quick thoughts on that matchup. Surprise you at all, or was that Ghost was very likely to win that?
I think it was definitely a surprise. A lot of us were talking about, if we expect that to happen continuously now as G2 progresses through the season. I think they're going to pick it up for that. And I think Ghost, they've just been a team, like James said, that we have been watching an eye on and keeping an eye on, waiting for them to pop off. And that was just their series where they played so well. But G2 had a lot of things to build on, so I expect them to bounce back.
Now, we have a couple more upsets. We'll talk about this one because it seems like Rogue always seems to pull through. Versus the Knights, they got the upset. We've seen this in the past where they just somehow make their way through the Page playoffs all the way to Worlds and do well there. It just seems like they've always done it. Gibbs, is this the same thing that's going to happen? Is this a Rogue on the upswing, or was this just a one-off for them?
I don't know anymore. Rogue, it's 3 straight seasons where they begin 1-4. They made playoffs or the regional championships for their first 2. Now they're like, let's make it one step harder. Let's start 1-5 and then pick it up. This series was sloppy. There's no denying that. But for Rogue, the mistakes weren't there like they usually were. It seemed like all season long, it was a lot of defensive errors by Wonder. It's like, or maybe first killers just ball chasing too hard. Those mistakes weren't there, and then they show up. And that's really all Rogue has to do, is just play their game and don't make those mistakes, and they have a shot. Now, do I think the Knights weren't playing that well? Yes. Like, I think Knights are probably a better team than what we saw, but still, you have to credit Rogue because they were so consistent throughout this series.
Turtle, what are the thoughts on the match? Like, is it the fact that the Knights are just not really hitting their peak right now, or is Rogue on an upswing? I mean, like, you look at their matches, they got SSG and Flight still left. Are they gonna have troubles there?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Rogue, while they're looking a lot better, I still think they're like, this series, like Gibbs, it was just sloppy, and I think both teams didn't look that great. Rogue, things are a little bit better though. Wonder, I thought, had a great series with the passing, his setups, and the Knights. AJ, he needs to get less panicked on defense and calm down a little bit more so that they can have a better rotation. But Rogue, I think they have a better chance, but not the best.
So for our last one, I'll let you take this one, James. This was a big upset. I feel bigger than the rest because of how poorly C9 was doing, and they took out NRG. And the question for me to you is: this a C9 that is back in form, a C9 that we can be confident in the fact that they took out NRG?
I've been getting this question all week, Leaf. Is Cloud9 back? And what we saw from NRG was not only a world-class performance from Squishy, but a less than stellar performance from NRG. We saw multiple misses on defense. We've seen that at times from them, very small blips where they will, just struggle to make the required defensive touch. And it was everyone on NRG. Everyone was having a rough week, but Cloud9 made them look that way. Now, are they back? I'm not ready to say that just yet. They've had one good series really against NRG. They have to have a good week this week for them to be back in my book.
Well, let's take a look just in general at last weekend, and because we had some really good matches and some matches that for some teams didn't go too well. So I want to see for you guys what your favorite or who won last week, or who lost last week, just in general when it comes to storylines. Turtle, I'm going to start you off. Who do you think came out for you on a dub or an L?
Oh man, it was Ghost Gaming all the way. That win over G2 was huge, but it was also an even worse loss for G2 because they had the chance to be undefeated on the season. That was such a great opportunity. They had Ghost number. They knew what they were doing. They had solid midfield passing, but it was just too much aggression from Ghost, and they just could not handle it. G2, I think last weekend was such a big showing for them, and they were supposed to come out on top, but Ghost Gaming, this has finally been the team that we've been waiting to see step up. Atomic played fantastic as well. I think he is the X factor of the squad, the defense, the offense. He can do it all, and then missed an illusion with the follow-up shooting. It was great from them, but G2, they really got hurt last weekend.
And not only that, for G2, I felt like their one win that was pretty decent versus the Pittsburgh Knights has now been a little bit softer because of how they lost to Rogue. So G2, again, they only have the top 4 left. It's really difficult. They have to win at least 2 of those series now. Before, they could have maybe gone 1-2 and had a chance for a top 2 spot, but not anymore. So on my side, for you, Turtle, like, I think Spacestation actually comes out on top for this weekend. Sure, their opponents, not that great. They played Flight. They swept them. Then they also played Cloud9, which obviously Cloud9 looked better on Monday, but not because of their wins necessarily. Like, we expect that from Spacestation, but it just shows that every series is so difficult because we see teams like G2 and NRG, 2 of their peers that are fighting for top 2 spots, they lose to teams like that right now. Maybe not Flight necessarily, but they lost to teams that they shouldn't have. Space Station has been so consistent throughout this entire season, so a big win for me for Space Station.
And that's really why. And Leaf, I was just going to say, for me, the consistency is the big point, especially from AXB. That has been the difference maker for me being a believer in this Space Station team. And the reason why I think they're doing so well week after week is because AXB is no longer that support player. He is really taking that leading role, and they are all synergizing well. Sypical doesn't even need to have that MVP caliber season because everyone is carrying their weight, and Space Station is looking like the #1 team right now.
Okay, so James, the question is, are you giving them the W as well, or do you have someone else that took the win last week for you?
So for me, the people who took the win last week, it has to be the Soniqs. Again, these guys have the craziest story out of anyone in the RLCS. They were predicted 10th by the pros, by all the competition in the RLCS. They were predicted 10th. And again, they go 2-0 during that doubleheader weekend. And they get that Game 5 win over the Knights. They find a way to win. And Shock has been playing magnificently. And on top of that, you have Dapper getting involved on demos, going for passing plays. I love the dynamic from the Sonics. Seeing Dapper get the demos and clear up open nets for Shock yesterday or last weekend, it was something else. I think the Sonics, they clinched, and they clinched for everyone else. As soon as they won, it was a domino effect, everyone securing the playoffs. So for me, the Sonics, they were #1 last.
And I mean, there was a lot fighting for the Sonics, to fight for the Sonics, and I think that speaks to how well and how refined this team is. You know, they've got Sathu and Dapper, who have so much RLCS experience, and they're so calm and collected, which makes me like this team more because even whenever they have a lot of pressure on them, they can still get a clean win over a team that they need to, which for me was EUnited.
Well, let's move it on here because we got a lot to still talk about. Next, I'm going to talk about how much closer we're getting to the end. We have 2 weeks left, which means we're getting closer and closer to the playoffs, which means a race has begun. Given the matches last week, a lot more has opened up here. And this is not exactly scenarios, but it's close enough to it that I'm going to let you take this one away, Gibbs.
Yeah, we got the top 2 race at this point. 3 out of the 4 teams that are battling for those spots, they have 3 games left, and NRG, they have 2 games left. But we're going to look at what they actually have left to play versus who, because this is where we see how hard of a road this is for G2. To put this into perspective, they're playing NRG, Sonics, and Space Station. Only 4 losses between them. That's only 1 loss versus the rest of the RLCS. Only NRG has lost to Cloud9. The rest of those losses were versus one another, so they couldn't have been even better. It was only that 1 loss. So G2, their schedule is so incredibly tough, and they hold the keys for the top 2 spots at this point because they play the rest of these opponents.
But then on that list, I mean, we're looking at Space Station Gaming. They could easily secure it because they only have to face Rogue and EUnited. Also, G2, which is going to be a tough one. But that Rogue and EUnited matchup, so easy for them if they can just clutch it out and have some clean sweeps there. And then on the other side, we also have Sonics, Cloud9, and Flight. And also G2, but it's those first 2 matches, Cloud9 and Flight. Both these teams, I think, are the ones and the favorites going in for that top 2 race.
But the thing is, like, I feel like the bigger story is less on that top 2 right now, and it's more on just getting into playoffs. Because I feel, especially with that Cloud9 win, a lot more avenues has opened up for teams, Gibbs. So that top 6 is becoming a lot closer and closer too.
Yeah, those 2 wins, Pittsburgh Knights losing to Rogue and Cloud9 winning versus NRG, has made this so incredibly close. We have 4 teams with 2 wins. Flight still has 1 win. They have a very small chance to make it, but they can. But we look at these schedules, a lot of teams have tough opponents. One of those teams that doesn't have any of those tough opponents, the Pittsburgh Knights. They're sitting at 2-5. They play EUnited and Cloud9, 2 other 2-win teams.
Now, James, who do you think's really going to pull through on this one? I mean, like, who's got the easiest path looking at their schedule going ahead right now?
So I don't really know if it's about easiness of the path as it is who's going to really step up in this big moment. This is, for me, a chance for Cloud9 to really be back. And the series that it's going to come down to is going to be that Cloud9 versus the Knights showdown that we're going to have in the final week of league play. That very well could be the decider. So I think it's not necessarily the schedule at all, Leaf. It's going to be who really wants it the most and who is going to play the best on game day.
Well, let's put those that analysis into an actual graphic here. Let's put it onto ink, onto paper, well, or pixels, and see what you guys actually picked here. We're gonna get into predictions, and see where everyone lays here.
All right, wait.
Seems
So
like,
I need to come in here. No, Leaf. I need to come in here because I have been waiting to talk about this. James, I just need to know, why are you picking Cloud9 over Soniqs? And in both of your picks, why do you have Cloud9?
Because frankly, I feel like Ghost is a better team than the Soniqs. It came down to a single goal between those teams. Ghost, I think, was playing better than the Soniqs. So I just think Ghost is a little bit better. That's all. It's simple.
But you weren't convinced at all with Soniqs against EUnited?
I am convinced, Turtle, but I also want to believe that Cloud9 is back.
Okay.
I think everybody wants to believe it.
All right,
and the way
I'm sorry.
Squishy was playing, man, you got to give it to him.
I'm glad that you targeted him on that one too, because I had C9 for that first match as well. I don't know. I feel like just play style wise, Cloud9, you have to have the faith. The whole season through, we've even talking to Gibbs just when the matches are happening. We're like, we still have faith that Cloud9 has that foundation. That we're still gonna put our belief behind these boys in blue. And now that they've delivered on it, we know they can still do this. And for me, I have to go with the people and the players that have that experience behind them. I'm sure the Soniqs are looking really good right now, but I feel like a peak C9 has that experience that you just won't be able to shut down as long as they're on point. I mean, like, that's the key thing here, I guess, right, Gibbs?
So the one big thing for Cloud9 is their defense has been miserable. They're giving up over 2 goals per game. When they fix that, like when they played NRG, they look great. And that is on the side of Gimmick. That's on the side of Torment mostly. Those two, where Gimmick will give up some freebie touches for easy shots and Torment being a little bit mispositioned. But when you look at their offenses, they're almost exactly the same. 0.01 difference between the Soniqs and Cloud9. It comes down to the Soniqs have had incredible defense, probably led by Dapper and Sathu and Shock. All three really have been clutching it up on the defensive side. Cloud9, though, last week, their defense showed up. If their defense shows up again, this could easily go Cloud9's way. We're still waiting for Soniqs to drop a series. And I think that will come at some point, because I don't think they can keep clutching out these wins where, like, Shock, he shoots 5 for 5 for an entire series. We'll see this eventually, that Soniqs will lose a bad series, and I could easily see it here.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the other one that we were kind of split on, though, because it rolls us into, of course, our match of the day, NRG versus G2. I'm going to need a little bit more convincing from either Turtle or James here. I'll let James take the helm, because you guys are both on the G2 side when it comes to this matchup, and I don't know if I can step away from NRG and how solid they look, because G2, again, they had a slightly easier run to start off their season. So, James, you're going to have to convince me here.
Well, I think it's going to be tough to convince you, honestly, Leaf. This one was a very, very close call for me. And the thing that made the difference was just how rough of a week it was for NRG. They struggled against a struggling Cloud9 team, and that doesn't instill a lot of faith in me. You gotta wonder if they're going to bring it back this week. G2, on the other hand, they did lose, but I think that they were still playing really quality Rocket League. It was a close match. And right now, I just have a little bit more faith in G2 based on what I've seen in their recent performances.
And Gibbs, you're on the other side of this one. So now defend your point here. And then, Turtle, maybe you can follow up with a counter to Gibbs if he doesn't convince you.
Who's got a better alarm clock is really the difference here. Because NRG, obviously, losing to Cloud9. Okay. They've fallen really far down that top 2 race at this point. They have 2 losses already. They need to catch back up. While G2, they obviously know what lays ahead of them, so they need every single win as well. Both teams didn't look great at times in their matchups. I think NRG looked a little bit worse, but I think we've seen with NRG their ceiling is much higher, at least right now, because of the World Championship. But at the same time, when you go to G2, you go back 2 seasons, they make it to a grand final. So I think it's this series probably going 5 games, and it just comes down to who wakes up first, and I think it could be a coin toss.
I mean, for me, I'm really looking at the way the midfield space is going to be used, because if G2 can put themselves in positions where they can deny Justin from creating space, and stopping anything that he has to offer, and then also get those midfield passes in, I think that G2 have the easy advantage, really, because in the games against Ghost, it didn't feel like they were super off. Meanwhile, in the NRG and Cloud9 series, NRG was just whiffing incredibly badly. They completely missed off the backboard. And G2, they had some great midfield passing. They had a lot of moon balls where they just kind of pop it up. They were experimenting a lot with their possession, and it just felt like a much cleaner game. Even though they did lose, it just felt like they had more intact than NRG. And that's why, for this pick, I'm really feeling the G2 side of things other than the NRG.
So after all this discussion now, did anybody here change their minds? Are we still all like, everybody's still on the same route? We're still all split. I feel like
I'm set.
I feel like this is coin toss.
Yeah, Leaf, I can't do that. That would destroy my credibility. So no.
And to be fair, like I picked Ghost to beat G2. I can't pick G2 to beat NRG now. I have dug this hole. I have to stay with it, Leaf.
All right, you can stay in that hole, but we will see that match later. Let's just talk about, let's get the whole rest of the end of the show in one mindset. And of course, it's C9 versus Soniqs. And to get us into the mood, I actually sat down with Fireburner, so let's take a listen. Joining me now is the legendary ex-pro player, now turned coach for Cloud9. It's Fireburner. Welcome back, man. It's been a while. How you been?
I've been good, Leaf. How you been, bro?
I've been great. We've been getting to watch some Rocket League despite all this still, so I can't complain at all. Let's talk about Rocket League when it comes to you guys, though. We got to address it. Of course, it's been a rough, last season and this season as well. There's obviously been some obstacles for you guys to overcome. Can you just walk me through, the last two seasons and what's been going on?
Yeah, so I would say last season was definitely really hard throughout the whole season because of the whole meta switch. I think that really messed us up. It was super hard to adjust to. Before I joined the team kind of was always set on a very specific play style, passing heavy, just mechanical outplay. But with the demo beta coming in, it was really countering our play style. So it was really hard for us to kind of adjust and kind of adapt to the meta. But yeah, and then going into this season, there was some stuff in the off season that kind of messed up the vibe a little bit at the start of the season. But we fixed that. We've been gone over that, and now the team's looking really good in the past few weeks.
I mean, I'm gonna have to agree with you. They were definitely looking really good. I mean, you guys got a win off of NRG. That's not an easy win or an expected win. Is this just the showing that you guys are back? Cloud9's back. Fans don't have to worry anymore.
To be honest, yeah, I mean, from my perspective, they've been looking the best they've looked in a long time. In practice, the vibes have been really good. We're kind of going back to our older play style now that this season. To be honest, the demo meta's kind of died down. I would say a lot of teams aren't really focusing as much on demos ever since the last World Championship. So yeah, I mean, this is opening up a lot of space on the field, and I think it's giving teams a lot more space, and I think that's something we can really capitalize on for the rest of the season.
That's awesome. Cloud9 fans are rejoicing around the world. Now, just quick answer here: Soniqs, Knights, and Ghost are your next matches. Who's going to be the hardest challenge for you guys?
I think the hardest matchup for us is going to be Ghost. I think Ghost looks the strongest out of the three. Ghost is a kind of a weird team though. I feel like they have a very high ceiling, but just throughout the season they've kind of been a little bit inconsistent, but yeah, I think they have the most pop-off potential, and I think that's the scariest team left on our schedule.
Hey, well, good luck in your matches. I'd love to talk more, but we got to let you go. Thanks for joining Fireburner.
Thanks for having me.
It was really nice talking to him again. It actually has been a while, but again, he's instilled a lot more confidence in me after that interview. Gibbs, I know you and I have been talking a lot about them and still being behind them. What's your thoughts now after hearing from him?
So I think it's tough. I think it was interesting what Fireburn talked about, where there was some turmoil there during the offseason, because the rumors going around was they were trying to pick up Hoxer to replace Torment, and then things fell through for one reason or another. It's hard to bring someone back after that when it feels like they're probably going to get kicked. So I could see why they wanted to make a change. They've been put together the longest out of any team throughout the RLCS. And it just kind of gets, boring after a while, where you just need something new, more new energy come out for Cloud9. And they didn't get that chance to do it, and it completely backfired because they had to try and take someone off the team, then bring them back on. So That's going to be tough to deal with at the beginning of the season. It seems like what Fireburner's saying, they are over it. It just comes down to now, can they show it on the field? They showed it once versus NRG, but you need to do it again to make the regionals.
Well, let's keep it on this, of course, and to preview the match before we talk about it, Achieves is standing by with your Get It moment presented by CDW.
Thank you very much, Leaf. And today we are going to be doing a matchup preview, not of the match of the day. Instead, we are going to look at one of the hottest rival series teams, Susquehanna Soniqs and Cloud9, the revival, since they were able to sweep NRG, and what worked so well for both of them last week. Soniqs with great rotation and understanding of who should be doing what in the exchange of roles, and Cloud9 with some great pressure out of the midfield and bringing back that speed. So clip 1, Soniqs versus Pittsburgh Knights. Let's go ahead and get right into it. This one starts out with a ball crossing across the middle of the pitch. Shock has to defend, and Sathu is going to be following up on Dapper. Dapper is in support of Shock. Dapper is following Shock up the field, gauging who's going to win the challenge, and right here you see him shade out to the right, and Sathu in the back is just covering Dapper's options. If Dapper gets beat, Sathu is there to pick up the slack. Now here you see Dapper rotate back. Gyro, having brought that ball up the sidewall, recognized Dapper giving him space, and it's that quick reaction from Sathu reading the car language of his teammate to go up there and close that gap as quick as possible that allows them to get this nice block. And again, the quick rotate Shock supporting Sathu, and then Dapper following up and scoring a great goal. And this is just understanding where your teammates are, what they can do with the amount of boost they have, and the understanding of the exchange of roles. And that is what makes Soniqs such a strong team coming out of the rival series. Clip number 2, we're going to look at what brought Cloud9 victory in the Season 6 World Championship. Squishy Muffins being a beast in the midfield and keeping the pressure on him. It starts off with Torment winning a challenge, Squishy just trying to continue the play, see if he can get a pass out to Gimmick. Little far, but this is exactly what made Cloud9 so good. Here he gets just a free ball dumped off to him in the midfield and realizes NRG is giving him space, and instead of just trying to back pass that ball or let Torment come in and put one towards the back wall, Squishy just knows he can come across that, cut rotation, keep the pressure on, and Torment and Gimmick are right behind him in the midfield, and that's what made Cloud9 such a brutal team to play back when they won the World Championship. The speed, the pressure, that you need to defend whatever we're doing, and that's what made Cloud9 so good. Squishy Muffins was a big part of that in their win versus NRG, and I think that's what they're going to need if they want to break down the calm, cool, collected aspects of how the Soniqs approach the game. You're going to need some of that fire to just break them down. And I think if Squishy Muffins has another great week in the midfield, Soniqs could be in for a little bit of trouble. So what do you guys at the desk think is going to happen this week?
It's a really good question, Achieves, and I feel like this is a hard one to answer, but we're going to do that right now because our first match is going to be C9 versus Soniqs. So thank you for that Get It moment presented by CDW. But James, I'm going to need you to do the. I think we're on the same side on this. You and I, C9 versus Gibbs and Turtle on the Soniqs side here. How's this going to play out for Cloud9? You know, do you think we're going to see what we saw last week? And if not, do they still have what it takes to take down the Soniqs?
I think they have what it takes. There's a few reasons why I'm worried. One, if Torment and Gimmick are not having, or if they continue to have communication issues like we've seen in previous series, I think Cloud9 could be in trouble. But if the comms are there, if they're playing with speed, if Squishy's up, making plays in the midfield, making these solo plays, whether they're air dribbles, flip resets, double taps, whatever they may be, I think Cloud9 has a good shot. Where I'm worried is that the Soniqs, if you watch, they embraced the demo meta last week. They had multiple goal line demos that opened up an easy goal for them, and we've seen that Cloud9 is weak to that. So that's the only thing I'm worried about in this matchup for Cloud9.
Okay, Turtle, defend your side of this right now, because I'm still hard on the Cloud9 thing.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand the perspective of supporting Cloud9 in this matchup because, you know, it was great to see Cloud9 start to fuel themselves, get great passes in the midfield, like Chiefs talked about. Squishy was being a beast in the midfield, and I agree with that. But for me, I just think that Cloud9, while they have little moments of greatness, they put on too many weak shots, and that's how they try and break down the opponent. But Soniqs, while their shot differential is very, they let on a lot of shots. They like to let people give them a lot of opportunities to control the ball. They're not going to try and challenge every single shot on the field whenever they know it's not going to be the greatest hit you can possibly imagine. And I think that Cloud9, that's going to be their kryptonite, because Cloud9 are just going to put on a bunch of weak shots. They're going to give away possession, and they're going to get caught way pushed up because this happened in the first few weekends where they were just too far up. Torment in the backfield was way too aggressive. And since the Sonics like staying in the backfield and being passive, they're going to explode out of their own end. They're going to catch them off guard, and they're going to have a bunch of free nets to shoot at. So I think that is really the card that Sonics are going to be playing against Cloud9.
Okay, so that's gonna Gibbs. You're gonna get the final word on this one,
Okay.
even though I don't like it. But how's this gonna play out?
I mean, guys, we're talking about the MVP right now. Easily shocked. He's on the
That's
team
right.
of Sonics. He's
That's
not
right.
on Cloud9 right now. But what's
Fair.
more important, I think, for the last 2 or so weeks, Dapper, the support system from him, the demo plays, the defense, he's been playing exceptional. So I think the Sonics can take it on Dapper's legs there.
This is a tough one. It's going to be an exciting match, and it's going to be a lot of great Rocket League today. So make sure you join us online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know. We're in the second to last week right now, 6 matches of North American Rocket League today. And to start us off, it's going to be Cloud9 versus Sonics. The question is Cloud9 back? And to bring you the North American action, it's a European powerhouse.
Only one win separates the teams that are going to try and play for the playoffs, but also right there at the auto-relegation zone. Cloud9, this is a must-win game for them, but they've got a Susquehanna Sonics team that has been on fire in their debut season. And speaking of debuts, Johnny, how you doing, man?
It's good to be here, Shogun. Honestly, it's a dream come true for any Rocket League caster to be casting RLCS alongside yourself. But what a match to get started off on the day with the Sonics. I'm going to let you pronounce the first name. I think you did it better than I would. Yeah, Sonics versus Cloud9 here.
Yes, my ability to pronounce names precedes me throughout this entire thing, and I definitely never make any mistakes on that one. But I want to come up to you very quickly. The desk did highlight Dapper in this one. Now, you've had an opportunity to follow Dapper throughout the majority of his career. You were there very early on when he was making his name as a ones player. How have you seen him adapt in these last few years?
I'm most impressed with Dapper's ability to just stick around, because a lot of people were counting him out. A lot of people thought he was done when he got relegated, and he didn't immediately bounce back into RLCS. But here he is with a pretty new team after all these seasons missing. And, you know, I couldn't be happier for the guy, and best of luck to them in this matchup. Same to Cloud9.
Absolutely. So we get into this. Sonics have already secured their playoff spot. A position that nobody expected them to get into. They were predicted to be 10th on the team power rankings, which the players themselves voted in. Now they already find themselves securing a top 6. Trying to stop Cloud9 from getting any further as well, as they're going to start off on offense. So we're very interested to see as well. Sonics have been a team that have allowed an awful lot of play to happen from their opposing team. We'll see if Cloud9 in this series can take advantage of that.
It's really important, I think, for Cloud9 to get a good start here. Obviously, Sonics, like you said, they've got the playoff spot locked in. Anything else from here is a bonus. But that's not to say they're not going to want to climb even higher in the standings. It's a big difference to get top 4. So they're going to be wanting to get the win today, get even closer to the top of the standings.
A shot for Torment to try and save. He will do exactly that. And keep an eye out for how these teams are going to try and transition as this series goes along, because Sonic's doing a great job holding on to this, but can they set up a good opportunity for themselves? Shock wants the block. 2 players committed. Cloud9 stuck over here for a while. They sent 2 players again, but they've got rid of the danger for the time being. A pass over the Shock, which he was not able to get to. Too busy trying to pick up boost, which I'm sure he needed. So neither team so far really able to create much for themselves. They ease into this.
It's really patient play by the Sonics. They're just waiting for Cloud9 to give them the ball over and over again at the halfway line. They're aware that Cloud9 are double committing. You know, it's been said that double commit, double the chance for success. It's not the best advice perhaps, but it's better than sending nobody at the ball. And Cloud9 are going to just keep committing and hope that they can get the ball cleared. This is much better for them now. And a chance for Squishy at the other end of the field. Doesn't look like he landed the reset.
He will be the one to really watch out for this series. For all of the problems that Cloud9 have had, Squishy has been a redeeming light for them for the majority of the season. Many people saying that as long as Torment and Gimmick can step up around him, they can be a real force yet again. Now Cloud9 seeing a little bit more of the offense than they did in the opening minute. Shock, though, does clear. Back to the far corner. Squishy will just take control, and he's so difficult to get rid of that ball. Almost 2 players out, but Dapper bulleting straight through it. Continues to go on, and Gimmick has potentially opened up a shot. Here comes Safyu. Just rolls it to the corner. We're still waiting for our first opportunity. Here it comes for Squishy. There on time.
Yeah, great save there by Squishy. He really needed to get back quickly for that one. And look at the Sonics, so patient. They just keep coming at Cloud9 from different angles. Cloud9 struggling to get the ball clear for most of game 1.
This has been more offense from Sonics than we've seen from them all season. A double commit, though, means Squishy tries to lay it off, but nobody there, and Safyu powers the ball to the other side of the field.
It's a good read by Safyu. He saw the pass in field. He knew it was a threat. Hold on, is that on target? Just wide. Cloud9 are starting to look more and more threatening, Shogun, as we get into the business end of the game. They really do need to stay with the Sonics here. That's rolling on target. That's 1-0, and it's Dapper who opens the scoring.
We've been waiting for our first opportunity. I didn't quite expect it to happen like this. Torment, last man, has to win that challenge. It was an aggressive one to go for. And it simply goes right in the middle. And that's going to be 1-0 up for Sonics. Cloud9, this is an important series for them. Almost must win. You got to remember, later on today, we've got EUnited. Oh, wait a second, it's Dapper. Wants to take that one away. But later on today, we've got EUnited versus Pittsburgh Knights. If Cloud9 lose this, then one of those 2 teams are guaranteed to win. They'll put them out of playoff spots.
That's just brutal. You know the Cloud9 fans, they just want there to be a chance for Cloud9. They saved their season last week. They don't want to put it back in the gutter this week. Got 1 minute and 23 in game 1. Honestly though, Sonics have looked so solid. They have had very few chinks in their armor.
Here's going to be a shot just off to the side. Squishy taking his time, but there's not much time left. Just over 1 minute now for a Cloud9 team that have yet to put anything together. Sonics just still probing at the defensive side. And it's been impressive how just meticulous they've been at setting up these plays. There is no rush to any of this. They know they've had the opportunity. They know they've had the time.
Shogun. This is really good play in the back half by Cloud9. They've realized that there's no point clearing the ball to the mid line because that's exactly where all the Sonics are stationed. But we are not seeing much success yet from Cloud9 in the 50-50 game. Every single one of them is going high over their goal, even though they're trying to force it through.
Dapper is a great player to have in these sort of situations. So good at killing off the time, so good at controlling the ball and forcing players from Cloud9 to come towards him. Squishy, flick over the top. Gimmick tries to chase down. 2 players committed. Dapper has to get back, but Safyu still able to control it. Here's that time killing yet again. 14 seconds now on the clock. It's just going to be up to Cloud9 to try and put something together.
It's going to be tough to get the ball past Sonics, who are all back. They're all in defense. Not a lot of boost between them, but they just need to get the ball into the ground to win game 1. And it's not looking good for Cloud9. That's game 1 to the Sonics. And their season just keeps on getting better.
And who would have expected this? 2 shots from Cloud9. And this was the big worry. A lot of people asking, are Cloud9 back, or was last week just a fluke? Well, this is the game to do it against a team that really many people are expecting should never have even been in this spot. But Sonics continuing to prove themselves. But for you, Johnny, you look at this team, look at Cloud9. Where are these issues coming from? Why were they not able to get anything going in game 1?
Well, I think the gameplay change that Cloud9 tried to make, it was a smart choice. They tried to dribble the ball out of defense because the clear balls just weren't working. They've struggled with their passing as well, though, and I think that's maybe the thing that they have to look to if they're going to get back into this series, Shogun. They need to start passing at both ends of the field, not just once they're into attack.
It seemed like there was like 2 passing opportunities that come to mind for me. One of them, Gimmick was off trying to steal boost in the far corner. It was from Squishy to Gimmick. There was no way that was happening. The other one, it was passed straight into traffic. You know, they got the double commit out of it. They didn't get a shot out of it either. So maybe also picking the opportunities a little bit better as well. It just seems like Cloud9 are trying to force a play at the very beginning rather than adapting to the play that's around them, which is, it feels like a weird criticism to levy at Cloud9 because that was what they used to be best at back when they won a world championship.
Yeah, they used to be able to pick up games here and there with opponents panicking because Cloud9 were just such a scary name in Rocket League. But now, with so many losses on their record, I don't think that they have that fear instilled in their opponents anymore. And credit to the rookies, well, not all rookies, of course, the Dapper, Sathi here, but the rookie team in this season, freshly qualified, they just look so composed and they look so organized. And even though they're sitting on a 1-goal lead, it never really looked like that was going to go anywhere.
Here we are in game number 2. Cloud9 still searching for their first goal, and they might just give one up. A whiff off the backboard leaves it wide open for Dapper.
It's great power by Dapper on the clear, but you'd put your money on Squishy clearing this ball. That is just not good enough. And Torment didn't have the time to react on the goal line. Cloud9 are really struggling now. First game, you can say well played to Soniqs, but that on the back wall from Squishy, you'd expect him to clear that 9 times out of 10, maybe even more often than that.
That's already going to be a tough position for Cloud9 to work in, especially with how comfortable Soniqs have been defensively all season long. Dapper and Shock both covering the right-hand side. Another miss on the wall opens up Shock a chance to move forward. But don't expect Soniqs to move forward too much here. Not a team that tends to win by 2 goals. They're very happy to just sit on the 1, although they're going to pick up the second anyway, as Dapper's got himself a brace.
And once again, Cloud9, they're just struggling with the ball in defense. That was just pressure by Sathu. He's right up there in Torment's face. He's making it look like he wants a 50-50, but he doesn't really. He's just trying to make Torment panic in the back corner, and that's exactly what happened. He ended up passing the ball to Dapper, and that's almost 3-0. The post keeps Cloud9 in the game. They need to start looking for each other in defense, Shogun, or this is going to be over before you know it.
Yeah, these touches just not been good enough so far. Shot to the corner. And I mean, that Gimmick tries to take control of this, but it's another good challenge. Torment straight to the middle, but once again, Dapper's positioning, doing so well. Sathu's bullying Squishy over in the net. It has been a rough game 2 for Cloud9. But if you look over for Soniqs, you know, this is a team, they've got to be so happy with how this has gone so far.
This is why we were worried about Cloud9 going into this series, Shogun. You know, they had a great win last week, but in order to keep that momentum going, I really feel like they needed a good start today. Now we get to see if they still have what it takes to get a comeback win. We've seen them do it so many times in the past, but recently it's not been happening. And now is when it really matters for Cloud9. With their playoff life on the line, are they going to step up?
It's going to be Sathu over up the wall. It's a good boost steal over in the middle as well. It means Cloud9 need to get this out now, otherwise they run the risk of being completely boost starved. Gimmick, he's got Squishy as an option, tries to find him. Just couldn't get the option. Here's Torment. For the double tap? No, Shock takes it away. Although it looked from the shot that Torment might just be a little bit too far under it. Still, much more positive gameplay from Cloud9. They need to start working from here.
It just looks like Cloud9 are playing to not lose at the moment, but they are losing. You can't play with that fear. You can't play with everybody sitting back behind the ball against a team like Soniqs, who are just too solid. Now, this is an opportunity. Dapper, or Shock rather, so composed at the near post. He gets to 50-50. The Soniqs are away already.
There's going to be the infield. Shock has just taken off the hood of him. And Torment clears, but, you know, you see exactly Sathu's positioning. He can just run straight onto this ball, buys plenty of time for the rest of Soniqs to get back. And there we go, back over to the far side of the blue field. No goals scored in 8 minutes now for Cloud9. They got to get something. We cannot emphasize this enough. Will it be this time, though? Shock parries that one away.
Yeah, the sooner the better for Cloud9. That's one of the best chances they've had all game. They're getting a consistent period of pressure onto the Soniqs at the moment. Will they be able to turn it into a goal? Shot by Gimmicks, saved by Sathu. It looks like everything that goes towards the Soniqs goal is answered. There's always one man spare. Well played to the Soniqs. They're making this so difficult for Cloud9 to get a realistic chance on goal.
Soniqs have been sat in these positions at 0-0 for a very, very long time. They can only be happy to see it at 2-0 up. There is Shock. 38 boost. Tries for the reset. Move back over to the middle. Gimmick. can't get the ball cleared, and you can see how long each of these are taking. Very well timed on each of these challenges. Another backboard whiff, and again it was squishy. Follow-up shot, finds the top corner.
What a finish by Sathu. The confidence. Every man from the Sonics just coming forward one after another. That's what Cloud9 need to do. They're just showing them how to play confidently with 3 men in offense. Not waiting back and seeing if their opponents are going to miss. They're just getting up and hoping that they will. 3-0, and it's just getting better and better for the Sonics.
I would love to see like a stat of how long each team has managed to spend in the other side of the field before the ball crosses the halfway line yet again. Because for Sonics, it's been something like 15 seconds every single time. Here might be the first goal. No, not even that one. Cloud9 can't buy a goal in this series.
And you can tell Sonics are trying to keep them on 0. They know this has got to be frustrating the veterans of RLCS. They can't even score a goal. It's almost 2 whole games, and they haven't been able to put the ball into the orange net. They've only got 15 seconds, and where's the goal going to come from? It's just so far away.
Dapper with the pop-up. As we do enter these final 10 seconds, this game is beyond them. That ball is beyond them. Gimmick tries to get himself back. He's going to watch it roll up the wall. But Sonics are proving themselves to be legit. And Cloud9 have got it all to do. Must reverse sweep to hold serve for the playoffs.
It's just not looking good for Cloud9, and this is where we find out if they've still got that champions mentality. Like I said earlier, they've gone the distance in series so many times as a team, but right now, they don't look like the same Cloud9 that we've been enjoying watching for so many years now. They look like a totally different team. They look scared, they don't look confident, and unless they just throw caution to the wind in this game 3, I don't see them having a chance of reverse sweeping the Sonics. They need to come out with a completely different mentality in this third game.
The alarming thing right now for Cloud9 is that we've seen this before. We've seen these results they've been picking up in other tournaments. I believe it's the Astro tournaments that they've been beating your NRGs and your G2s. But then we see it come over to RLCS, and those results don't seem to transfer over. This is starting to look like a very similar situation where they take a win against a big name and fail to capitalize on it and keep that momentum going into the next week.
Yeah, it's a problem for them. Unlike their main, their main rivals at the top of the standings, you've got NRG, G2 adapting now to the newer teams coming in. It's not been the case for all of Cloud9. They're really struggling to play with all of the new blood that came up last season and now again this season. And I think unless they can make some major changes, they just have to go and throw everything at Sonics, or they're going to have no chance in this third game and in this series.
So we've had the opportunity throughout this series to really look at what Sonics do very well, because this is probably the most offense we've ever seen out of Sonics, and I've been very impressed at how well they're almost timing each wave of offensive pressure that's going towards the opponent's net, because there's no real time for Cloud9 to say, okay, we've got a completely free ball here to try and control. Especially when you've got people like Gimmick and Squishy on a team who are so mechanically good that they can almost buy you out of those situations. But no, as soon as that control is got, you've got a Dapper, you've got a Sapphire, you've got a Shock who are immediately challenging.
Yeah, you got to give credit to Sonics. It's really easy to look at Cloud9's position and feel sorry for them, and because they're such a popular team, look at the game and the series from their perspective. But if we look at it from the Sonics perspective, this is going absolutely like a dream. I mean, they're climbing up the standings now, secured playoffs. How high can they go? Can they get a top 2 spot and just get the best possible finish here? It looks likely, and at this point, I wouldn't blame anybody for predicting that.
I mean, at this point, if they win this, they would have their 6th win of the season. We've got G2 who have still got to play every single top team, meaning that, everyone around Sonics is also about to start taking losses. As long as they can keep winning, a top 2, more than good enough for them. That buys them a semi-final spot for our regionals. And from there, anything is possible. So for a team that was, sort of expected to be 10th, everything is on the table right now.
We will get into the next game very shortly. Just had a quick restart there, but we're looking good to go. Sonic still leading by 2. Cloud9, they need the reverse sweep, Shogun. I wouldn't put my money on it personally, but do you have any faith in them being able to pull this one out of the bag?
I mean, I need to see a goal before I see a win. And right now, Cloud9 are providing us neither of them. It's frustrating as well because you sort of see what they're doing. There was a very unnecessary goal that was conceded in that second game where we saw Torment almost just doing circles whilst he was almost being scared of the potential challenge coming in. Those sort of plays can't happen at this level. And right now, Cloud9, you take away the name value, it's not quite there right now. If Cloud9 are to go on to win this game, we've got to see some boost control to start with. Get the squishies, get the gimmicks into the air, and let them really start pulling Soniqs into a position where they have the advantages, because this floor play completely suits Soniqs.
Yeah, credit to Soniqs again. They're making this so difficult for Cloud9. They just look so composed, and they're taking every opportunity that's given to them. Clinical as you like. They look like the experienced team in this matchup when in fact they're not. And Cloud9 are the ones who are making mistakes, so you wouldn't expect them to be making that backboard whiff from Squishy coming to mind, of course. But they just have to come out and pop off here. They don't have a hype man in the lineup in comms, but they do have some pretty exciting playmaking ability, and that is, I think, their main win condition here. They just need to go and make something happen, get excited, get positive, and maybe, just maybe, it's still possible for Cloud9.
Absolutely. So next game will be coming up very shortly. Hopefully Fireburner has been in the ear of Cloud9 as they have got all of the work to do to try and turn this series around. Now, can they do it? Absolutely. But they've got to try and start playing to their own strengths, because right now they are not even close to doing that. On the other side, Soniqs, normally in these situations we sort of say, okay, there's been a little break, maybe that makes a difference. But Soniqs had a longer break last week, and they came out even better after that break. So I'm not sure here. Soniqs are probably going to still be just as good, if not better, in this following game.
Yeah, I'm not doubting the Soniqs mentality at this point. These guys are just cool as a cucumber, and when you see their behind-the-scenes videos, you can understand why. There's just such great chemistry between these guys, not just on the field, but off it as well. That's a good chance early for Cloud9, and still pressure on the Soniqs net, but no goal just yet for Cloud9. And will that frustrate them if they don't get an early goal here? Are they just going to start taking unnecessary risks and lose this one? That's a great chance. Gimmick puts in the opening goal, and this is a forced error for sure. Great backboard hit by Squishy.
Yeah, Safi thought he could get there to try and get the ball across field. Instead, gets a mistouch. Gimmick immediately on top of that puts in the first goal for Cloud9. And they will thankfully not be joining the rather infamous list of teams that have been perfect swept. Now it's time to try and work from here and pick up that reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Nobody doubts the potential of this team. We've seen what they can do. One of the most successful teams in Rocket League history. Very few teams can make a stake to that claim. Oh, that's almost 2-0. Gimmick sneaking into the far post there. Love that position, making it very difficult for the defense to see him coming. Cloud9 still only lead by 1. A much better game 3 already, though. They're upping the pace here, Shogun.
And I think there's a very obvious change to immediately notice, which is Torment and Gimmick. I mean, Squishy and Gimmick have just gone full boost, full flop attack mode. They are going for every ball as quickly as they possibly can. And as long as Torment can keep up with this, they'll probably be fine again trying to come together to make something going. Now, these situations will all entirely rest on how much time can Torment buy to get Gimmick and Squishy back into position.
This is exactly what you want to see from Cloud9, though. You want to see them go out with a fight if they are going to go out here. But so far, so good. 1-0 in the third game. And we've seen some brilliant passing. That's what was missing most from their gameplay. Not so much anymore. They're starting to find each other at both ends of the field. It's a huge chance for Gimmick. Bump on the goal line. Well saved, though, by Sathu. Ball still in danger. Shot gets it away.
Cloud9 have just got the aggressive attack on point at the moment. Not settling for 1-0. You can see Gimmick already floating around the other side of the field. Here's Dapper across to Sathu. Almost made contact. And there's the danger, those counter-attacking plays that Soniqs have managed to perfect throughout this season. Here's now Shock, and it's just about missed. Enough bodies in the way to put him off.
Well, you know, Cloud9 played so solid all game, and then a flurry of misplays with everybody missing the ball. Now they're the ones under pressure, and this is where Soniqs have been dangerous in the series. They don't really overextend in this position. They just wait for Cloud9 to give them the ball over and over again. Will Cloud9 get a way out? Yes, they will. It's passing and defense that gets it out. And now, chance for them to get a breather before the next attack.
Yeah, double demo from Soniqs. As they were trying to find some sort of passing option from the corner, infield, nobody around, apart from Shock, who gets a free shot. The follow-up is saved by Squishy, but Cloud9, they're starting to whiff their lines every single time on the defensive side. They've got to clean that up.
Yeah, they're definitely on the ropes right now. Soniqs starting to find success in the last third. They know that they're going to need to step up the aggression as well as time goes on. The clock's winning the game for Cloud9 at this point, as blue gold doesn't look anywhere near coming again to help them. But still Cloud9 holding on, and this has definitely been their best game despite all these misplays in defense that are starting to appear late on.
Cool, man. Playing ball in the corner, it can be so awkward to play from, especially with your back turned to it. Here's Gimmick. Gets over the top. It's only as far as Safu. Can't put too much power on the shot. And I'll miss. It does mean that Cloud9 can start to approach the orange side of the field. Lovely flick up from Squishy. Can't go any further as Gimmick's shot is off target. Good opportunity for 2-0. Torment choosing to be aggressive in the third man role. That does get the time. Once again, Gimmick and Squishy back into the defensive side of the field. That is how Cloud9 are going to want to try and play this.
Yeah, they're relying on their mechanics to get them out of these aggressive positions. Cloud9 know that, yes, they're being, you know, very far up the field with all three members, but they can recover quickly. They're allowed to do that. They can afford to do that. And, you know, that's what happened with Soniqs at the end of the last game. They were also being aggressive with their third man. So Cloud9, they can keep this up, and they might not have too many scares in the final 30 seconds.
Great challenge from Dapper. Torment already up. Let's get a second touch, but instead Squishy calls him off it. Squishy back to the wall. That's not a great touch, though. Allows Safu to take control of the ball. Off the backboard. Who will be there first? It's going to be Gimmick. 10 seconds on the clock now. Expect Squishy to take this as slowly as he possibly can. Here's Gimmick. Tries to fake off the shot. Torment to seal it, and he will do exactly that. Cloud9 have got themselves a win on the board.
Dapper trying to keep the ball up in the air here. Just sets up Torment perfectly, but well played, Cloud9. Gimmick at the end of the game, saving the team, and he's been the one who's always getting criticism about his defensive capabilities, but he saved the team there. That was a really tough read off the back wall as the ball came over his head in the final 20 seconds of the game, and he didn't just hit the ball away from the goal, he got it away from every member of the Soniqs as well. That's the touch that secured the game for them, so well played to Gimmick and Cloud9 for locking up this Game 3 win.
Probably the most defensively sound performance, and we're already seen a game taken away from one mistake for Soniqs. Now they know how it feels to be on the opposite side of that. Cloud9, their best performance so far. And for me, Johnny, I'm looking at that one. Main difference, Cloud9 had some boost, and that made so much more available to them as the game went on.
Yeah, they really upped the pace the whole game. They were controlling the boost in their own back corner, but they weren't being so afraid with it. They weren't trying to hold on to it and just stay behind the ball. They came out much faster, and I think they caught the Soniqs off guard at the start of the game. That's what got them the 1-0 lead. And, you know, there was a little bit of a scare in the middle of the match, maybe, with, you know, a couple of defensive whiffs, but they hung on. And credit to them, they've got the Game 3 win. They're still alive. They need 2 more if they're going to keep their playoff dreams alive.
So we get ourselves into game number 4. Cloud9, we will reiterate, if they win this, they still maintain their own destiny when it comes to getting into a playoff spot. Soniqs have already got there. They're just trying to play spoiler at this moment in time and maybe push for a top 2 position. We are now in game 4. Shock to Dapper. As far as Torment, however, who does cut away the danger.
Let's see now Cloud9 can keep up the pace. Are they going to play the same way as they did in game number 3? Haven't had the chance to so far, but this is looking a bit risky for them. They've got nobody in goal. That's a whiff from Torment, who was supposed to be there, and it's just scored easily. But, you know, if they're going to leave their back wall wide open, if they're going to leave their net wide open like this, they're going to be punished. They just looked so timid and they looked so confused with where they're supposed to be. Meanwhile, Soniqs, just another very simple goal for them. 1-0 game 4.
So the good, that was a nice shot. The bad, everything else. It's not what Cloud9 needed. Now just lose the ball over to Dapper. Will Cloud9 go back into their bad habits here? Dapper takes his time. Another booming clear from Torment. Tries to find a bit of space where Shock's not covering. It does look like Shock's low on boost here. Squishy can now start moving forward. No, he's got plenty. Soniqs.
Shock there just trying to slow the ball down. He wanted to keep it in the back corner because there's nobody really committed yet. And as soon as he sees somebody coming forward, that's when he decides to make his move. And, you know, both teams have done that well this game. They're not just hitting the ball away when they've got full control of it. But when you're the team with the lead, you can really afford to start using that strategy, make the other team come to you, because they're the ones who have to come and look for the goal.
Torment turns around, doesn't win the challenge though with Shock. Soniqs just trying to put the last game out of their own minds. Move into this one and put the pressure back onto Cloud9, who have not managed to score from this position so far. Squishy up. Don't quite think you got the reset. Won't matter anyway. Not in a position to try and use it. This is what Soniqs do so well. They find little gaps in where your rotation is, and they just keep playing the ball around you. First up from Squishy, straight down the middle. Only 8 boosts left, but the opponents don't know that, and they had to try and deal with him. Any mistake there from Soniqs leaves Cloud9 open for a shot.
Squishy firing on net over and over again, and it is going to result in a goal. You know, he had passing options in a few of these plays, but maybe that's what the Soniqs were expecting. Squishy just kept peppering the backboard, and eventually miss comes through from Soniqs, and he has equalized. Can Cloud9 do it again? Can they keep this reverse sweep going?
Up to 1-1. Just over half the game left to play now. Off the backboard, and Torment misses again. There's a couple of issues with this backboard right now. For Cloud9, they've got to try and clean that up. Squishy wants to keep the play going. Can't quite do so. Now Safu over the top. Dapper tries to reach, but he couldn't quite get there.
Been a bit of a slow game 4 so far. We didn't see the same pace from Cloud9 early. Now that's a good shot by Gimmick. That tested Shock. Luckily he didn't have to do anything as it was going wide of the target. But this is still okay for Cloud9 compared to their game 1 and 2 performances. They're significantly improved. They're just looking for that spark. They're looking for that flare in the final third. Luckily they were dealt a bit of a helping hand in the last one, but I've got a feeling that they're not going to get too many whiffs to play with from the Soniqs. They're going to have to start making those mistakes happen and forcing those mistakes.
Soniqs probably with the lowest unforced error ratio. Pretty much all of North America. That could be dangerous. Shock forced to just tip it over. 100 seconds now on the clock. Squishy beats one player, but Safu always there, ready and waiting. Feels like you need to get the double commit. Oh, you need this chance, and Dapper somehow gets there on time. Tips it over the top. We stay at 1 each.
That's just a brilliant save by Dapper. He's keeping the pressure on Cloud9 here. Remember, they're the ones who are on the brink, and they just realized how well they're going to have to shoot the ball to get it past the defended goal. Meanwhile, it's all Cloud9 in the midfield. They've got all the pressure here, and Soniqs are struggling for boost. We've seen pretty composed play from them all series, but are they going to make another defensive mistake?
Over the top, Gimmick pre-jumping the stop. Up to Safu. Again, Squishy already there. Both these teams happy to try and almost duel in the air. That was going to try and force the challenge up from Gimmick, and he does so well. In that corner, it's difficult to make something, but they've managed to do it. Shot is skied. As we do have a couple of players having a little wee rest here. We'll get ourselves continuing this game in just a moment. With all the pressure on, Johnny, that is going to be a very fun time for the players when they get into that. But from what we've seen so far, a timid affair for the first half, but Cloud9, they're easing into this game very quickly.
Yeah, we saw one defensive misplay from both teams, resulting in the goals for both teams. So whoever can really prevent those mistakes from happening defensively, likely to win this one. We haven't seen anyone, play super aggressively and trying to, force that issue, force the goal in the final third. And it is hard. You can understand, especially from Cloud9's perspective, why they don't want to do that, because this is their last life that they've got. But what a moment to try, get a reset. There's 40 seconds left in the game. It's a 1-1 score. Really, really important for these teams to stay focused and pick it up right where they left off.
Yep, and for Soniqs, this game is just almost where their comfort zone is. Both teams very much where their comfort zone is. We've seen Cloud9 getting a lot of offensive pressure. They're actually doing a better job. This is something that we're noticing this game specifically. They're not blasting the ball as much. We're seeing a lot more occasions where we are seeing Squishy especially taking the ball under his own control, trying to at least get one player from Soniqs to commit to him. And, since he is Squishy, he does tend to get at least two players out from Soniqs as well. So that's roughly where you'd expect Cloud9's strengths to really come into play. But for Soniqs, their entire season has not necessarily been the quantity of shots that they take, but more the quality. And that is a big danger that Cloud9 have to look out for, because that attack can come from anywhere.
Yeah, both teams really focusing on that in this game 4. It's not been brute force. It's not really been about battering the ball as hard as possible. Both teams focusing more on placement, and Cloud9 have been well known for that in the past. One of the best passing teams in the history of the game, but they haven't done too much of that in game 4 compared to game 3. So I think that's maybe something that I'm still looking to them to bring back into the game. Obviously, very difficult to do that. It's tough to make those decisions against a team like Soniqs, who are so well known for intercepting passes, who are reading what Cloud9 are doing so effectively. If they have the vision in front of them, seeing where the pass is coming from, who it's intended for. So it's up to Cloud9 to be a bit more sneaky, hide themselves in the back post area, just like Gimmick did in the previous game, hit Soniqs where they don't expect to be attacked from.
Okay, and as we do go into the clutch moments of this, I do want to start highlighting certain players that, fans at home should probably be looking out for. We've talked an awful lot about Squishy, about Gimmick, about Torment, sort of, what we expect from them. But for those people that are sort of, getting into Rocket League Esports, or for those people that have been sticking around for a while and sort of like looking at Soniqs just going, okay, which players are we really looking at here? Dapper's been very solid this series, but I feel like Shock has a lot more he can offer us in this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's been talk about Shock being MVP of the RLCS NA season so far. And what we've seen from him today hasn't been an MVP performance. It's been a pretty solid performance. But you do want to see, a bit more from him with regard to bringing it to Cloud9, trying to make some big plays happen. He got the one goal for Soniqs in this one. But that's just an open top right corner, and he's a great striker of the ball. He's not likely to miss those. But you're absolutely right. I agree that Shock, he can bring more to the table. He's done it all season, and he's the man that I think Soniqs are looking to try and get the clutch win for them here and just be done with Cloud9 in 4 games.
So we'll be looking to get the players back into the lobby as quickly as we possibly can. Until then, you've still got ourselves. I got another podcast now, Johnny. I'm starting to rack these up now.
Oh, you do?
Very quickly. I know. Wait, we already had a name for this one. I don't have to ask Twitter to come up with these ones anymore. But, we're sort of looking at this series overall, the implications that we have for this series, as well as I want to give people a quick look as to what's coming on later on today in the show. Because we do have this series right now. If Cloud9 do win this one, then they still hold serve when it comes to their playoff spot. Should they lose it, however, then later on today, we've got a matchup between Pittsburgh Knights and EUnited. Whoever wins that one would then slide above Cloud9 and presumably into a top 6 spot. For those of you that haven't quite caught up with, sort of the changes that we've got this season, we've now got 10 teams, top 6 get into playoffs, 7th, you do pretty much nothing, and bottom 3 are in danger of relegation, with number 10 being automatically relegated. And it's a dangerous spot to be right now, because Flight did pick up their first win very recently. They can pick up another one out of anywhere. And should Cloud9 lose this, we don't have to start worrying about, can they only get into playoffs? You have to start being worried about, okay, Flight might start catching up to you here.
Yeah, I think it's a great format change. They increased it to 10 teams. We get to see more matchups, but as well, like you said, so many different potential outcomes for these teams. 10th auto relegation, 8th and 9th, you're into the relegation and promotion playoffs. 7th, you just hold your RLCS spot. 6th and 5th start in the first round of the lower bracket in the regional playoffs. 3rd and 4th are one better, and of course 1st and 2nd one better again. So really a lot to play for there. And Cloud9 are in the thick of it. They've got, relegations still a real possibility. They could just be holding their spot in RLCS, which is, nowhere near as bad as relegations, but it's not what they really want, which is playoffs. That's where they're supposed to be. That's where, they are expected to be by all their fans, by the organization, by the players themselves. They know that they've done this so many times in the past. They've maintained their own individual skill. So they just have to get it together as a team and try and get the results that they want.
Absolutely. And I think me and you are very, as Brits, we're a little bit more familiar with auto relegation than, maybe the North Americans can be. So whilst we're sort of talking about how, football can be, I'm going to almost bring sort of an comparison between one of these teams, which is, every time I look at this, I'm still going to take a more casual tone here. The Soniqs sort of remind you of like the Leicester team in any chance, or the one that went on to win the Premier League a few years back, because it's a team that's very defense orientated. They don't get many opportunities, but the ones they get, they really make stick.
I know all the American viewers right now are probably thinking, what's a Leicester? Is that a cheese? But no, it's actually it's a town. It's a football team. No, it's a city, in fact. And they had a great run. They came into the Premier League in the UK and England, and they just won the whole thing. And, Soniqs are still on track to do that. They've just been promoted from RLRS. They can win the whole thing. We're talking about them just having secured a playoff spot, being happy with that. But really, I'd love to hear from them to know what is their actual goal here. Are they just, going game to game and focusing on the one game in front? Or are they looking to win the whole thing? Is that the only thing they're going to be happy with? Do they actually consider the season so far a success? Because we do. I think that they've had a great season, but maybe they've got their eyes on a bigger prize.
We did have a chance last week to try and talk to one of their players, and he did say to us that, most of our motivation at the beginning of the season was just the players putting us 10th. And we were very upset by this, as you should be. But now that they're in this position, you got to be looking at it and just going, okay, well, the sky's the limit to us. But it's almost a freeing position for them to be in. You look at the other teams, you look at your Cloud9, your G2s, your NRGs, maybe even Pittsburgh Knights these days, and say, okay, they have expectations upon them. Every single series that Soniqs now play is just a bonus. Every win is a bonus that was not expected from them. And that's got to be a very freeing position to be into, as I believe we've now got Torment back into the game. So we should be ready to go very soon. So, Johnny, these are probably the 40 seconds of gameplay that I've waited the longest for. What are we expecting when we get back into this?
Well, I mean, you just got to look at what's in front of you, Shogun. It's a kickoff. It's the most volatile state of the game. Sometimes you can go 5 minutes scoreless, then overtime starts, and immediately you have a goal. This is, a real chance for one of the teams to be tricky. What better time to catch your opponents off guard with a kickoff strategy that you might not yet have shown today than after a long timeout like this. So I'm looking forward to seeing if either team is willing to make that risk. Or are we going to see the usual one player cheats, one player grabs boost mirror happening? I expect that, but I'm hoping for the prior, of course.
Actually, as it turns out, I'm a massive liar, Johnny. We are not going to get going to this very quickly. Instead, we're going to be going to a very quick break, so we'll be back in just a second once we've got all the players back in.
Another week or will be not.
Get it while it's hot.
Okay, so I can only hope that I'm not going to try and lie to you this time. However, I make no promises. We are going to be getting ourselves back into this series very quickly. Just a quick update for all of you. We're going to be getting into this at 2-1 in the series for Soniqs. In this game at 1 each with 48 seconds remaining on the clock. Johnny, we're going to be getting ourselves into this one very soon. I think we've sort of gone through all of our conversation topics here, so I'm just going to ask you, are you excited to get back into this?
Absolutely, Shogun. I've never been more excited for 48 seconds of Rocket League, but genuinely, I have no idea who is going to come out and take this. We saw Cloud9 step it up in Game 3. They look like a totally different team. Game 4, you could, put it either way. I think you've got a great argument for either team being the favorite here. But the main thing for me is that the pressure's on Cloud9, and we get to see now if they're going to thrive in that or if they're going to crumble.
They've been forced to almost stew in it now for a very, very long time. Soniqs on the other side, we've seen them how well they can play under pressure. Now that there's less of it on them, and they've sort of got that more relaxed vibe in their camp. We'll see how that makes a difference towards their gameplay as well as we do get ourselves into the final minute of game number 4 in just a second. Like I said, it is Cloud9, it is Soniqs. Soniqs already qualifying for playoffs, but Cloud9 are looking to try and find and fight their way into those spots as well. This is must win for Cloud9. We must reiterate this, must win, and probably the most important 48 seconds that they're going to have of their entire series and their entire season as well. We've got the teams in, and we're going to get ourselves into it. Johnny boy, I'm finally not a liar, and that makes me feel really, really good. Actually, I'm a liar again.
You're a liar, Shogun. I'm sorry to tell you.
You can't see my face.
Just yet. Nah, to be fair to you, they could easily have started there, so it was a good try. It was a really good intro as well. I was excited. I was like, I don't think it's going to start, but I hope, man. Yeah, I was impressed. I was going to have to take notes if I ever have to do that in the future. This is why I'm so glad that I'm never the play-by-play caster. I just sit back.
You're doing the next intro. I don't care. You're doing it. You will have more luck with this than I will.
It's the best. I just sit and watch Shogun try to piece together what's happening, but he's doing a great job. And apologies for all of you guys watching for the wait. I know that you're eager to get this one started. We are as well. But we just want to make utterly sure that Cloud9 and the Soniqs are both ready for this, because these 48 seconds are pretty important.
Okay, so it works for you. Fantastic. Good to know.
There you go, first try.
So we are going to get ourselves into this one. Yeah, first time. It took me 2. I couldn't get everything to work. There's a wizard hat behind me that I might just start getting some use out of. So yes, next goal is overly important for both teams. It's Cloud9 trying to push their way back to start ourselves. Shot searching for Squishy. He can be very elusive though. Cloud9, they were very aggressive in game number 3. Can they try and return to that? As Gimmick, he's gone to try and be as fancy as he possibly can. Almost got it to work.
Interesting. Gimmick actually just not rotating out there, instead parking in front of the goalkeeper. Bit awkward for the Soniqs, but they've done well. It looks like Cloud9 have had the majority of the chances in the remainder of regulation time, and they're going to get the last chance in regulation time by the looks of things as well. Can they make anything of it? It's going to go into the ground actually, and this is overtime with Cloud9's playoff life on the line.
Yeah, if they lose this, they're not necessarily out of playoffs, but they do lose their ability to control it. Torment over to the corner. It's going to be Shock. Got a bit of time. Pushes that straight out. Here's now Dapper. Looks for the backboard. A backboard that has been doing so much damage. That's almost in, but Squishy there just on time.
Yeah, great play by Squishy, and he's actually still going. That's the Gimmick, and that's the win. Just like that, Squishy takes the ball one end of the field to the other, and he finds Gimmick in the middle. It's one of the oldest partnerships, and they're looking like previous season versions of themselves with that kind of play. 25 seconds is all it took for Cloud9 to get the win.
And yes, as you said, it was Squishy. Squishy just, you know, came in on fire as soon as we got those 48 seconds going, which I'm still very upset about that you were the one that managed to get that one before I did. You know, I'll remember this. But, you know, we've got a game 5 coming up here. Soniqs have just taken the loss. I would ask you to try and analyze what we just saw, but quite frankly, there wasn't much there to analyze. So I really want to look at this one overall as sort of a, how do Soniqs try and take this next game? Because they are now on a 2-game spree. If we sort of take away the downtime in between, they haven't controlled the field quite as much as they did previously. And that's going to start getting a little bit scary now, because games 1 and 2 was just wave after wave after wave, almost like a tower defense game with how much pressure they were putting on Cloud9. But Cloud9 have not necessarily dealt with it better. There's still been defensive mistakes, but they're escaping easier. They've got the boost on Squishy and Gimmick, and they've just managed to almost float their way out.
Yeah, they did well. I mean, this is exactly the Cloud9 that came out in Game 3, took the lead, and then ended up taking the game. They need to play at this pace. I think this is a better look for them in this matchup. They figured out that maybe they're harder to read when they step up the pace, and Soniqs aren't able to get interceptions on those passes that they're making. But honestly, I just like seeing it because I think it builds their confidence. Cloud9 look like a better team when they're playing fast, and I think playing fast is what's making them actually hit these shots. They don't want to play the slow-mo game. They want to get up there. They've always been known for their mechanical ability, and now they're reminding us again that they can still win games. They can still win series based on the back of that.
Absolutely, and you do reiterate to the fact of, at their best, Cloud9 were one of the most mechanical teams in the world. They've almost given up on that in a way, because to me, their entire playstyle when they were back winning world championships was outplay you, get the ball loose, next player immediately onto the ball. And that was how they were able to beat so many players to it. That was how they beat Dignitas twice, back when Dignitas was an unstoppable force in Rocket League. Can they get back to that? Is that a strategy that you'd even want them to go back to? Or do they need to start adapting to what we've seen starting to change around in Rocket League?
Well, this is some of the best that we've seen from Cloud9 against the new competition. They've been able to not just get wins in the matchup, but wins when they're already 2 games down. And with their season that they've had so far being so unsuccessful, I think a lot of even their hardcore fans would have doubted their ability to do this, to bring it into a Game 5, but they have done so credit to them. We are just waiting to get that one started so we can find out if they'll finish the reverse sweep. I know there's a lot of eager fans waiting to see if it's going to happen. But Soniqs, likewise, they've looked pretty composed in all this. They haven't looked out of it at all, especially that Game 4 could have gone either way. So it's really interesting to watch now from their perspective. Are they going to make a playstyle change? Because we've seen quite a consistent Soniqs lineup so far. But who knows, maybe they're going to switch something up and catch Cloud9 off guard, just like Cloud9 caught them off guard in Game 3.
Absolutely, and we are going to be looking in just a second at today's schedule. So, Johnny, which matches from here really jump out at you as major must-watch matches today?
I would have to go with Cloud9 Soniqs Game 5. It's about to happen, but no. Honestly, there's so many to choose from, but I'm looking forward to the last series of the day, of course, NRG G2. That's a legendary matchup, and every time that it happens, it's a great series. There's so much going on, so many personalities on that field that you just want to see do well, want to see go up against each other. So yeah, that's the one for me, NRG versus G2. But with every series being so impactful, you can't really go wrong. Just sitting down and enjoying the show as it progresses throughout the day.
Unfortunately for you, Johnny, unfortunately for everyone else around here, I sort of tend to thrive a little bit more on the side of chaos. So I'm actually going to go one game before you, EUnited against Pittsburgh Knights, where it is more of a relegation battle than anything else. They're trying so hard to try and avoid those bottom 3 spots and push into the top 6. So that's the one I'm looking forward to the most. We've sort of forced everyone here to say, you know what, we're going to have to stick around for the last 2. So, you're going to have to do exactly that for us.
Well, Shogun, you're going to want to watch what's about to happen on Champions Field.
You're doing it. You're doing it.
I'm not lying to you. We are having a Fireburner sub in. We're having Fireburner sub in for Cloud9. If I'm not mistaken, if I read correctly at the end of the last game, Torment did in fact disconnect right as Cloud9 scored the winning goal in Game 4. So he actually DC'd and the ball crossed the line and they won. And he can't get back in. He can't get a solid connection today. So Fireburner is going to step in and show these boys how it's done. I mean, I'm excited about this. This is one of the most legendary substitutions in the history of Rocket League. They're just getting warmed up. They're just, testing the server that we're going to be playing on. But that match is coming to you very, very soon. We've got a big Fireburner stepping in with Gimmick and Squishy for Cloud9 in Game 5. This is unbelievable, Shogun.
So if, let's say this does go through and that we do have Fireburner end up coming into this one. Remember, we were going to preface this one with, it is a test. I'm not taking any more risks here. I'm not saying any more. It's definitely happening because I will ruin it for everybody. But for people that are very new to Rocket League Esports, almost a brief history of Fireburner and what he has been to the scene.
Man, Fireburner, where do you start? I mean, he's one of the OGs, one of the oldest pros in the scene, not just for Rocket League, but the predecessor as well. And to see him come back, this is going to be so interesting. Like, has he been able to keep up with the level? I mean, if Cloud9 and G2 last season were struggling against the new blood, they're struggling against the new teams in RLCS. Like, is Fireburner going to be able to cope if the meta's moved one step from G2 Cloud9 when they were dominant. Maybe it's moved two since Fireburner last played here. But man, that's hype. This is definitely something you want to watch. Look out for the 50-50s. That's what he's known for.
I don't almost want to say that this is the lucky DC for Cloud9, but in terms of comparable play styles for switching one player up for another, Fireburner for Torment is probably as close to a one-to-one as they're going to get.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Fireburner is a good, filler player. I've seen him play, well in lots of different rosters. He's very solid. He just makes his teammates look good, or makes his teammates look better, I'll say. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring out of Squishy and Gimmick. Are they going to be confident playing around him? I can't tell you for a fact they're looking forward to playing around him based on what I've read in the chat right now. But yeah, Squishy in particular, he can't wait for this one to get started, and I'm with him. This is going to be exciting.
So everyone was looking around today for the European Invitational saying, Jesse, what a great substitute, the substitute of the year. And then Fireburner comes in and he can't even let him have the week. Can he?
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, you talk about impactful substitutions in RLCS history. There have been a few. Jazer stepping in Season 2 for Flipside, and Overzero Season 1, Turbo Pulse is Season 3.
Whoa.
But it's been a while since we had one like this.
Let's not forget Sad Jr. subbing in his keyboard back in, I believe, Season 4.
Yeah. That's true, but this is the real deal, Shogun. Fireburner stepping in for Cloud9. Is he going to help them get the Game 5 that they need, to keep their season under their own control? I've got absolutely no idea what to expect with this one, and I'm supposed to be the one to tell you guys what's going to happen. Well, let's just watch and enjoy the show.
Fireburner back in for the first time as he takes a shot, but the first time we've seen him now since DreamHack Valencia. All those months ago, his Safu trying to follow that one down. Fireburner immediately taking that one away.
Yeah, Fireburner's already making an impact. He had a good chance at the orange end of the field, and now big clear on the on the center ball. So definitely a confident start for him, and that's huge. He's going to get demoed from behind. So is the goalkeeper, Cloud9. Good recovery by Gimmick to make sure that the net stays safe. This is just so tense. Another reason for Cloud9 to just really go for this win, to try and get the win not just for themselves, but for Fireburner as well in his comeback to the RLCS.
So Fireburner plays the ball to the corner. He's going to try and keep some pressure on. Squishy off the backboard. Dapper's going to try and get up first. He can't quite get there, but he gets enough on it to prevent Gimmick blasting that ball at his net. Fireburner backing down, choosing to put himself back onto the wall. It is all Cloud9. Fireburner in! It's off the post! What a story that would have been!
Fireburner is slotting into this Cloud9 lineup like he's been playing in it all year. Just such an easy player to play with. He's connecting with Squishy and Gimmick at both ends of the field. And, so far, they look like the better team in the business end of the series.
Fireburner up. Off the backboard, it's going to drop. Gets a second touch. That does make it a little bit less threatening. Off the backboard again. Gimmick, uncontested, and Safu blocks it. So much offense coming out from Cloud9. They are unrelenting in game number 5. But here's Soniqs finally getting out of their side of the field. Fireburner takes the boost. Gimmick's going to probably have slightly less options here as he is on 0.
Look at that speed though by Fireburner. He just takes the man out of the game, no problem. Mechanics are actually looking better than ever, to be honest. I was wondering if he'd kept up his level of play. It looks like he's actually improved it somewhat. I mean, the game's definitely gotten quicker in the past half year. Fireburner not looking any worse for it.
The main question will be less can Fireburner perform at this level, and more what does it do to the rotation and synergy of Cloud9? Will they get caught out by a long ball? Squishy already up. Dapper gets another touch to it. It's been all up to Dapper so far to make sure Squishy stays somewhat quiet on his setups. As Dapper does leave, called off by Shock. That's over the top of Squishy. Fireburner now the one onto the ball. He's on against Shock, and he had to win that. Because it was going to be Dapper up there first. He was the one that was most ready for that ball.
this is a real spanner in the works for Soniqs to deal with. I mean, they've looked really solid and they've looked so consistent all series long, but to have to go up against Fireburner here, that's going to get you, you know, thinking about what the other team are doing a lot more than they perhaps want to. They've been focusing on their own game all day long, and now they've really got to start taking a hard, long look at what Fireburner's doing, because I don't think they've played against him at all recently, or definitely not a lot. It's a huge chance for Squishy, and now Fireburner opens to scoring. Is this the script that you've all been waiting for, or is this the script?
Your eyes do not deceive you. Cloud9 on the verge of a reverse sweep, scored by their substitute and coach, Fireburner, to put them 1-0 up, but Dapper looks to take it away, and Shock does try to play spoiler.
Not a long time to celebrate for Cloud9. It was Fireburner last man back here, and he could not make contact on the back wall. Had to get up fast for that one, but well played. Shock responds to what was going to be an extremely difficult end to the game for them. I mean, this is the team that have been doing so well all season long. To lose to Cloud9, who have struggled with a substitute, that's embarrassing for them. They can't allow this to happen, but there's still a chance that could happen. They're all tied up with a minute to go. Dapper sends it long. Gimmick ready and waiting, high in the air.
Just gives a couple of spins for a little bit of flash. Dapper off the backboard. That's another great clear from Fireburner, though. Gets it all the way to the midfield. Gimmick already there. Didn't make contact with the ball, but he has got Gimmick as an option. Instead pushes the ball up. Fireburner tries to take it by himself. It's a good challenge, though, from Dapper, who has been on point of almost every single one of these plays. But Cloud9, they are just straight back onto offense. They have controlled the lion's share of this ball.
Yeah, Cloud9 are just playing like they've been practicing together all year. They're looking so confident, and you can tell that they really want the win here, not just for themselves, but for Fireburner. Good covered in there by Fire. As Gimmick was bumped away from the play. There's only 15 seconds left in the game, and it's Soniqs with the pressure. Dapper waiting on the far side. He's going to stick it back into the middle. Fireburner looks for the clear, and that's going to go down towards Squishy and himself. They've got the ball in the breakaway.
And it's going to drop straight out. Gimmick off the side. Good boost still there from Fireburner. Tries to find the top corner. Might have been better off looking for Gimmick, and that will hit the floor. Overtime. Will Cloud9 reverse sweep, or can Soniqs get away with this one? Off the backboard.
Good chance. Good start to the game for Soniqs. They are going to get denied. Gimmick sends it along. He had time there, but this is nervous moments, and it's actually an opportunity for Fire. He was just about through there for end-to-end at the start of game number 5, and Squishy keeps Cloud9 in the series. What a save.
And if there was anyone you wanted on that ball, it was Dapper. Two legends of the 1v1 scene had a quick duel. Hurry up. Gimmick does end up missing the ball. Now Shock, quickly challenged from Fireburner. Dapper will not be able to get here. Instead, it's Squishy back over to the middle. Neither team able to control this ball just yet. It's going to be Shock just taking his time. He's got plenty of boost to try and work with. Fireburner drops the ball up. Squishy's all the way back. It's going to be difficult to make something, but Shock looks to do exactly that. Both these teams desperate to find this goal. Will it come from Gimmick? Almost got there. He had the reset.
It's good interception in the midfield from Shock. He sets up Safety, but his shot's wide. And now time for Cloud9 to breathe, to figure out how to create a chance of their own, because this has been very end-to-end, and I think that probably is the type of match that favors the more experienced team playing together. We're in full rotation now, and that's a great save by Squishy, but now they're in the 2v1. Squishy looking for Gimmick. He doesn't make contact, and he comes back down and misses again. And that would have been awkward for Soniqs. They hang on as well.
Minute and a half now played. Played already over the top. Gimmick's going to try and follow. It's going to give me Dapper, though, blasting the ball over the top of that. Squishy. It's just so many times we've got 2v1s coming from Soniqs. Gimmick's past another player, but Dapper immediately there. Soniqs going to be hard to beat twice as Dapper goes for the shot, and Fireburner picks up his 3rd save of the game. Who is going to break down first? Fireburner already up. Can't get it past Dapper, who continuously pre-jumps every single save.
It's unreal, the defense from this guy. To read these infield passes and get up in the face of them. Outstanding work, but they need a goal. They need to get the ball into the other half. Squishy patience as the ball bounces over his head. That's composure. But it's been a while since Cloud9 had a real chance on net. Now they get one. Gimmick puts it wide.
Say the main portion of the first 5 minutes belonged to Cloud9. This overtime has been all Soniqs. Gimmicks fakes one. And if that demo didn't blast the ball upwards, Fireburner would have been first there. Squishy, he's got a second touch, chooses to use it for a block. Fireburner over to the corner. Can he try and follow? No, it's a bad landing for him. But now we see Cloud9 moving themselves into offensive positions. It's going to drop out all the way back to the midfield. Fireburner just decides to buy some time. You can now see Squishy and Gimmick playing themselves back into the midfield.
It's a good hit forward by Squishy. And a good demo as well. That's 2 out of the game for Soniqs. Squishy with an uncontested hit. It's a Gimmick. What's saved by Dapper? It's Fireburner. He's denied. Still on the goal line. Fire! He puts it in! You could not write a better script, Shogun. He has done it, and Cloud9, they are still in the RLCS season.
Well, the Sart BC player with an ode to another, a Doomsday dish to finish us off in this series. Cloud9 not only reverse sweep, but they do it with their sub and their coach. Fireburner comes in and picks himself up an MVP medal in this overtime. Johnny boy, welcome to the RCS, mate.
Well, I didn't expect that one, not gonna lie. I was just waiting to see if Fireburner would be able to keep up with this game. He just dominated it. He just scored both goals. He got 3 saves, and he didn't really put that many feet wrong. I think we had 1 whiff on the backboard on a thunderbolt of a clear coming in from Soniqs, but what a performance by Fireburner. I mean, nobody ever questioned, like, would he have the composure to do this? But I think that's the most impressive we've seen from Cloud9 all season in this one game.
Well, it would definitely make a case for Cloud9 being sort of in control of regulation, but you know, the first chance they had to get out of their own side of the field in overtime, they refused to leave. They were stuck over there for a good 30 seconds before finally there was nobody left on defense for Soniqs. And that is where Fireburner struck.
I mean, he was so good. This just opens up a whole lot of questions. We're wondering, is he going to be able to fill Torment's shoes? Has he just come in and taken his spot? And, you know, I've got no idea, like, how they're going to come up with the answer to that question. Because based on what we just saw and how well they played, they've got a lot of thinking to do, a lot of planning to do going into the remaining series. But man, Fireburner, the super sub, other teams need to take notes. If you have someone on the bench like him who can really come in and solidify, then you're looking at a really scary roster.
Absolutely. So when we come back, we've got a battle between opposite ends of the table as we've got Rogue taking on Spacestation Gaming.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
to get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
To escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fireburner League. I'm your host, Brody Leaf Moore, and alongside me we have Gibbs and Achieves joining us on the desk. What an incredible performance coming out. I got so hyped. I got up, I ripped my shirt off. I'm like so hyped of what we just saw there. Gibbs, Achieves, you're joining us now. That was insane, dude. That was nuts.
Yeah, that was actually awesome. I actually was thinking along with Shogun along the same lines. Fireburner for tournament's about as one-to-one as you can get. And if there's anyone who's going to want to enforce the game plan that I thought needed to come out if Cloud9 wanted to win, it's going to be the coach, the guy who probably helped come up with the game plan. And he did really well.
It's incredible just to see Fireburner on the field again and look like he never left. Torment said it in a tweet. He said, dude, that this kid hasn't played in a week. He's a god. And that's as simple as it is. Fireburner, the player that's always so consistent, what you could rely on when he did play back for NRG. And he comes out like, I don't care. Like, if I haven't played Rocket League in a week, I can still play with the best. And he showed it here we look at the highlights early on. Like I thought Soniqs looked pretty good. Games 1 and 2 was maybe the most controlling that they've looked all season long. And then all of a sudden, the squishy gimmick combo just became alive. There was a lot of delays that might have hurt Soniqs a little bit. But at the end of the day, you just have to win what's presented in front of you. And what was presented in front of Soniqs was Fireburner. And Fireburner in Game 5 scores both goals to basically save Cloud9's season here.
Those are the most Fireburner goals, by the way, I've ever seen. That first one where he just comes in out of the midfield. Then the second one where it's just there. He's like, yeah, I can go get that one too. So the janitor aspect of his play never really left. And a well-deserved win here for Cloud9 because they really did turn on the Jets after games 1 and 2. I mean, they came out looking flat, and I was like, well, they're done. They didn't come out and, just beat people to the ball in the midfield. And like Gibbs said and Shogun and Johnny said after that game 3 started, it's like, oh, they flipped the switch on, and then they went to town.
Yeah, no, this was just probably one of the, and this is why James and I picked C9. We read the script before. I guess you guys didn't get the memo earlier. Yeah, this was incredible. I mean, like we already were happy that Cloud9 was coming back. We were already happy that we're seeing a C9 that was connecting with each other. And it was this weird, odd foreshadowing, I guess, that we had an interview with him earlier today, and all of a sudden he needs to get thrown in here. And like, in all honesty, if I was his teammates, I'd be like, you know what? I'm taking next week off. You can just keep playing. Because this was just a clinic from Fireburner, an absolute phenomenal performance.
Now, here's the bad news. Flight, they came into the season not expecting Fireburner to knock them out of the regional championships, but that is just what happened. Flight now has no shot at making the regional championships because of Fireburner. That's not a sentence I thought I would say at the beginning of the season, but it is the case. This also leads into when we go up Spacestation versus Rogue. If Rogue lose that now, they are knocked out of the regional championship race as well.
Okay,
and that's
well,
yeah, go for it, Dave. Go.
I was going to say, let's just talk about it. Let's just run into that, Achieves, and you can start us off here. Space Station Gaming versus Rogue. Let's get into that match here because, as Gibbs was saying, this is this is an important match here.
Yeah, important match, but much more so for Rogue than it is for Space Station. Again, Space Station looking very secure near the top of the standings. AXB, Cyclical, and Arsenal still having the strong season that we think they need to have. Rogue's hot and cold, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Who knows what you're going to get on the day? But overall, I think it doesn't even really matter. Even if Rogue is clicking, I still think Space Station are a team that beat them.
And that's the tough part, I feel like, where Space Station, they're the number 1 defense. They've played almost every single good team so far throughout the season, except for G2. While G2, they're number 2 in defense, and they haven't played any of those top teams. They just look clinical on the defensive side of the ball. Then everyone's getting involved on the offense. We see Arsenal relatively quiet, but that's okay. You have AXB moving up a lot more, being that offensive player now for the team. Space Station looks like they cannot lose to a bad team from the RLCS right now. That's the form it looks like right now. They'll probably be the number 1 team, and they're getting a lot of help along the way. G2 loses the Ghost. NRG loses the Cloud9. Cloud9 now beats the other team in the top 2 race with the Soniqs. Space Station, sure, it's not the biggest game because they're in the regional championships anyway, but they can almost lock up a top 2 spot at this point. And with the extra $100,000 for top 4, Space Station will come out firing on all cylinders.
Well, why don't we continue on this day of exciting Rocket League? That we've definitely had a good start to this. Let us know your thoughts. I've been seeing all the tweets online. I've been liking every single one of them because it's just been hype right now. So get online on Twitter at RL Esports, #RLCS9. Let us know your thoughts on this next match. SSG is looking strong. Will Rogue lose the game just like you all did? Let's find out right now.
Rogue are desperate to try and pick up a win, but they're against a Space Station Gaming that have just seen a hole blown wide open for them to grab a top 2 spot. So for Johnny, this is going to be a pretty difficult one for them.
Well, we just saw one team from the bottom of the standings keep their, season alive. Rogue, they did this last season, so they have some experience with this. everybody counting them out and then somehow coming back from a ridiculously bad start. This is the day to find out if they can keep that up, if they're going to beat the team everybody's calling the best in the region right now in Spacestation Gaming.
And really, I want to look towards Spacestation Gaming and just say, like, their transformation over this last year has been absolutely phenomenal. They are now, they've gone from a sort of team that you hear their name and you say, okay, probably, 5th to 7th, somewhere around the area. And now whenever you hear Spacestation Gaming's name, you say, that's a top 3 team in North America. That is such a testament to the work effort that we've seen on their side of the field. But if we look over to Rogue, especially now that Cloud9 has picked up a win, this has now become must-win because they're now starting to fall behind those teams.
Yeah, a lot of teams in the middle of the pack are picking up series wins, and even every game win matters in this format, with the main tiebreaker being that game win-loss differential. So this is it for Rogue. I mean, are they going to mirror what C9 have done and rescue their season? They don't have Fireburner on the bench to come and help them out, but they do have new signing Farskiller alongside the 2 RLCS veterans at this point. If Fireburner is going to be the man to save Cloud9, and maybe Kronovi is the man to save Rogue. He goes back just as far. Of course, not many players who are still playing at the top level do.
They would be the revenge of the battle cast players. That ends up being the case, but we will see as we get ourselves into the series. But Spacestation seem to have a good lock on the offensive pressure to start us off. Booming clear, though, from first killer. They're going to need to see lots of those from him as this series goes on, because Spacestation Gaming, they don't go quietly, and they certainly have made a loud impact at the start of this game.
That's great passing. Look at this continuation of the play from Arsenal, and to know to use the ceiling there to get the ball down into the middle quicker, that's a brilliant pass. And if Rogue aren't ready for that, if they're not paying attention to where all 3 players are, and if they're not spreading out in defense, they're going to fall victim to that all day, because Spacestation, they're one of the teams that are so confident moving forward with all 3 players and getting involved in offense.
Rogue now trying to find some sort of response. Just over a minute to be played. Arsenal, though, uncontested for the ball, and Rogue have been a little bit loose with their possession so far. Happy to boom it quite a few times. Wonder tries to control, but Arsenal already waiting for the ball to come over to him. Now he's got the flip reset. He's so dangerous in these positions. He even had boost to try and continue it. Just mechanical brilliance whenever you look at Spacestation Gaming.
Yeah, you've got to close down a player like Arsenal as fast as possible when he's in those positions. He's got the ability to land that reset and make something off it. So you need to get up in there in his face. But look at this, Kronovi. He gets up for Rogue's first goal. And that's a cracking pass from Wonder to set it up.
Yeah, just right at him. Kronovi barely had to move. He just had to make sure he got up to it. But slots it past 2 defenders. And Rogue make a quick response.
Now, can they keep it up? Rogue, they've been plagued with inconsistency all season. They have to play solid here. They can't allow many mistakes, because you know that Spacestation are likely to force a few, but that is going to be a mistake just as we're talking about it, and it's a nightmare for Rogue, but it doesn't come as too much of a surprise, because we've just seen too much of this all season from them. I mean, Farskiller, he is under pressure there, but he has to do better, and you'd expect him to do better in that position.
I feel like that goal sort of shows a bigger issue when we look at the matchup between these 2 teams. How often are we seeing 2v1s for Spacestation, whilst Rogue have got players sitting so far away? They've got to figure out a quicker way to read these plays.
You're going to get that when you play against Spacestation. We're talking earlier about demo meta. Demo meta might have started to disappear, but definitely not if you're Spacestation Gaming. They are rampant, of course, with that strategy. And just as we were talking about the mistake happen, the Rogue, they can't allow that to happen again. It's a good start, actually, by First, and what a way to redeem yourself. Leaves it out wide open for Wonder, and it's another equalizer for Rogue.
Well, they're certainly chasing this game, but they're keeping up nonetheless. Wonder, he's not going to score many easier than in the RLCS. His first killer just tears the defense apart. So, we're only halfway through the game. 4 goals scored. Defenses are in shambles right now.
Yeah, a couple of very good plays by Rogue offensively. You know, the heavy hits of Firskiller are keeping them out of pressure again as huge clear comes in. Look at what's happened to Spacestation. Delayed dodge by Wonder gets the ball middle, but looks like Spacestation should be okay here. They do have lots of players back and they've got goal side on the ball. Rogue are actually, they're causing problems in offense. It looks like goals are inevitable for them. Firskiller double demo, but now it's Kronovi missing. It's going to go straight through to first. Spacestation struggling in defense. They're kind of just waiting for Rogue to blunder like they did earlier.
There is Typical. Time to take it all the way. Almost faded it out. XP tries to put underneath. Triple commit, however, from Rogue. And that means it's an open net.
Oh dear. When we talk about Rogue having good synergy, that's not exactly what I had in mind. They did look like synchronized swimmers there, all dodging in the same direction, but ineffectively. You know, it doesn't really hold true that 3 players going at one ball makes you more likely to hit it. They just all flop past that one, and it's Spacestation in front again. They're not picking up a lot of goals here, Shogun, off Rogue misplays.
Rogue have been able to capitalize very quickly afterwards, but that is a miss there from Wonder. So that play is going to go awry. XP just decides to go for net. Why not at this point? Everything seems to be working out offensively. Typical. Little bit of a feint, puts it off the backboard. Rogue have managed to make 2 comebacks so far. Can they find themselves a third? A minute and 20 currently left in this game. They have already given up possession to Arsenal, who booms the ball and looks to follow. The annoying part about playing against Space Station is they've got so much mechanical skill. Not only does that become a threat to your goal, but taking these aerials up just wastes so much time on the clock.
Yeah, you're right, Shogun. Every time the ball goes high, that clock is running down, and it's playing for Space Station right now. They're trying to dribble the ball out of defense. That's a good cut in field by First. He's past 2. AXB had to come in and make the challenge there. Wonder had options to his right. He goes for goal, doesn't get the ball past the keeper. And that's promising for Rogue there. Just like earlier in the game, they're making chances in the final third. If only they could have had their defense functioning at any kind of high level today, we might see a scoreline in their advantage. Again, it's just wide open. Rogue's communication really causing them problems defensively. They need to wake up at that side of the field.
Back to the middle. AXB, he gets there first. Gonna come off the crossbar, and it's an unfortunate own goal. But that will probably put this game beyond Rogue, and it has been calamitous on defense.
Yeah, Kronovi is in an awkward position there. You can't really put too much of the blame on him. It's just a clear ball from Wonder straight towards a Space Station player who's ready to send it on target. And that's the 3rd time this game that Space Station have just picked up a freebie after Rogue gifted them a goal at the offensive side of the field. Should be an easy win from this point, but pretty easy as well for Rogue to figure out what they've got to do better in the next one. They just have to start talking to each other in defense. They need to stop panicking. Because if they play like this, they're not going to get a game against Space Station. They're so clinical, and they're just willing to put so many shots on target when they're given that many opportunities. But, you know, in offense, Rogue actually showed promise. They had their own chances as well.
Yeah, plenty of passing plays coming out from Rogue, but it's more the way that they're playing the ball out of their own side of the field that has become a major issue, because it feels like, and we saw this quite a few times last season, that they're not really looking at where each of their players are going. There was a lot of times last season where they were rushing to get out of their own side of the field. Yeah, they see someone get a half volley, and then suddenly all 3 players are at the halfway line. That's not how it works. You have to hold someone a little bit deeper for the worst case scenario. Worst part here for Rogue is the worst case scenario has happened quite a few times.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Rogue, they were their own worst enemies in that game, and we know they can do better than this. We've seen them play better as individuals and as a team, but against such a consistent team, probably the most consistent team in NARLCS at the moment, Space Station, you can't afford these mistakes. That has to be their game plan from here on. Let's just try and tidy it up. Let's just calm down in defense, because yes, Space Station are going to be coming at them with demos, with bumps, and with pressure, but the answer is not to panic and give them goals left, right, and center. They've got to fix their problems as soon as possible, Rogue, or else they're going to have a hard one today.
Absolutely, as we do get ourselves into game number 2 momentarily. And it is all work to do for Rogue. They know where it went wrong last game, but can they make the adaptations required? Going to see in this one. However, Spacestation, they'll just want more of the same. Rogue down to the other side of the field. Actually done quite well with this one. It's made it very awkward, but you can see how quickly Spacestation Gaming can transition that ball from their danger zone into the opposing side of the field.
Yeah, it was a great knock-on by Sypical to relieve the pressure, and when they get the ball into the Rogue end, it looks so much harder for Rogue to get rid of it, and they're relying on the hard clears to do the job for them. You know, Cloud9 were able to surprise the Soniqs earlier in the day by just starting to play a bit faster, and I would want to see the same thing from Rogue. Like, these guys have got good mechanics. Yes, they're against a brilliant mechanical team in Spacestation, but they've still got to try and step up to that level if they're going to compete with them today.
It's a good double tap. That's going to put Wonder in an awkward spot. Sypical is not to go in. Instead, he's going to wait for his opportunity. And this is going to be somewhere where Rogue are going to have to really live if they want to try and take down Spacestation Gaming. Those backboards are going to make it so much easier and so much more cost efficient on boost to deal with these individual air dribbles. So they're going to have to keep an eye out for that and just try and loiter around if they can.
Rogue so far so good. We talked about the last game and their defense being a real problem. Well, they've just played 90 seconds without making any huge blunders. So if they can keep that up, I feel like they're just going to get better and better from here. That's a brilliant demo though by Sypical. He's tried to come back into the play, but he doesn't make contact. And it is another huge hit from First Killer. Gets the ball out of the blue end.
Kronovi to keep this one going. He slow plays. That is a heavy challenge from Sypical over to Arsenal. And we said every single one of these mechanicals, another flip reset. Someone keep a counter of them. Novi, though, he's got a lot of time to try and set something up, but he's just looking for a teammate for the longest time. He does find Wonder. Can Wonder find the net? No, Spacestation have got the manpower to keep that one out.
First Killer shoots into the back wall, which was defended there. He had a passing option. Rogue are, trying to fire on net to catch Spacestation off guard, but there's always a man ready for that. Definitely want to see more passing from Rogue, but so far they've followed the game one solution quite well. There haven't been any big defensive misplays. They're playing a lot more calmly in the face of danger, in the face of pressure. But it does look like just a matter of time before Spacestation find a way through. What a touch by Sypical. It's cleared well by Kronovi.
So awkward to play against our Spacestation. Bro, managed to get there in time, but Spacestation seem to be figuring out this defensive puzzle. Arsenal, unchallenged, goes straight for net, and he catches Rogue out.
Look at the play off the ball though by Sypical. That is a brilliant touch. He popped the ball so far off the back wall that there's nobody on Rogue ready to attack it, and the placement was good. And we even saw Sypical landing on the goalkeeper on his exit from the play. He's made that incredibly easy for Arsenal in the follow-up. And although it wasn't a Rogue blunder that made it happen, still Spacestation getting the goal to take the lead in Game 2.
First Killer up against Sypical. Got himself a little bit of space, but every single member of Spacestation's hunting him down. He's still going. And unfortunately for Rogue is that bounce is not going to be a good one to try and follow. First Killer, though, getting a little bit of space for his team. Here's Wonder, doesn't hit the double tap. Chances are going to be few and far between in this series. They're going to need to try and make something of those.
Yeah, it was brilliant by First Killer. He just tried the same trick over and over again, and it kept working, hiding behind the ball and just letting it roll forward. But Spacestation, they do look solid. They've, reacted really well to what Rogue have tried to do this game. Whenever the ball's going long, there's somebody all the way back ready for it. When they're trying to bring the ball down, the Spacestation are moving in and closing the distance as early as possible. There's only a minute left on the clock for Rogue, and it's been a better game for them, but it's not good enough to beat league leaders Spacestation Gaming.
Oh, and that could have been awkward. That was one that you'd want First Killer to be going for. Couldn't quite muster up the courage to do it. Crow gets a little hit, but unfortunately, when those bounce on the floor, they become so much easier to control. Spacestation are going to do exactly that. Played all the way out. Now they're into the other side of the field. That is on target, and Wonder has to just dive on in to get himself a save. 30 seconds on the clock, though. Rogue have only got a few more rolls of the dice left. What can they make from this? Kronovi off of the ceiling. Sypical's touch, though, is very heavy. Only Arsenal currently on the goal line. Wonder looks for the set, but it's straight into Arsenal. There was a few other options to try and put that.
Yeah, it's been a solider, more solid rather game for Rogue, but they haven't had the flair. They haven't had that creativity in the final third, and there haven't been many opportunities for them to score. They probably should have stepped up the aggression a while ago, because now they've got no time left, and unless they can score on zero, it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Space Station. Yes, it is, and it's going pretty much the way that we expected. It's unfortunate for Rogue, whose season just keeps on going down and down the drain. At Space Station, on the other hand, they're one of the top teams who are able to stay consistent and win the games that they're supposed to win.
I feel like if you wanted to try and just sell Space Station to somebody and say, okay, this is how this team plays. This game in particular, I think, is a very good one. They were very bumpy, very heavy on just trying to slow the ball down and go for air dribbles. It just was almost a typical Space Station performance. Rogue, you know, they now know that their opponents are not faltering at all. They've got to step up to the plate.
It was just a brilliant solo play by Typical, and you know, Rogue have got that quality on their team. They've got ability on all three players to come in and, you know, dismantle a defensive set with, you know, just a great solo play. But they didn't do it. Typical did, and I don't think that pass is going to get as much credit as it deserves, because it was a great little pop off the wall. Don't think many people, or don't think anybody on the Rogue defense saw that coming. They were getting ready for him to maybe smash it across, and suddenly it's just a light floater off the wall. And Arsenal put the ball in, while Typical also landed on first killer in the goal line. Brilliant assist, and one of the best we've seen all day. If we see more of that from Space Station, I think they're going to sweep this series pretty easily.
Well, they are still currently trying to find their top two spot, and it is a very annoying thing about trying to take on Space Station, is just how much they change the pace on you within the single plays. You don't know if they're going to try and just blast the ball at you, if they're going to try and mind game you, but you're the one that has to make the right decision. You don't, they end up scoring. Is this going to be an opportunity? No, nobody around for Rogue to take advantage of it.
Space Station are so unpredictable with their touches. You never know if it's going to be a booming clear or if they're just going to land a flip reset on the ball and slow it right down. But they're excelling in either version of the game, whether it's a fast end-to-end game, whether it's more awkward and slow in the midfield. They look so comfortable, and this is really a great season for them. Everybody's wondering, will Space Station be able to match what they did in the previous season? But actually, they're looking to go one better here. And if they can keep this up, I think they will.
Arsenal got a bit of time. There's a double commit. That'll probably be the end of Rogue's chance of pressure. They're trying to get something going just to buy a bit of time for their teammates to get some boost. Number one priority whenever you do end up losing pressure. He's already up first, though. He's going to try and chase this down. Just ends up stealing the boost instead. But now, two players out. Pro has to cover, and he does it well.
Yeah, Rogue do keep committing to chances that don't look all that tasty. I don't know why they're throwing everybody forward consistently, but that's been the least of their problems today. They've got a really tough task now to reverse sweep Space Station. I think even harder than what we just saw from Cloud9. Although that was an insanely impressive performance from them. But, you know, it's up to Rogue now to show that they are at that level. Cloud9 reverse sweeping under massive pressure. Can Rogue do the same with a rookie on the roster in first killer? It's going to be tough. I don't think you've got an easier or any harder matchups, I should say. That was almost a goal for Space Station as he just fell through the defense.
Oh, and Arsenal, he's got a chance to try and take it. Instead, leaves it for Typical. Not enough on the shot to make it any real danger for Rogue. But Rogue are a team that have really made almost a habit of reverse sweeping seasons, let alone series. So they can do it.
They still have a chance to do that. It is still possible. But although they fixed their defensive problems, they look very uninspiring in offense. They just don't have that unpredictability, the creativity that Space Station have had. Game one, I think they looked great offensively, but the fact that they've taken more care in defense, it's really taken the wind out of their sails in offense. They just don't have the confidence to go in and make plays on the ball. They're going to need that because Space Station aren't going to give them any freebies. They don't really make those mistakes in defense, or at least they haven't yet. But it's still scoreless game 3. One goal could be all it needs for Rogue to start that comeback. We saw what Cloud9 were able to do when they got a goal in their series earlier today. Maybe that's the answer for Rogue.
That's going to be an opportunity. He goes for net XP, though, equal to it. It seems like Spacestation managed to read every single one of these plays so far. Maybe an extra pass would have been the right shout. That's going to be up high as first killer takes his time. I'm going to try and get Chronovi back into a good spot, and that's what that air dribble was attempting to do. Exactly what it achieved as well, but Arsenal's already there. How quick are Space Station Gaming to getting to these loose balls?
I don't know how Arsenal knew that the ball was going to be falling down into this position. It looked like an aerial 50-50 that could have gone anywhere, but he was just perfectly positioned and reacted immediately to the chance. You know, Rogue are going to be scratching their heads and thinking, how do we stop these guys from scoring? Because they didn't, you know, play that position horribly. It was just an aerial 50-50 into a point-blank range shot. Well played, Arsenal. That's Predator instinct that comes with him. The hype man of the team, and now they're just 80 seconds away from sweeping Rogue and just sending themselves to the top of the table with a real statement to the rest of the league.
Gibbs said that they don't lose to anyone worse than them. This is a interesting touch from Wonder. Another goal. Trying to seal the deal for Space Station, and they're looking for it. They're trying to put as much pressure on as they possibly can. Sipical already over the top. Chronovi brought into the play. And first killer knows that he's beat, and that has been a theme for this series for Rogue. Every time they try and get something going, Space Station just that little bit quicker, that little bit sharper.
They just always have a man ready. They're always prepared for everything that Rogue are doing. They've got, you know, just like Soniqs did against Cloud9, they've got an answer for everything. But unlike Soniqs, they're not letting off and they're not allowing Rogue to surprise them late in a series. This is it now. Rogue have got to do something, or else they're going to be losing this. But as we get into the end of the game, it's actually still Space Station creating the better chances.
Yeah, everybody was forward for Rogue. That's going to be up. Wonder has to go, and it's another time that Sipical is quicker than the offensive player. 10 seconds now on the clock. XP off the backboard. Rogue got to go the entire length of the pitch, but first things first, they got to make sure they don't concede. Now got to keep it off the floor. Chronovi will try and do that, but it will roll to the floor. Space Station Gaming decimate Rogue.
That is an impressive performance by Space Station Gaming, but hugely disappointing for Rogue on the other side of the field. It's just a story of two halves, really. The only time in the series that Space Station looked threatened by Rogue was game one, when Rogue were, you know, throwing everybody forward and attacking as much as possible. As soon as they decided to sit back and fix their defensive problems, they just had nothing. They had no creativity. They had no surprises for Space Station, which is a shame, because you look at the roster, you see what they've got individually to bring to the table, and they just couldn't make it happen today.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at how Space Station are right now. Just you see what they're capable of in games like this, and you start to realize just how good you have to be to do what Dignitas did to them over at the World Championships. It almost seems like Space Station had that result, and they've been infuriated by it ever since. They want to dominate teams exactly the same way, and that is what they did to Rogue in this one, because, you know, apart from the one time that you mentioned, Space Station always looked like the better team. It's just now that they've got that extra season under their belt, the confidence is now there.
Yeah, they always had, I think, the ability to surprise their opposition with their mechanics in offense and with their creativity, with their aggression. But now they've also got a really solid foundation at the other side of the field. They look defensively organized. They look unstoppable, and they look really tough to crack. Rogue got 2 past them in game 1, and then that was it. No more goals for the rest of the series.
So despite losing earlier on to Cloud9, it's going to be Soniqs up next as they try to get their season back on track. They're going to be taking on a struggling Flight coming up next.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet friendly. Maybe a little too pet friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする ここまで来た あなたはどこまで行く
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
All the reasons why we've been separate ways, feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive with busy chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will, though, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it again. We can start it again. We can start it.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching North American League Play. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X Moore, and alongside me, we have Gibbs and Johnny Boy now joining us on the desk. I'm sure, Johnny Boy, you were super happy about that one being a 3-0, given how long the first one went.
Well, you're not wrong. I'm sure you're well aware of that as a caster yourself, but you know, I was as well rooting for Rogue a little bit because it is sad to see them not perform up to the level that I know we're all aware they're capable of. But yeah, just an easy 3-0 for Spacestation, who look unbelievably impressive.
And a couple weeks ago, everyone at Spacestation like in their top 2. Like I thought it was such a controlled series from them. It felt like they knew where every 50 was gonna go as well. It just seemed like they positioned so well. Plus, they're so confident with one another to win those 50-50s, to score these goals. Rogue had a few misses early on, and then it was like, if you're going to miss against Space Station, you're just not going to beat them. It's just that simple, because Space Station is so incredibly consistent.
Yeah, so for Rogue now, what's this looking like, Gibbs, just in their runs? They're done and out of commission for playoffs now, aren't they?
Yes, but they can still survive, but they, need to do a lot of things right. They play Flight going into the final week of the season. They need to beat them and get some help to avoid the promotion tournament. So we'll see how that goes. But they're also not out of the running for 10th place, because now if Flight takes them down, they could be auto-relegated. So next week, sure, it doesn't seem like it, Flight versus Rogue, but that match literally means everything now.
Now, Johnny, how do you feel about this SSG team? I mean, like, we've seen back and forth between all these top 6 teams. Everyone's beating each other. Is SSG starting to solidify themselves as, the best in North America? Do you still feel like there's another team they have to fight out that spot for?
The only thing that I have to see from them is this kind of performance in a playoff scenario. But in terms of league play, they look like the best team. They don't look like there's anybody on their level in terms of reads on what the opposition are doing. And their tricky plays in offense are so difficult for the opponents to read. Like, I think that's the main difference. They don't win with incredibly better mechanics than the other team. They don't win with like a whole other level of team play. They're just better at reading the game.
And Gibbs, how are they looking in your eyes right now? Because I feel like for me, it's just, especially when it comes to just how they've been playing, not just getting the wins, but they look phenomenal doing it. They're styling, and it's just fun Rocket League to watch. How do they fit in your eyes?
It's really nice for them because, again, it's that 50 game. The mechanics not necessarily show up all the time. I feel like Arsenal sometimes will show them, but they just read the game so well with those 50s, know that the other player will lose it, and they move up the field so well together. But for them, that they're going into the final week, they play EUnited and then G2. They might lock up everything when they play EUnited and not have to worry about G2 as much, which is great for them going forward.
But before we move forward on the rest of the day, we do have to do our Player of the Day check-in. Our nominees for today, who would have guessed it? There's Fireburner up on the board, Gibbs.
Yeah, retirement, man. I don't think it's suiting Fireburner all that much right now. I want to see him back on the field in RLCS. So Fireburner, why don't you hang up that coaching role and start playing for some of these teams here that need a third, maybe even Cloud9, who knows? But on the other side, you have to give it to Arsenal. He was the one leading the charge on the offensive side for Space Station. You could easily put all 3 of them up there, but I think Arsenal just did a little bit more when they needed it. But again, it was such a commanding series versus Rogue that Space Station that they're not worried about that at all.
Well, let's talk about our next match right now. It's going to be Flight versus the Soniqs. We've already seen the Soniqs, of course, hit the field today as they played against Cloud9, got reverse swept. Johnny, I feel like this might be a bit of a different story, though, for the Soniqs this time around.
Well, we're about to see how they respond to something not going their way. They've had a great season so far, but they just got reverse swept by Cloud9 Fireburner Edition. We're going to see if they can bounce back. I think they will. I think that they've got the quality on their team to beat Flight, even though they didn't have the result that they wanted earlier in the day. And they've just got to, have a hard reset. Remember that they're still in a great position overall compared to where a lot of people thought they would be at this point in the season.
And that's the big question for Soniqs is they won 5 in a row. They lost to NRG in week 1. Then they rallied off 5 wins, so the momentum was there. But how do you bounce back? Now, it's a pretty nice game that they get to bounce back on versus Flight. But let's not forget that last weekend, Flight played really well when Memory was moving up the field and getting a lot of offense going on that team. 1.5 goals per game, 1.5 assists per game in 3 games, like on their showing on Saturday. So if memory gets involved, there's a chance for Flight, because we've seen those mechanics out of Seabass. We've seen them out of Rapid. They have what it takes. And right now might be the best time to play Soniqs and Flight. They have everything to play for still, too. They don't want that 10th spot.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we want to say, you know, Flight has a chance, and it's just the issue is that they are up against the Soniqs that we've already seen play today. We've seen a very on-point Cloud9. They look phenomenal, and Soniqs still, you know, they kept up with them, went to game 5, into an overtime. It's just unfortunately the script was against them today. But, you know, the Soniqs looked phenomenal. They looked like they were playing really good. And I just feel like their teamwork and their speed is just something that's going to overtake Flight, whether Memory's playing good or not. Flight generally tends towards those solo plays, and unless they've really learned to connect with each other, Johnny, disagree if you'd like, I just don't feel like Flight really has much of a stronghold here.
No, I mean, the only thing that they do have, well, the best thing they have going for them is, like, the Soniqs boys have just lost a series. They've just been reverse swept, so maybe they can come in with a mental advantage. But in terms of mechanics, in terms of team play, we've not seen enough from them this season to justify predicting this one in their favor, in my opinion.
Well, we're going to find out in just a few minutes, but not before you guys get online. Keep that Twitter action going at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. We always want to hear your thoughts. Keep that energy up on the internet. But it is now time to get into our match. Will Flight finally soar, or will the Soniqs put Flight out of commission? We have Jorby Turtle to bring you the action.
Flight are still figuring out how to fly their plane in the RLCS, and for Soniqs, it's just a bump in the road against Cloud9, a hot Fireburner-led Cloud9. But Soniqs Turtle, they're the type of team that can bounce back from series like that, even in the same day. They're a very quality team. To me, the story is, can Flight avoid the 10th spot, and can they potentially secure that 7th spot to stay out of the promotion tournament?
And that's huge, because not getting auto demoted down into the rival series, I mean, this is a lot to fight for. People don't understand that. You know, even if you're in the 9th or 8th spot, you still have a chance to keep your spot in the RLCS and prove your worth. But if you come in 10th and Flight, you know, they're looking like a team that might possibly edge out to be the 10th team. That is crucial. And it's almost like a slap in the face saying, you know, you didn't deserve to be here. You automatically are just out of competition. So I think that's a huge, you know, fighting point, obviously, for Flight. But for Soniqs, like you talked about, I think it's staying untilted, because, you know, losing to a substitute, and especially when it's Fireburner, that is probably, I was watching that series, I was so nervous. That is one of the most frustrating things to probably ever happen to a player in Rocket League history, almost, whenever you're competing against somebody who hasn't even touched the game in a week and you still lose.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that worked really well for Cloud9 with Fireburner is how aggressive they were on offense. All 3 players pushing up together, and Fireburner was an integral part of that push. And for Soniqs, they don't put a lot of shots on net a game. So a team that's like G2 or like the Fireburner-led Cloud9 kind of starting to draw the blueprint against the Soniqs, this quick attack, very, very high-pressure game that G2 and teams like G2 and Cloud9 play. The Soniqs have trouble finding those clears and getting their way out. Now, Flight, they've just had offensive struggles all season. They do start on defense to clear this ball out. But if they can find a way to get that consistent pressure, and that's a good shot, but saved by Sathu, and Shock a quick follow-up to start it off, maybe Flight have some gumption in this series, but we'll see.
And even in the series that we saw earlier from Soniqs, the first 2 games were out of this world. They were playing fantastic. They had the typical pace, the defense was great, the saves were there, the communication. And then all of a sudden, once they started losing a lot of that momentum in game 5 with that substitute, they were double committing everywhere. And I think the communication completely broke down. So for Soniqs, if they can just get back to with that calm mentality, I think they've got this one set.
Well, right now, Shock's up for the ball, but Seabass will punt it away. And Flight, you know, Seabass has had times this season where he's just looked on point, sometimes carrying the ball the length of the field himself, winning a lot of 50s. Right now it's Soniqs, though. Look how they approach Sathu. He's loves going up that corner. I saw him do it several times in the series against Cloud9, trying to take it off the corner, off the ceiling. He hasn't really found too much success doing that yet. And Sathu, if he can start finding those passes on the attacking corner, Soniqs could be really deadly. But Flight are able to get back to the blue half of the field. Shock. He will take it over to Shock, running in for the
beautiful.
MVP. He hits it off the post. No good. So that whole progression, beautiful, but no goal to cap it off.
Shock, I love the dribbling, the idea of that. I mean, even in the initial series earlier, we saw that from Sathu a lot of the time. And some great videos here. Sathu again with the double touch. He almost had it. There's so many chances going their way. They just can't find the finishing shot.
Now it's a quick turnaround for Rapid. They were catching Soniqs on the transition, but Rapid couldn't get a solid pass out towards the center on his carry. Now he's forced back to his own corner. Rapid with a little bit of boost in the tank. Memory coming in to try to help it, but Flight still on defense here. And Soniqs are just waiting in midfield. Here's Sathu. Seabass actually wins a crucial touch back over to Rapid, but it's off the crossbar and away. That's 2 for Flight. That get immediately knocked away, but that was their best chance on net so far.
And it all stemmed from that speed you were talking about earlier, Jorby, where it's just flat out aggression. I think Johnny Boy mentioned it during his cast as well, that Cloud9, they weren't hesitating to use that boost. They weren't hesitating to jump in front of the faces of Soniqs, spam their boost, and be as quick pace to the ball as possible. So that could be definitely a huge disadvantage when it comes to Soniqs' game and how slow they are to get out of the defensive side.
Look at Flight right now. Their rotation, very, very aggressive. They have control of the midfield boost. They have these passes forcing double commit onto Soniqs, but Soniqs do get this clear. But it's still Flight. Oh, Dapper, if he wins enough 50s, it'll just be Soniqs. Flight handle business, and they do get back to the blue half of the field. Sathu trying to find Dapper. Soniqs are really struggling to find consistent possession, consistent solid touches right now. Shock with a little bit of boost. Made do with what he could. Sathu got a free look at the third, and it's saved by Memory. Just getting up in time. Dapper buying some time for Soniqs to get reset. Sathu on the challenge in the third. Soniqs starting to close down Flight in the orange half, but an expected touch from Rapid will send the Soniqs back to their own half.
Dangerous positioning on the defensive side. Lots of space given to Soniqs. Thankfully, Sathu, if you're a Sonic or if you're a Flight fan, he didn't find that shot. But there has been a lot more open up space for Soniqs, I think, once they can force that defense. But right now we're seeing, you know, the typical Soniqs defensive style where they kind of push back a lot. They're really okay with just, you know, saving a lot of these mediocre shots and dealing with pressure in that way and just waiting to challenge, you know, the perfect on target angled shots that really come towards their net. They're totally calm and, you know, not really panicking too much, which is a great sign because in that game 5 we just saw, they were all over the place.
Yeah, they've been managing their half fairly well, like you said, limiting the amount of quality opportunities Flight has had and content to save these mediocre shots, but that also puts you in a tough spot to where you have to have pretty much perfect control of your back boosts.
Yeah,
otherwise
definitely.
you're gonna have trouble. Mediocre shots all of a sudden become quality shots, but Shock, one more touch towards the net, it's off the crossbar. Sathu, the 50 up top for Dapper. He already has the read. It's straight in front. It'll be cleared away by Memory. Rapid's already downfield. Rapid one touch, and Memory was maybe expecting a second touch, and he's forced back. He has no boost. He does play it out to the corner. Damage control is good enough. Memory still on the carry. Has to get it by 3 Soniqs attackers. He's got some help from Rapid. Rapid, he wants to play it. One man to beat. It's Dapper, but it's too high. It may drop for overtime. Shock wants to play it. That could be dangerous.
Oh, maybe.
A dangerous touch from Shock. This keeps the ball
Smack this down.
in the air for Flight. There it goes, overtime.
Flight looking solid.
Flight, yeah.
I mean, the possession for them towards the end of that initial game. Now, as we go into overtime, I think they've got a lot of momentum to build on here. And the speed, Jorby, is on point.
Yeah, Seabass had a really good read to get that out, but Soniqs, again, they're not really, Soniqs aren't exactly an aggressive team. They are content to sit in midfield even when they're on offense.
Yeah.
They have control. Their positioning is usually good enough. And that's why you see them lose in the shot differential more times than not. But the difference is the efficiency of their chances that they take. But I mean, Flight have control this overtime. That was a quick pass taken away by Shock. Seabass around the corner, and it will be thrown up downfield as Shock. The pass from Sathu. Shock can't get a solid touch. It was wide. He had a lot of net to look at. He just couldn't find the target. Dapper tried to flip it over, but Memory right on top of him, Turtle.
That was actually the third demo I think I've seen where somebody from Soniqs is killing the last man back, that third man who's waiting for the cleanup shot, and that opens up so much space for then somebody from Soniqs to carry the ball out. So great defensive demos from them, which we don't see a lot. Defensive demos, when you're rotating back, you rarely see that. It's normally the offensive side where you can be aggressive. But Soniqs, they're implementing a little bit of a different style rotation and trying to force some different aggression onto Flight.
The idea from Dapper there to get that quick touch and pop it out towards the middle. I like the idea. Soniqs weren't ready for it. They're back on defense. Flight. Rapid, he gets under another. Rapid almost does it himself, but Soniqs. Shock got in the way just in time. Shock throws his way. He's almost picked off by Rapid. Sathu right behind him has the clear. Soniqs surviving game 1 overtime against Flight. Cannot find any room to work with on offense.
Oh, there's space. That could be it.
That shot's good! Seabass will score and Flight take the first game against Soniqs.
We were waiting. We saw the opportunities, these shots, and the speed. We have been talking about it all game. Seabass, he is so fast in the air. And this is finally an opportunity, I think, where we see Flight take advantage of Seabass, his individual skill, and throw him up towards the aggressive side of the pitch. Something beautiful. We've been waiting for it to connect. Flight finally looking strong here off of tilted Soniqs that we saw earlier on today.
It didn't directly convert to a goal, but Rapid's carry down the field where he won 2 touches, got it on the back wall, almost scored, forcing Soniqs to dive for the ball. It was Shock, and then from there, Flight just had so much pressure, and it was relentless. And then, again, it was, what, 11 shots? Yeah, 11 shots on net for Flight, but it was 11 for Soniqs. Soniqs had offense at times in that series, but they were getting beat on transition, and they were losing on the pitch. Flight took control of this game and put a lot of quality opportunities. They forced Soniqs to stretch their own back wall several times, use a lot of boost. So while it didn't directly translate into like a 20-shot game for Flight, they still put up 10 plus shot game and got themselves a win. Last week, you saw Flight and they looked a little better. I think they look even better this week.
I mean, they've just been definitely improving as the season has gone on. But I feel like it's such an interesting topic is the Soniqs playstyle and this passive rotation where you wait for a lot of shots and you're totally fine with making a lot of saves and difficult reads off the backboard so long as it isn't too threatening. And in situations like this, like you said, Jorby, mediocre shots can turn into fantastic opportunities and shots on net if you're given the right space and you can starve your opponent. So it's almost a matter of just time and waiting if you're Flight.
Flight, a struggle all season to find their way, find their philosophy here in the RLCS. But they start on offense with a great pass from Rapid. Memory had to wrap around the ball. They would only keep it locked in the blue half, but it's a good read from Seabass. Flight are just locking down these angles. They're reading the flow of the game so well, especially on offense, and aggressive too on these challenges. Rapid, he just destroyed 2 Soniqs defenders, and that makes clearing the ball out so much more difficult for Soniqs when you have one player who's so disruptive on the offensive half of the field.
And he's doing a great job here, even maintaining all his boosts, so efficient with when he uses his boost, when he feathers it. And that's how he can keep challenging forward, keep the possession on, and then starve out while taking those corner boosts, and then wait for just one simple mistake from Soniqs to just explode.
And Shock got chipped by Memory, and so as he was approaching that challenge, he was slowed down and couldn't win that challenge. It was the difference for Flight to get that ball cleared out. Flight are back on offense. Soniqs still feeling the reel from that game 5 against Cloud9. Another shot right in the Shock. This time saved. Rapid just keeping the ball away from Soniqs. Dapper right in front will turn it around here for Soniqs. Can they find a goal? Dapper under one. It's going to bounce up. Rapid and Memory both commit. Shot is good for Shock. Punished. And Soniqs finally have a goal.
Communication playing a vital role here in the mistake. We saw a great 50 from Dapper, but then the double commit, Memory and Rapid, both in the same situation, same ball. Somebody's got to stay on the ground. You'd expect somebody on the backboard to maybe have a solid hit, but instead Memory kind of went for a weird air dribble touch. And then you see Soniqs, they're just able to capitalize off of that mistake. So a good job of, maintaining strong defense so that they could finally go on offense and make a mistake happen.
I mean, for Rapid, in that situation, the ball's over your head. If you have Memory right behind you, like you said, communication. Someone's got to call that off. Memory almost hopped in front for that dunk. Up in front, Sathu back over to Dapper. It's Shock.
trying to work towards the box. Rapid will take it away. Flight, despite giving up that goal, really it's the only real error that has cost Flight in this series so far. And they still have control. But the thing about the Susquehanna Sonics is you're not going to expect them to have relentless pressure. They're going to score when they get the ball. They've been so efficient this season, but Flight, we'll see if they can keep the pressure up, because if there's anything that we know about this Sonics defense is that you have to put on a lot of shots to get through them.
Oh, so much. Yeah. And I mean, I was even talking to Dapper about it personally, and he just said he really doesn't see an issue with the shot differential. Personally, he said he doesn't mind letting, you know, all these weak shots go on net, so long as it can create a better counterattack opportunity. So I think it's going to come down a lot to these goal line saves and the ability for anybody on Sonics to get in front of the ball and make even a top corner shot save, anything like that. There were incredible saves that came out from Dapper actually against Cloud9.
And for that entire time, just Flight's positioning in midfield was so solid. They really prevented any kind of transition for Sonics, and they had a couple of them, but it's a good third man from all three Flight players right now, trying to get a game-tying goal.
Yeah.
Quick transition. There's a shot. Shock has it blocked. Still Seabass rolling around, taken away by Dapper. Rapid cuts off the pass back over to Shock. Sathu has to handle this now for Sonics. Rapid. Another one. He's got no boost. Tees it up for Memory. Memory wants Rapid, but Rapid had to leave. He had no boost. And even if he recovered there, I'm not sure he would have had a solid shot on net. It is that Dominus, though. He's got point on the ball here. Back into the middle, and Flight can't really seem to get a play going just yet. Memory sends that towards the box, but all Seabass can do is send it back over to the corner.
This ball is just moving so slowly. I feel like everything is coming down to these corner positions. I think Flight, a big tactic of theirs is to toss this ball into the corner and force some kind of weird bounce or maybe a mistake out of Sonics, but it's not happening now as they seem to have warmed up after that first initial game. No mistakes out, and here's Dapper with a great air dribble across the field, almost got one.
Rapid had to be careful there. If he jumps up a little too high early, he ends up killing the ball and neutralizes it, which would have been a chance for Sonics, who were pushing down the field. Instead, he got right under it, so it hit off the top of his car and was able to take it away from Sonics. So Rapid, good on defense. The quick shot turned away. Sonics are feeling a little jumpy on defense. There's been a couple of double commits. That time everyone did. And another long clear. Dapper's there. He got the touch, but Rapid again, cutting off these potential passes that turn into shots. There's another one blocked by Seabass. It's a loose ball in front. Flight, last chance down the field. Seabass flips it over one, taken away by Dapper in the corner. Time expiring to 0. Flight, do they have another?
Oh, they can
it's
do
a
it.
catch and a pop by Seabass, and the shot won't be good. Sonics tie the series.
Rapid almost had that initial shot. He just smacked it into the ground. I'm not sure if there was space from his angle to keep the ball in the air when going for that buzzer beater. Flight looking deadly in the final seconds. Sonics, they barely managed to hold on. And what we talked about earlier, I mean, there was a last-second save across the net from Sonics that they just rely on. And the issue with this is sometimes whenever they are forced to go for these saves, it's so much easier to double commit because you can panic a lot when you see an initial ball that gets towards your net. So communication always has to be on point. And that first goal from Sonics was a classic, you know, just punishing goal where you see a mistake come out where nobody could get the touch.
Yeah, and again, in that situation, if you have a teammate back post and it's over your head, you know, Rapid probably thinking he can pop that up, maybe catch on the backboard, or maybe he can just pop it up for Memory to do it. But by the time Memory jumps for it, it's too late no matter what Rapid does with the ball.
Yeah, definitely.
You're in a tough spot if you're Flight. So it's just one mistake can be the difference, Turtle. Even though Flight have done a good job controlling this game, you know, Dapper had 4 saves. Shock had 2, Sathu had 1. So when the defense is this good consistently from Sonics, you know, all that pressure just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, the shots just have to be better. That is the difference maker with Flight right now. If you're going to put on any opportunities or any attacks, you cannot just go for basic shots. So even in their situation where the typical Rocket League trend is to just keep throwing shots at the net and hope you can get a mistake, I think Flight should, instead of just trying to throw everything there, try and control the ball, take it infield, look for a better opportunity. In that instance, it might decrease your amount of overall shots, but against this defense from Sonics, you're going to need to switch it up.
Oh, Seabass wanted that double touch, or the double tap, and just couldn't find it. A really tight angle. And Seabass has been a flashy player at times.
Yeah.
But it's been tough for him to find space to do what he can do. And even though Flight have controlled the game, Soniqs have also done a good job of not giving Flight too much space. There's some good transitions from Flight, and that gives them 1 or 2 solid opportunities. But other than that, Soniqs, they're quick to the ball.
Definitely.
And they're not completely losing the boost battle, which may be the difference for Flight. If they can't secure these back boosts, these back blue boosts, they probably will never find the back of the net again against Soniqs. But they are putting on some more pressure. Dapper coming up with another save. He'll move by Rapid, try to win the 50 against Memory, and he does. Shock going to take control now. Off the backboard, looking, and Dapper will actually wrap it around Seabass, but the rest of Soniqs going to wait in midfield for this. Seabass, the touch from Rapid, nothing just yet. Soniqs, it's been a surprising season, ripping 5 straight games after taking NRG to 5 games in week 1 of the season. A Shock has been a big reason for that, in the running for MVP. And he hasn't really, he's only had 1 goal so far. It's been tough for him to make headway, but something that I've been mentioning a couple of times is I'm just impressed by Dapper. Dapper's return to the RLCS, he has been such a quality addition to Soniqs, and he's a big reason why they're doing as well as they are. But Soniqs get away with one. Wait, no, they don't! And Dapper can't get the save, so Rapid will punish Soniqs too far out.
I thought Dapper might have been able to make another incredible save here off the backward. Shock read the bounce horribly. It rolled out and just caught that lip of the corner of the stadium where it just stays on the ground. Shock had no idea what was going to happen with the bounce. Dapper rolled across the net, almost got an insane save yet again. But finally, we've got Flight on the board after some pressure.
The Rapid's always going to be downfield, looking for those passes. He loves to play that aggressive game.
Yeah.
If it's not bumps and demos, he's at least going to try to make a 50 happen to keep pushing forward. That's up high off the back wall, a miss from Seabass, but Rapid will pick it up. Rapid again, downfield, picked off by Dapper. Here's Shock, off the ceiling, carrying down Soniqs, another potential shot, and it's saved again. Soniqs, a couple opportunities, and Flight moved back down the pitch.
And that was a really good idea from Shock there with the initial ground pitch. He actually didn't try to force it towards the net. He kind of tried to give it some air, get it to bounce up a little bit, set up his teammates. Just shows you how selfless a lot of these players are. Here he is again, off the backboard, going for a little sneaky air dribble. Some good ideas from Soniqs, but so far defense from Flight. This is probably the best we've seen so far from him. No communication errors whatsoever.
Dapper pulling off. He has to give room for Sathu now. Some time for Flight to get to that challenge, and now Rapid in front, loses to Dapper. The shot in for Shock, and he will find the tying goal. That's 2 for Shock in the series.
Dapper's he's been getting physical this whole season, really. He gets a nice win there and then challenges Seabass, a routine play for him as the passer to go for those demos. You know, it's one thing to be the guy who's always assisting, but then to do even more than that once you can get that initial pop out, it helps so much with the team, the rotation, and also the opportunity that you're opening up. Dapper, a really good initial play from him as they get their first one here.
And that's been part of Soniqs' story. It's okay. Dapper to Shock. It is a dynamic
It's a duo. Yeah.
To say the least. Shock just seems to always be there for the clutch factor for Soniqs, but now they're in trouble. Shock got back down to it on the 50. Dapper gets there just in time for the challenge against Rapid. Now Sathu racing across. Soniqs feeling comfortable on defense. Rapid ends up sending it forward. Seabass behind him. Rapid will opt for the boost steal. The ball just got away from Shock. Now Shock having to wrap back around. Memory trying to buy time, and the defense is just, there's a giant gash in it, and the Soniqs will punish.
And I don't think you can really blame Flight too much about that over-aggression, but it was that touch as that third man back. He got nothing on that hit whatsoever. That's what opened up all the space. You were hoping to see kind of some sort of stall hit, give your teammates some time to get back, get some boost. But you know, you've got a minute left, Jorby. Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trying to get a little bit too aggressive here.
Yeah, Memory, as soon as there were 2 players he had to avoid to get to that ball, like, it's already too late. And Rapid was just by midfield by the time the ball was in Soniqs' hands. So, you know, a little bit too risky on the challenge from Memory, and it didn't initially start like that. And Memory was kind of in a position where it's, you know, well, I'm screwed if I do or don't here.
Yeah, it's all or nothing at that point.
Memory trying to make up for it, and it bounces straight back. Shock and Seabass on the challenge. It'll be Seabass on the win. Memory, first touch. He's got another one. Rapid close there. He can't find it. It's blocked. Soniqs, they just have to survive the next 17 seconds. There's a win from Shock that'll kill more time off the clock. Up quickly for it is Dapper. Next man up, it's Sathu. He wins it clean off the ceiling. Does he have another touch? No. Seabass clears it out, but it's not good enough. Shock takes another one, and it's blocked. That was a great save from Memory, but you need a goal to win this game. And Soniqs, they have to stop. Sathu, oh, what a great clear from Sathu. Memory has the catch, but Dapper hops in front of him, and Soniqs will win game 3.
And it's interesting, Jorby. I mean, you talked about it earlier, that Soniqs, you know, they have the dynamic duo of Dapper and Shock. And I think that that is an element that is missing from Flight. I think over this entire season so far from Flight, they've all individually, each player, Rapid, Seabass, Memory, they've had respective games of their own where I think they've popped off. Towards the beginning of the season, I thought we saw Seabass do really fantastic. And then, you know, as things progressed, Rapid started picking the pace up a bit. And then Memory last weekend, whenever they got their first win, he was basically doing all the heavy lifting. But it's whenever you connect all those pieces, find out individually what play style works best for you, and then utilize it. And you're gonna get caught off guard a lot if you fail to put the puzzles together, put the pieces together, excuse me. And for Soniqs, that's exactly what they did. They punished them, they found the open nets, and there was so much space left on defense.
And I think that, you know, for Flight, there's still a lot of things to like in this series. You're not out of this by any stretch. Rapid especially has been all over the field in this series. He's been winning 50s, trying to put his team in positions to either score or open up some space. Like, he's done a lot of that. And again, that play from Dapper where he gets that initial pass, got the bump onto Seabass. That's
huge.
The difference with this Soniqs team. That's the difference that Dapper makes now in his return to the RLCS. So for Flight, this is the story just kind of keeps writing itself for Flight. We haven't really taken a twist for this team. They just can't seem to finish series. At times they look so good, but then when it comes to finishing series, finishing games, they just continually struggle. Can they do it here? Can they fight for a game 5? Soniqs looking to recover after their game 5 loss against Cloud9.
Yeah, and I think while it may sound scummy, I mean, Soniqs going into this, they were already a little bit tilted because, you know, you lost to Fireburner, the coach who subbed in. I think you try and play off that advantage and go for some demos and constantly try and throw them off even more. Just get in their faces against Soniqs, because you have to throw them out of their game and make them panic, just like Cloud9 did.
That's a good win from Shock. He got a second tap. He got a bump as well, but an easy pull shot back pass. Back over to Dapper. That's a quick pass over to Memory, broken up by Shock. Dapper on the turnaround. Shot on net. Taken away by Seabass. Soniqs. Well, the little touch got away from Shock, and then, like you said, the demo. And then Dapper buying a little bit of time for Soniqs, but Seabass on the dribble opted to go in front to try to force it through. And Dapper has the clear again for Soniqs. Well, Flight just trying to kick it away from Soniqs' attack, but it's so tough when they have the corners locked down like this. We saw this in the previous games. The bump by Dapper gave Shock a chance at the net, and despite there still being 2 defenders in net, Shock going for that long bar post shot. He just hit the post.
Oh, but Rapid there, Memory had a great challenge to put the ball forward. Rapid, a little bit of a tight window, could have sealed it, maybe go for a pass, and then he just bangs it to the corner. Well, I think Flight have good possession. Sometimes I feel like they just kind of toss it a bit into that spot. But here's a great chance, almost off the crossbar.
Oh,
still
you gotta
wide.
score those.
That was it. That was the one.
That was 2. There was 2 chances. The first one missing off the crossbar, and then Rapid. It's crossbar city for Flight. It's not the only 2 times they've hit the crossbar in this series. Downfield Seabass, he's cut off by Sathu. And it's got to be deflating, Turtle, when you get these transition opportunities down the field. It's like you did everything right. and you're feeling good, and then you just miss the shot twice. And how do you fight back from that when it just continues to happen to you time and again? Another shot, this time blocked, but it's still Flight's ball. Looking rapid, ends up popping on the top of his dominance. He wants to get back to it, but it will be sent out to the corner. Well handled on defense. Dapper flips by one, and Dapper, the god on the 1v1. Soniqs up.
I mean, this is a nostalgic play for me because, you know, seeing Dapper hit him with the jukes and the dribbles on the offensive side, that is what I love to see from him. Dapper, you know, he's previously been known as one of the best 1v1 players, and he shows here why he was so confident and so good in every 1v1 match. He's definitely evolved from that play style, but now here he is again, Shock actually with a shot on net. And you can see Soniqs, they're starting to feel so comfortable even whenever they're getting barricaded in with a bunch of shots from Flight.
Yeah, they're pushing past the third at this point. They've won a lot of the boost. Dapper another shot. This will be Sathiu's, and Sathiu does finish. And Soniqs, what feels like a comfortable 2-goal lead here in Game 4.
Yeah, and now, I mean, on the other side, they just switched it up. Now it's Soniqs really the ones with an onslaught of shots. Dapper did a great job of forcing a save out there. Sathiu with good precision as well on the net to find that corner where nobody can even possibly get a save. And Soniqs looking clean and collected. We don't see any repeats of those weird communicational errors that we did in Game 1.
Flight. It was looking like we might see a different Flight in Game 1, but I feel like I've said that for the last 3 series I've watched Flight play, where they come out firing and then teams just seem to slowly figure them out over time. And I feel like the best thing I can say about this Flight team is that they can win. They're good at winning 50s sometimes, and other than that, like, their transitions are pretty good, but they're shooting. They're shooting. If they score even one of those, this could have been a completely different Game 4.
Definitely.
But
it's just a frustrating thing, though. It's a frustrating thing because when your shooting isn't on point, that as a player, it tends to give you more of a reason to get more and more eager to be aggressive on the ball, to push up forward, to get out of line, and to not even communicate as much because you're getting so close to goals, you just want to force every shot on, and I think that eagerness tends to come out a lot from Flight.
Now Soniqs, it's under a minute to go, still up by 2. They've handled the ball very well, limiting Flight to 3 shots on net. Only putting on 6 themselves, but that's all that's been needed. And trying to keep the ball close, but Memory just having to use too much to chase it back. Seabass, one tap, but he doesn't have the boost to get back there. Dapper already down the field. Memory, tough business to handle, and Shock will not get the goal. Memory barely picks up the save. And as flashy as that looked, you got about 10 seconds left to score 2. And so it's only so impressive. But Seabass can't find the ball. This next clear will likely do it. Shock high up in the air. Soniqs recover from their loss against Cloud9 with a 3-1 victory against Flight.
Yeah, and that is a relieving win for Soniqs because after you saw the last series versus Cloud9, I think everybody could see, you know, the downfall of Soniqs if they let it get to them, if they let their mentality slip up. But here against Flight, they did not even hesitate whatsoever on the defensive side and on the offensive side. Dapper doing some great dribbles. He had the demo plays. He was really the rock of this team this series.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Turtle. Dapper was, I was saying Rapid was all over the pitch earlier, but so was Dapper. He was making plays in every phase of the game, on offense, on defense, in the midfield. His presence was felt, and this guy has really developed into such a dynamic player in the RLCS. He's finally gotten the old curse, the old CLG curse that he had on him, that where, you know, a lot of fans just, they weren't sure about Dapper before. Dapper's always been well loved, but like this season, he's just evolved as a player, and it's so fun to watch.
And I think he's really found his own sort of play style. You know, he doesn't really try and replicate anybody else. He's got Shock to, you know, clutch out a lot of goals and have that finishing role to clean up a lot of Dapper's mess. And I think that duo alone is really what helps Dapper to shine on whatever he does, because he has that confidence knowing that if he makes a mistake or if he can even get a solid flick on, that he's got Shock in the back to help him out.
Well, Cloud9 are going to continue their journey to stay in the playoffs. Can they do it against Ghost, a rising team in the RLCS? Find out after the break.
CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet friendly. Maybe a little too pet friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
This unfamiliar glare, it blinds me out, I'm blinded. Inspired my efforts to keep you satisfied. I seem to be losing you, it's not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through the shifting land below. I'm running up, the walls are closing in. I feel the cold embrace of dust. We rise and dust we fall. Hear my voice speak through the walls of stone. When I saw you leave, I felt you go. It's the hardest part of life, blinding from a distance. No more resistance. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for
The bounce back from the Soniqs as Flight gets Sonic boomed 3-1. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf Moore, and alongside me are Gibbs and Wave Punk. Don't shake your head on me, Wave. You're just jealous. You didn't have the opportunity to do that.
Planes are the things that do Sonic booms. They don't get Sonic boomed. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm saying.
It's good.
They couldn't.
It's fine.
Do it,
I didn't think of it. Yeah, you're right.
Anyways, let's talk about that series there. Gibbs, what do we see? I mean, we expected Flight to maybe have a chance. You talked about them, having the possibility to get this win here, but obviously that didn't happen. What happened?
Dapper, once again, I feel like Dapper this last half of this season has really come on to become like the MVP of his team. Shock, I thought, didn't have the greatest day, but I thought Dapper throughout the day was incredibly consistent. He was involved on most of the offense here. It looked like Flight had a chance because there was some mistakes coming out of Soniqs. But at the end of the day, Dapper just kept making plays. Like, some were easy and some were just 1v1 dribble. But he got the job done with.
Yeah, I feel like this was a really important series for Sonic, actually, that they got beat in the 5 games, that they came all the way back, or that they got reverse swept, and we saw from Shock on Twitter, he felt iced. He felt like this was maddening to be that close to winning and lose. And I think for a young roster like this, it's so important to know how to bounce back. It's actually one of the biggest things in Rocket League, or at least in the RLCS, is being able to play when you know you're not having a good day and being able to play when you're a little bit down. So to see them come back when Flight's playing with all they've got, and they managed to get this win here. Good stuff there from Soniqs.
Yeah, no, it's such a hard thing to pull back mentally, but I feel like, again, this was in the upper hand for them. I feel like right now for Flight, it's that mental hole that they're gonna have to get themselves out of. Like, they're in such a tricky and difficult spot right now. Gibbs, are there any scenarios right now after that match?
Well, there's one ultimate thing that can happen. One match, Rogue versus Flight next week. Now, no matter what, whoever loses that will finish 10th. So fans of EUnited, they can no longer get 10th place. So that's good for them. But it all comes down to it. Rogue versus Flight, no matter the series score, it comes down to that match to see who goes down to the rivals here.
Which that's also Seabass's last chance to get 2 wins in an RLCS season, and he's maybe it's the best team to do it against. You think he's got it, Gibbs?
Wave, I'm pretty sure he doesn't care about the 2 wins. I think he cares more about not going down to the rival series, but I'll give it to you that he wants 2 wins in the RLCS for that reason. For the Soniqs on the other side, they play G2 next week, and that could be for everything for a top 2 spot. We'll see how everything plays out, but they also only 1 game away. They have 6 wins on the season when they were ranked 10th by the pros. So no matter what happens from here on out, very likely a top 4 finish unless things get crazy, but they've had a fantastic season. I can't wait to see them throughout the regional championships and when they battle G2 next week.
Well, as you said, that'll be next week. Right now, we have some more Rocket League to get to for North America League play. Next up, it's going to be Ghost Gaming versus Cloud9. Now, this was it's an interesting one because before the break there, Jorby said, the rising team, and he was talking about Cloud9. And I believe if he wasn't, either way, Ghost is rising too. But it's weird to hear that for Cloud9. It's just a weird scenario to see them. I've never had. Really, I felt like the doubts behind it. I'm like, okay, they've got to bounce back at some point. It has to happen. It feels like Wavepunk were finally there. And now with Torment back in the lineup, how do you feel this match is going to go?
I mean, they are bouncing back. They're now at 3-4, and Ghosts is at 4-3. The team directly above them in the standings. So this is a crazy placement match we've got going on. We could see them both ending at 4-4. Which, with the way Cloud9 started the season, that's not what I thought was going to happen at all. I really thought that Cloud9 was genuinely this was the last season. They're disbanding at the end of the season. Didn't have a great season last season. This season has not been much better. I'm going to say season a few more times here, and I think Fireburner was great. Right, that was amazing. So Torment, how does it feel to know that you are on the RLCS champion roster, that you've been playing with these guys for so long, and now you have shoes to fill? That's how I feel about this. It's like Torment's got to step up, because if they lose this series, then everyone's like, you should have let Fireburner in, right? Which isn't how real world works, but still, that'll be in the back of his mind too.
But the one question mark is morale for Cloud9. Last week, obviously, they sweep NRG. There's no bigger morale boost having your coach come in Game 5 and clutching it out for your team. Torment's got to be so happy for him. The morale's got to be sky high for Cloud9. This is a perfect situation. But these are 2 teams I thought their records are a little bit misleading. Like, I thought Cloud9 was a better team than the EUniteds and the Rogues, but they lost to them early in the season. So their 3-4 record probably should be better. But let's not forget about Ghost. They're 4-3. They could easily be 5-2, maybe even have 6 wins. They've looked fantastic. All 3 players at different times, like Atomic, love him as a playmaker. Then you got Illusion hitting crazy shots all season. Mist, he shows up big when they play G2. So this team is incredibly strong. I would not want to play either of these teams going into the regional championships, but Ghost, I think, is the better team.
I think regardless here, it's going to be a good fight. Get online and let us know how you think this fight is going to go at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. Is Cloud9 going to be able to keep up what they started earlier today? But it's now the battle of things that you can walk through. Ghost and Cloud9 and Jorby and James are about to bring you through it.
Well, James, Fireburner slots back into the coaching role and secures Golden Striker for the season. And Ghost against Cloud9, Torment will be back in. Ghost still trying to climb the ranks and establish themselves as a top team in the RLCS.
You know, and you forgot to mention he's also might be the savior of the season, Derby.
Oh, man. Can he get the triple crown?
What a game. What a game it was for Fireburner. But Torment's back. And, you know, for Wavepunk, I can appreciate that the idea or the sentiment of maybe Torment has, you know, some shoes to fill because Fireburner got that win. But you can't forget, Torment was a part of the 2 previous games that even forced the game 5. So, you know, Torment did his fair share. I think Cloud9 is feeling very confident. Morale is certainly going to be high, and this is going to be a tough matchup. Ghost is probably one of the, you know, not even probably, they are one of the best, most talented teams in North America. This is going to be a very tough challenge for Cloud9. And, you know, credit to the Soniqs, they've had a great season, but, you know, this Ghost team, when they're firing on all cylinders, they look even more scary than the Soniqs. So this will be a fun series to watch. Hopefully Cloud9 can hang with how fast this Ghost team is going to be on the field.
Yeah, for Ghost, it all starts with Mist. He's leading the team in goals scored. He's got 21 goals, and he's shooting 24%. Mist left the Knights to come over to this Ghost squad and has been the difference maker in, you know, last season we're talking about Ghost just missing the mark. Mist is the mark. He is exactly what Ghosts were missing, and the stats show it. When we watch him play on the field, it shows. And Cloud9, they are surging right now. I don't know. Even without Fireburner, like you said, James, those 2 games where they were coming back against Soniqs, Torment was in and playing well. I don't know if I want to be facing Cloud9 right now. But
this will be a fun matchup.
It will be fun. No, starts Cloud9. One of the things that, you know, Shogun and Johnny were talking about with Cloud9 in that game 5 with Fireburner was how much more aggressive they were and their positioning, and just sending complete confidence in sending all 3 players up the pitch and shutting down every single angle, and it just doesn't stop. Torment, Fireburner, whoever, it's Gimmick on the first goal.
And that was a good bounce, and then this double commit, you saw it. Illusion Mist both going for it. Torment getting that extra tap. And Gimmick has an easy cleanup.
Gimmick, I thought maybe he was going to return to his previous Season 9 form in those first few games against Soniqs, where he just wasn't getting solid touches on the ball. He wasn't winning 50s like he wanted to. He was making interesting decisions with low boost. But ever since that Game 2, or ever since the start of that Game 3 against Soniqs, he has really shown his NRG self when they played them last week. And they need that.
Yeah,
they need that from Gimmick.
They really do. Squishy, I didn't think started out the series against the Soniqs that well, and Gimmick, he had a very big Game 3 performance, getting that only goal until Torment scored that 0-second, you know, padding goal. But then even in overtime, Gimmick stepped up and got the overtime goal. He's been playing very well for Cloud9. Squishy last week, he was, in my opinion, the sole reason why they won. This week, much more of a team effort. And like you said, Gimmick, the MVP so far as well, for me as well.
Now Gimmick, another touch forward here. Ghost had really been struggling to hang on to the ball. There was a potential pass earlier that was missed. This one will not, but the shot is saved anyway. Cloud9, Gimmick just expecting Ghost to come up onto that challenge. He had dropped the ball, then immediately flipped back into it. That's just the way you got to play with the Dominus, man, all right? That's just how the Dominus works. but that's a drop straight down on Ghost Box. They're struggling to even find rebounds consistently on their own back wall. They do get out, but Illusion has no boost, so the ball just gets taken away from him. He just tried to get in Gimmick's way, but Gimmick found Squishy. The shot just wide. He caught Atomic too far forward, but couldn't find the goal. Torment just missing the net as well.
And you expect Squishy to hit those. It was a quality pass. Squishy was there for the outlet in position. The net was open, just shot it wide. But Cloud9 will still feel confident as they're getting these opportunities. They're getting these chances to score. They're not being kept back from Ghost. And when Cloud9 has really struggled in previous series, you would be able to tell because they'd be stuck on their own goal line, stuck in their own half, struggling to get boost. But this has been a different story. Ghost are the ones who have their back to the wall, and Cloud9 is continually pressuring them.
They're finally forced back on this transition. Two members of Cloud9 couldn't find any midfield boost, and it gave Ghost a little bit of space. Now they're winning some touches in the blue half. Illusion waiting for this touch from Gimmick. Gimmick just tried to get in front. Illusion takes the ball away for now. But Ghost, they were struggling in midfield. They finally have a little bit of control, and what does it get them? Well, it gets them a couple of possessions. Here's Mist on another one. Mist down, looking. He gets through two defenders. Squishy quick on that rotation. On the line. Now Ghost slow it down. Atomic
and we saw
flips it over.
A couple situations there, Jorby, where there was the double commit. Torment double committed with Squishy and Gimmick, so Torment caught out a little bit. Cloud9 now on the defensive as a result. The boost game is challenging. Low boost for Gimmick in net, and everyone's hitting the backboard. Finally, Gimmick can get this clear.
And Mist has it locked down. He stole that boost. You see Torment sitting here on the point with nothing in the tank. And Atomic will take the ball away. Atomic has a shot, and it's good for Ghost. Atomic scoring first for Ghost.
Atomic saw his chance. Squishy started to cheat up a little bit. And you see him there. He was considering going up to challenge, but it was a perfect setup from Atomic. He did not expect Atomic to set himself up for that shot. A beautiful play from Atomic, and he is an impact player for Ghost. He is such a mechanically gifted player, so fast in the air, so precise in his movements, and that was a big shot for him to hit.
And despite all the pressure that Cloud9 were able to put on, they only have one goal to show for it. Despite the control, they don't have it. They don't have the lead anymore. Ghost, it takes one transition, one good shot from Atomic to equalize it. Ghost again. He flips by Gimmick. Torment last man back, keeping this close. He sees Illusion, but can't do anything to get it by him. Illusion very patient on that side wall. Gimmick couldn't find it, and Atomic will pick it up again. Ghost closing down midfield. Mist already up for this. The shot is just above the crossbar. That was a high ball for Mist. No good. Quick turnaround for Cloud9. There's a long pass to Gimmick. Back over to Torment. He just misses it, and tactical, whatever you want to call it, Cloud9 have the lead.
I love this. Torment passes it over. He's trying to set up a strong shot. Gimmick dishes it back. Torment had 19 boosts. He had 19 boosts. And so that was the best thing that could have happened. It was a close call. Torment might have even, opted to go for that fake.
It's definitely
but it's also
possible.
Completely possible. He just couldn't get there.
He missed the ball by a pixel. I think he wanted the touch.
It was very close. It was very
but
close.
I also think if he touched it, it's saved because it will change the trajectory of the ball in the way. I don't know who was defending it. Cloud9 will win this, but I'm not sure who was defending that shot. But they were in position for a Torment touch, so if he does get that, maybe the ball just pings off of the defender's car. So that whip might be the only thing.
He sold it well.
Yeah. 2 goals for Gimmick.
Yeah, and that's all it took. Torment coming in, challenging that ball, and it bouncing right in. It happens. And for Torment and Cloud9, this is a huge first game. They come out of the gate swinging. There was a few concerning moments, however. You see Squishy down there at the bottom of the scoreboard. He had that chance to put in that half-field goal that he shot wide. And then earlier today against the Soniqs, there was a couple opportunities where it seemed like Squishy just wasn't as polished as we normally see him, especially coming off last week's performance. He missed a flip reset shot, and also a backward read in game 2. You could tell that today isn't necessarily Squishy's day in terms of world-class performance, but he's still playing well, and Gimmick is picking up the slack. This Cloud9 team overall they're contenders, Jorby. I think we can say that Cloud9, maybe they're back. Maybe they are back.
I really was hesitant this week. I'm like, NRG didn't play well last week. Garrett was whiffing, and yes, Cloud9 looked on form, but were they playing up to their rival? Like, that was my big question. Is like, it was NRG, and that just puts you in a different mindset if you're Cloud9. So they had to do it again this week, and those first 2 games against Soniqs, it looked like the Cloud9 that we saw the rest of this season. But they recovered well. And then the question didn't stop for me even then, James, because Fireburner comes in. He wins that big game 5 for them. And then it's like, okay, well, now how do you do with Torment coming back in against Ghost? Well, the answer, James, is that the train don't stop rolling. Big bumps, big goal, Cloud9.
And the thing that's amazing about Squish is even if he is having a little bit of an off day, he's still making great plays, even against the Soniqs. And now that shot, the net cleared out. Squishy with a tough angle hits his mark. And Cloud9 getting chance after chance due to their pressure. I am loving what I'm seeing from Cloud9. Ghost, however, they had the one good play from Atomic. That's all they've been able to get by Cloud9. Illusion and Mist are going to have to step up. Last week, Mist was incredible. He was scoring almost all the goals, 4 out of 5 in the series versus G2.
He's 5th in the league in goals scored. He's got nothing right now. Sometimes it takes Ghost a little bit to really get the gears going, but it's Cloud9 who just throwing wrenches in those gears every single chance they get. And Ghost, they've really struggled to control the pitch. There was really one sequence that Ghost were able to control midfield, and even their chances there, they were half chances at best against Cloud9. Miss, good tee down for Atomic to get it out to the side, but Ghost have been playing a lot of defense. His ball's been stuck in the orange half for quite a long time this series. Atomic doing everything he can to move that ball downfield, but it's just pitched back to midfield again, away from Cloud9, so Ghost will be able to reset here. Oh, good by Squishy. Very speedy to the ball, and he takes it away, and Squishy Muffins will score his second.
Gimmick hitting this up to Squishy. Squishy, a beautiful touch, and then you can see how quickly he reacts. Almost instantaneously, Squishy going for that second effort, and it was enough.
And to hop in front of that pass, that first touch from Gimmick, it almost looked like he was giving the ball away, but Squishy was so quick just to make the challenge happen, and won the challenge in the best way. For him to find that second read was equally as difficult. This one just off the crossbar for Ghost. And the combination from Gimmick and Squishy moved the ball back downfield.
Another crossbar hit. We've seen a few of these from Ghost so far. Their offense being shut down by Cloud9.
And Ghost, they were that team that I was looking at being like, okay, Ghost have figured it out. James, you said it. They are a top team this season. And Cloud9 have been the exact opposite. But these last 2 weeks, the Cloud9 of old has returned. They have truly awoken, and Ghost can't find any offense. They're stretching, they're pulling the goalie, they're trying to do everything that they can, but Squishy Muffins is there with the hat trick.
And that one unfortunately hit backwards. I didn't catch who that was. Might have been Atomic or Miss. I didn't see who flicked it back, but regardless, Squishy was ready and jumped over to the middle and did not miss that wide open net. And now Cloud9 up by 3, less than half the game left. Torment almost made it up by 4.
Ghosts, they have to figure out a way to get control of midfield. They have to change something up. Maybe start finding some more bumps and demos. Miss does get a boost steal here, but Gimmick's got enough to at least make this touch. He does keep control. Crucial there. If he tips that ball away, it's just Ghost possession again. But he found a teammate, and Cloud9 are on offense. Good management by Gimmick, but Illusion, he had to fight against Gimmick for the ball. It was making life really difficult for Ghost right now. Atomic, that's a good touch, but it's off the post, and Illusion didn't have the read. Miss will finally put one in for Ghost, and they get their first of game 2.
Missed. Getting Ghost on the board. Gimmick pre-jumping almost there, but not quite. Missed. He needed that one. Ghost needed that one, and we still got a ball game. 138 left. Plenty of time for Ghost to figure things out.
Started the clock about as late as you'd like if you're a Ghost fan. But we'll see if this changes things. Squishy got right back down to that touch. It looked like it might have been Ghosts again. But Squishy's there. Torment taken away by Atomic. Good handle by Atomic, but Squishy keeps him locked in the third. High ball from Illusion back to Atomic, who wants Mist off the ceiling. Mist is there, and it's it good for Mist. He picks up his second. Ghost fighting back.
A gorgeous team play. Illusion up to Atomic. Atomic straight down off the ceiling. Mist had his eyes locked on that ball the entire time. Atomic calling out that ceiling pass. Mist putting on the afterburners to get there. And there we go, Jorby. We're just one goal away from an overtime.
Can they score 3 unanswered? Atomic has the catch. Illusion takes the demo for some space, but Torment closed the gap. Midfield, it's Gimmicks. Around the corner, boomed away by Atomic. Now for Cloud9, trying to manage time. Missed. In front, Illusion got chipped, but he still got the ball. Now Atomic. Good recovery to get back to that, but Gimmick was all over him, and Gimmick almost puts it in himself, but he can't find the angle. Illusion trying to hang on to the ball. He does get back to this touch. Another chance for Ghost. It's only Squishy back. Atomic on the catch. Can he recover in time? No. Squishy gets there. Atomic wins that 50, but it's Cloud9's ball. They ended up giving it up. Back over to Mist. Mist in front. It's off the back wall. Squishy just pops it straight back up. Still managing to hold Ghost off, but for how long? Atomic off the backboard, looking for a shot. There's Mist. Mist slips it under. Nothing. Squishy will carry to try to kill as much time off the clock. Illusion wins off the side wall, takes that ball away. It's gotta be a shot. It's not gonna happen, and game 2 belongs to Cloud9.
A close call. Torment didn't get the greatest clear, and he gave Ghost possession in those final moments. Ghost, they had a chance to bring it back. Squishy, however, with a hat trick this game. I said he wasn't playing as well as I expected him to, and what does he do? He responds with a hat trick.
Yeah, and really stylish goals. That pass he took from Gimmick and then had the read perfectly off the corner. It was just a reactive jump. He just had the read in his mind. He already knew.
Squishy
I didn't even think it was never fails there.
He always impresses us with his mechanics. Squishy has been up there near the top in terms of how technically gifted he is controlling his car in the air. He's a player that, has made quite a few highlights, had quite a few famous shots. We even think back to the ceiling shot that he did. What was that? Season 4?
Season 4,
I believe.
Yeah,
season 4. So that, he's got that in him, and he's bringing that out in this series. Cloud9 as a whole are playing better than we've ever seen them. They started against NRG. They kept it going against the Soniqs. They had the magic of Fireburger coming in to help get that Game 5 win. And now they're 2 games up on Ghost, about to sweep them if they can get this, which would be one of the best comebacks that we have seen. Rogue obviously is a team that has great RLCS comebacks, but a lot of Cloud9 fans were hoping that Cloud9 are back, and they're 1 game away from making that a reality.
On their last 3 matches, Cloud9, pick up a great save, but it's not enough. Atomic picks up the rebound. Ghost have a lead.
And great shot from Atomic. He forced Gimmick to go out and make that save on 0 boost. Gimmick couldn't get back in time. Squishy was too far out of the play. And Atomic gets another one. Atomic, we talk about Squishy's mechanics, but Atomic, he might be just as good.
There. He's up there for sure. He does a lot of fun things himself. Even when he doesn't do anything mechanically, he's usually setting up good passes. He had that pass off the ceiling to Mist in the last game. And, it always feels like it's only a matter of time before Ghost figure things out and they start controlling the game. But like we said, James, this is a different Cloud9. And they've been so fast onto the ball. There hasn't been space for Ghost to work with at all. The boost game, they've really started to lose it more and more. Midfield especially, they just haven't been able to control it. At Cloud9, what do you do there? Gimmick, even on an attempted pass. Gimmick right in front. Illusion picks up a demo to maybe slow down Cloud9 here, and they will off that demo. But that ball, it's just a give up. Back over to Squishy. Ghost are forced to play this reactionary defense because they're losing these touches. They're losing the 50s off this boost battle. Mist gets the clear for Ghost. They're hanging on to that lead. Illusion fighting for Torment. Now Atomic off the backboard. Mist waiting for that clear from Gimmick. It never came. Now Mist high off the backboard for Illusion. Illusion shot's good, and Ghost go up 2 against Cloud9.
They're just attacking the backboard constantly. Mist puts it, and it bounces straight back. That was the best bounce. Torment almost got there in time as well. He was trying to also defend in case that ball drops straight down. It was right near the top of the arc. If that's a little higher, that ball is bouncing straight down instead of straight out. But Ghost, they respond back. Quick start, ahead by 2, trying to make it 3 as that shot's wide. And we're not even 2 minutes in.
And it is, you know, if you want to look at it match-wide, it is 4 unanswered for Ghost. They scored 2 on the attempted comeback last, and scored 2 more to start this game. Gimmick keeping the ball away from Atomic for as long as he can. Squishy closing the gap. Squishy up against Mist, and it'll be cleared away. Atomic sitting close on that back wall, wanted to carry this out. He's got space. Was expecting a challenge from Gimmick, but Gimmick stayed down, and as soon as Atomic flipped, that was the end for him. Very smart from Gimmick in midfield to keep Cloud9 locked in the orange half. Even there, Atomic's attempted carry, Torment just let it fall right to him. Torment picked up the demo, but Squishy through the smoke just couldn't find the touch. It's still Gimmick's ball, the pass to Squishy, blocked by Illusion, barely. Atomic trying to get there fast. Gimmick just takes the ball away from him.
I like that play from Gimmick. Get back, don't give Ghost a chance to dribble. But another thing we've been seeing on both sides of the field is demos coming into play. Atomic shot saved. But the aggression from both sides, and right as I say it, Illusion gets another one. Cloud9 had the edge in aggression last game. Now a long shot, no one's back, and Gimmick puts Cloud9 within 1.
Long ball here off the backboard, and it was Mist who tried to hop in front, maybe trying to get the demo on the Gimmick, but Illusion, he had gone out to midfield, maybe expecting Mist to find that challenge, so he was going over to the boost. He gets caught out because of it, and Gimmick just takes it. I mean, that was risky for Ghost, even for Mist on that play. That's risky to go for, but even riskier from Illusion as the third man, knowing that challenge, I mean, that was going to be tough for Mist to reach.
But Ghost, they had offensive struggles. They don't want to keep that going. You got to play aggressive. You got to stay in attack mode and keep putting Cloud9 under, because you don't want to give them space. You don't want to give them the field to start passing with, or give Squishy any space to make any solo plays. Just keep challenging the ball. Try to play fast. In the end, that's the best call.
Oh, Squishy wins a big 50 for Cloud9 to move down the field, and a demo on the backside as well. And it's it's not! Oh, a potential own goal saved by the cause. And now Ghost on the transition, but taken away by Squishy above the backboard. Well, close doesn't cut it to describe that play for Ghost, James.
What a recovery. What a recovery from Atomic. It looked like he was going to put it in his own net, but Gimmick. Oh my, Cloud9 are back in this game. They're back in this season. And now they've tied it up. And with one more goal, they could do it, Jorby. They could sweep Ghost. Ghost gave up the lead.
And I mean, you know, look at Torment. Torment's like, yeah, my coach, he played well. You know, it might have been a legendary moment in Rocket League, but, you know, I'm the player on this team. He had a great pass to Gimmick. Torment has had a lot of solid plays. He had that challenge at the very beginning of this series to give Gimmick the first goal for Cloud9. He's had a couple of nice passes. Torment playing well when he has struggled at times, but he's a big reason of this tie. And maybe to complete the sweep for Cloud9, because they're pressing. Off the read, Gimmick taking up the back wall. Now Ghost, how do you handle this pressure as time is expiring? Do you play damage control? Do you not overcommit on offense? Those love to play
with confidence. You have to play with confidence. Right now, Cloud9, they're brimming with it. If you lack that confidence, you start slowing your approach to balls, you're going to make the situation even worse. Just go for it. Trust yourself, trust your teammates. And Squishy almost ended it there with the double tap. We've got overtime, game 3.
Oh, I couldn't imagine how sweaty you had to be sitting in net, knowing that double touch was coming, and you had to save it. But it happened. Squishy shot. He couldn't get enough height on it. Overtime was a chance for momentum to reset for Ghost, but it looks like it's all Cloud9 sweeping Ghost out. Torment puts in the final goal for Cloud9.
Cloud9 is back. It is official. Torment, the overtime winner. And, you know, Fireburner gets an overtime winner. Torment gets an overtime winner. Cloud9 had 4 fantastic players play this week. What a week it's been. Cloud9, you could not have asked for a better series from them, a better week from them. And in such a critical moment in their season, Jorby, this was magical. You know, we were talking about it as we were watching the Sonic series, all the casters, we were hanging out, all the analysts hanging out in Discord, and this has been a spectacle. This week has been an absolute spectacle. You know, not only did we get the Shogun and Johnny Boy duo, but we had the Fireburger coming in as a sub game 5 to get the overtime winning goal. And now Cloud9 beat out a Ghost team that everyone had Ghost winning this series. You know, a majority. I won't say everyone. There's a lot of Cloud9 fans out there, but Ghost, they were the favorite. And Cloud9, they did what they did to NRG to Ghost. And wow, they're back, Jorby.
And to me, James, Squishy was the hero against NRG. Gimmick was a big portion of that, but Gimmick, Squishy had that hat trick in the second game, but it's Gimmick just enabling all of these things to happen. Cloud9 are back solidly now in the playoff hunt after talking about avoiding auto relegation all season. We got 2 more matches coming up for you. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする ここまで来た あなたはどこまで行く
Right.
the battle of the floaty boys, Cloud9 flies higher as they sweep Ghost Gaping. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf X, more alongside me, Gibbs and Shogun now joining us to talk about this match. Gibbs, this is anything weird going on? This was a crazy match. Looks like Cloud9's back. Does this mean anything for the team now? Because they've been fighting back hard. They have to have earned something from this yet, or nothing yet.
3 wins in a row, it still doesn't matter. No regional championship clinching spot just yet. They are looking good. Obviously, they moved ahead of Ghost right now, but it hasn't been clinched just yet. But Cloud9, what a show. And when we talked about impact players last week, I should have thrown Gimmick on the list. It seems like every time Cloud9 wins, Gimmick is just pouring on the offense. But the big thing for Cloud9, over their last 11 games, they've only given up 14 goals. They were one of the worst defenses throughout the season, but that is against NRG, the Soniqs, and now Ghost Gaming. They have fixed the defensive issues. We always know that Cloud9 has that offensive spark, and now it's all coming together. And we thought at the beginning of the season, or at least halfway through the season, they had no chance. They have a chance to place better than G2 or NRG at this point. It's incredible.
We're looking at this entire series, and just Cloud9, it seems like we've sort of figured out where the issue lies necessarily. They're just not getting enough offense. The main thing for the rest of their season is going to be all about making sure that they figure out how to transition into those offensive positions, because that's been a major issue for me. They're very good at sort of when they're actually over there, but they don't spend enough time over there. They've got to make sure that they get those passing plays going.
What an incredible shooting percentage there from Cloud9. It's like you talked about this offense. Well, there's your offense. This is exactly what they needed, and they're generating that. We saw it last week. We questioned whether it would continue to happen, and it's continued to happen. Actually, we got a special treat for you guys. We got someone from Cloud9. It's actually Torment on the line. I'm going to give a little chat to him. Torment, congrats on the win, and you guys are looking good. How you feeling?
Thanks, Leaf. Yeah, definitely feeling really good. Didn't expect, a 2-0 week, honestly, with how hard our week was. So I'm actually just super happy with where we are right now.
Yeah, and I want you to just talk. Let's back it up to the beginning of the day here, because this is something we haven't seen in a while. It's not often we get to see a sub jump in, and especially someone with a legacy like Fireburner, and then pop off like that. Walk us through what happened that caused you to step out, and the excitement you saw when you guys won.
Yeah, so when we had that pause in game 4, at the end of it, I had completely DC'd, and I didn't really know what was causing the problem. And then I came back, and then I DC'd again right as Gimmick scored that goal. So going into game 5, we thought it wouldn't be a smart decision for me to go in, because if I go in, I have to finish the game. You can't sub mid-game. So we just threw it up the fire. And honestly, we were happy getting 2 games in that series, because it was just good for tiebreakers. But honestly, I had faith in Fire. I've played with him, played ranked, and he's even subbed in a few of our scrims just when someone was having an issue and couldn't play, and he's still really good. People forget how good he was online, when he was playing with NRG, and it showed he still got it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's proved that to the world today. That was one of the most exciting things. What a way to start it off, too. You guys definitely set a precedent there. Now, I did get to talk to Fireburner earlier in an interview during the pre-show, and he said that you knew what was wrong, and you knew how to fix it, and it was fixed now, and it's starting to show. Are you really confident that you guys have this 100%? This is Cloud9 fans need to stop worrying?
I think so. I think we figured out our issues. We weren't even having good. It wasn't even it was just we weren't showing up. It was our scrims weren't as good, and I think it was before we started. It was after our Rogue loss, before our G2 match. In between that week, we kind of figured something out, and it didn't really show until we played NRG. Just because G2 and Spacestation were so good. But yeah, we kind of figured something out with our rotations and trusting each other in our comms, and it's just been way cleaner and way easier to play with each other.
And honestly, it's been showing on the field, man. I'm going to let you go celebrate your 2-0 day. Congratulations on the wins. Looking forward to see you with your match against Knights next week.
Thank you, Leaf.
Yeah, so that I as a Cloud9 fan on the side myself, I'm confident that this is a team. Shogun, do you believe they're back too? I mean, just from talking to them, it sounds like they're back. From watching the play, it sounds like they're back. Is there any need to worry about them next week against the Knights?
I think for the most part, we've seen them come up with a style that I think they can consistently go to. Just whether or not they can maintain the boost management to get into that style. But if anyone can do it, it's a playstyle that they've played at very similarly. So I think we should be at least pretty sure on it now.
Yeah, fairly confident at this point. But speaking of confidence, this next board we're going to show you is about players that played confidently and showed it on the field. We're going to take a look at our Players of the Day nomination. Gibbs, who's up there joining Fireburner in those high rankings?
Hey, kudos to Torment. You know, he had to fill some big shoes. He had to fill Fireburner's shoes, and he pulled it off well. Game 5 overtime winner. Or, I'm sorry, a Game 3 overtime winner for Torment. And he had to travel to his dad's as well to get good internet. So hats off to him with no warm-up. And then Dapper, again, having an incredible late part of this season for the Soniqs. Played extremely well versus Flight.
And Shogun, for you, I feel like anybody from Cloud9, like even Gimmick could have been thrown up there too. I mean, like, these guys are just playing so well right now, aren't they?
I mean, any week where you get to literally double up your wins for the season is a pretty good week. They've gone from a horrific spot to one more series away from having a, plus 500 ratio on their win-loss record this season, which is absolutely fantastic heading towards playoffs.
Well, we got a couple more matches to get through, so I just want to watch some more exciting Rocket League. So why don't we talk about our next one? It's going to be the Pittsburgh Knights versus EUnited. Now, this is, I feel like, a lot on the line here. Gibbs, is there anything official that this match is going to bring forth?
Yes, the regional championships begin here for both of these teams. If you lose, you are out of the run-in for the regional championships. For a team like Pittsburgh Knights, they still control their own destiny as well, because if they beat EUnited here, they play Cloud9 next week, so they can pass them in the stand-in. So big week for both of them. Obviously, EUnited, they have to play Spacestation next week. They'll have to find a way to win there to have a chance at regionals. But again, if you lose here, you are out of the run-in for the regional championships.
That's a lot on the line right now. Now, with that in mind and that extra pressure, Shogun, how do you see this one going? I think for the most part, in all of our predictions, we had Pittsburgh Knights coming out on top. But how do you feel about this matchup?
I mean, these are the two teams that really popped off last season that came up from the rival series, and now they're going to be playing against each other just to eliminate one another, which is not how many of us expected this season to go. But for Pittsburgh, I kind of see a little bit more of what took them to that spot. For EUnited, they've looked incredibly flat at times this season, and I think that might hold them back here.
Well, let's hear your thoughts, guys, on how you think this is going to go online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. We have 2 matches left, and coming up next is EUnited versus the Pittsburgh Knights. I don't have anything clever to say about this one. All I do have, though, is an exciting match, so Wave Puckett Chiefs, maybe you got a good joke or something.
Hey, Chiefs, why'd the chicken cross the road?
I don't know, Wave. Why?
How have you never heard this joke before? I don't understand. It's to get to the other side. Anyway, EUnited versus Knights. That was my best joke. I don't know. We'll see. We got 2 teams at 2 and 5. You weren't prepared for the oldest joke in the book, my friend.
I didn't expect Leaf to ask us to be funny off the bat.
Do something funny. Come up with something. Yeah, that's his job. Come on, he's been the one come up with stuff. EUnited versus Knights here. They are both at 2 and 5. The loser most likely playing in promotion relegation. Definitely an important match for these teams. They want to have a shot at the playoffs. Thoughts about how this one's going to go down? Does EUnited have a chance here against the Knights?
Maybe. I actually think EUnited has a better chance than maybe they've looked. Because obviously a lot of past perception about the Knights still sort of reigns supreme, I think, for a lot of people. And they're like, yeah, they did so well last season that sure, they haven't looked that good this season, but I think that's what leads a lot of people to picking the Knights over EUnited. But I don't know. I actually kind of think EUnited stand a pretty decent chance here because I have not been particularly impressed with the Knights' overall offensive output. I think Ajax and Hoxer can really get the job done, but I think the difference maker is Gyro. If Gyro has a good day, I think EUnited's out.
I worry about the Knights on defense here because I do like a lot of their offensive moments, especially with Reddles. The guy is so good at this video game. But we'll see how these things go as we get into match number 1, or into game number 1 of our best of 5 here. AJ with an open net to shoot at, puts it off the crossbar and back out, gets a demolition, but it's not going to matter. The rest of EUnited there They are here in the blue on defense, pushing into the Knights' orange territory. They're looking to get that third win of their season. Rolled is over to Hoxer, nearly finds the shot, and AJ's got the save to get it away. We've had fireworks on both ends so far.
Yeah, definitely a quick start. Not done yet.
Hey.
Reynolds will turn in the first one, and there you go. He said he's a big difference maker, and he scores the goal.
Finds the double tap off the pass. Knights looking hot. They started with that first offensive drive. We're able to hold off Hoxer's 0-degree shot and then immediately fly back. 30 seconds into the game, we've already got our first goal. Ajax off the wall. Gyro. Now rolled is in Hoxer looking for the shot. It's a bit wide of the net. Reynolds picks up control. Ajax flies for it and manages to make contact. AJ gets called off by Gyro. He'll play to the corner but loses control here. Rolled is going to get there first. Gives it all the way into the orange. Now AJ, high out of his corner. Taken out by Hoxer. Reynolds and Gyro looking to tag team this one around back up to midfield, but they constantly roll it around the corner and then just give the ball to EUnited. They've kept this pressure on. A little bit of boost left for Hoxer to try and reach this, but it's called off. Roldis makes an attempt, and now Reynolds versus Ajax. One-on-one. Goes for the high play, nearly puts it behind him, but it's off. Now here's AJ for a follow-up shot. Does this one sneak under the crossbar? It does. 2-0 for the Knights.
Yeah, Hoxer caught in a tough position, rotating back full speed into the net, and then just has to hit the brakes and sees AJ coming in, tries to take that wide cut to go back further towards that far post to give himself the distance to get behind the ball. And unfortunately, as he made that jump, still had too much momentum going forward, and AJ, great placement, and it almost went off the kickoff again. The Knights starting off strong here.
Well, 3:37 left to go. The Knights, they've gotten all the goals. And it's not from a lack of trying from EUnited. They've had a few great looks. And here comes another one. Ajax now lofted high over the top of Gyro. Here comes the follow from Hoxer. AJ makes the save, dives across the goal in the box, makes it stop. And now Reynolds and Gyro are going to look to tag team this one. Back out to the edge, over the top of one. Hoxer over to Roldiz. AJ passes back, and Reynolds makes contact. Out of boost, looking to wave dash into the corner to see if he can hold on to control, but it's not going to be good. Hoxer makes a shot from the midfield, and Gyro's got the defense well covered.
And EUnited definitely understanding where their teammates are, but it's just there's a slight hiccup in how in the timing of their approach, I feel. Hoxer with a pass across, and this time Ajax is in the right place, but I think right now that's EUnited's biggest problem, just not everybody quite being in the right position for when they're trying to get these transitions from defense to offense going.
Rolled is, as we approach halftime, we'll find a clear to the edge. Ajax now advancing. Gyro wins the challenge against him. Can he win it against Hoxer as well? No. Hoxer's got contact, but now AJ looks for the carry at midfield, just trying to bring defenders out of the goal. They'll get it off to the side, though. The defense from EUnited able to thwart the air dribble. Now AJ looks for a shot in the corner. Roldis has a block, and now a second touch past Reynolds. Gyro in his own back third needs to hold on and give his teammates time to rotate behind him. Reynolds in the midfield will help Gyro out. They'll actually get this one back into the blue corner. Here comes AJ for a shot. Two defenders up. They get the block, though. Now Reynolds looking to see if he can connect with AJ on the backboard. Roldis gets in his way. Ajax up. Gyro beats him to it, and now dropping back down. It'll be Roldis across to Hoxer as they transition out in the midfield.
Whoa.
Ajax looks for the shot, and Reynolds will block him at the point of contact. Back and forth, these teams at each other's throats.
And Ajax definitely looking for the pre-flip. Had to get out there early to go and get that one. Unfortunately, the defense of the Pittsburgh Knights, too locked in. They really do kind of have EUnited in a bit of a chokehold. They really haven't allowed much in the past minute or so to EUnited. There's been a lot of offensive control, and there's the demo, and Gyro will be denied.
Makes the stop on the goal line. Gyro tried to dribble it around off that demolition. But EUnited keep themselves in this game. Only down by 2. So we approach the final minute. Hoxer's going to see if he can cut it down to 1. Now looking for goalies. Ajax got it over the top of 1. AJ up against Ajax, and AJ makes the contact. Reynolds following behind his teammate here. Looking to hopefully pick up control, and now moves in as Roldis tackles it off of the hood. Final 54 seconds. Hoxer back into the middle. Reynolds up. AJ just lurking in enemy territory. It's Ajax now to midfield. Gyro stops, gives his team time to move in behind him, and looks for a second challenge. Not going to happen, though, as we hit the 30-second limit. Right now, EUnited yet to find a goal. Gyro will go for the fake in the corner. Finishes it off of Roldiz. Reddles pushes it back to the deadest part of the map. 20 seconds left now. Ajax in kind of do or die time for United. They've got to score immediately. Roldiz looks for an opportunity, but AJ cuts him off early and now follows this up, drops it into the box, and there's the finisher. 3-0 with 10 seconds left. That'll be the Knights taking game 1.
AJ, what a play here. One going for ball control. That's the right move. Just try and waste time, make sure they don't have much, even if they get the counterattack going. But how about the read to get all the way up to the top of that backboard and knock that one back down into the middle? Great play from AJ.
In this game, well, there'll be no way for United to come back into this. And it really was the Knights offense holding on to things. And genuinely, I think Knights played a really solid game all the way around. A few really decent looks at the net from EUnited, turned away, stopped, especially with early challenges. They had a very aggressive offense and only had to make 1 or 2 stops in the goal compared to the 10 saves EUnited had to put up.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's ironic that I'm sitting here saying I don't really feel like the Knights offense got a lot done, and then they come out here and put out a phenomenal game 1. EUnited, like you said, a couple drives here or there down the other way, 1 or 2 decent looks, but nothing that's just absolutely terrifying like that block that AJ got or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, like this right here, look at this. Like, he's boosted so high so early, and it's like, this is free. You can put that ball in front of any team in RLCS that's going to be in the net. It's just like, EUnited never got a chance like that.
Now, I know this probably isn't the case. I don't think that they would be able to divide up the roles like this, but it really felt like there was kind of this, if we're on offense and the ball's in the air, AJ, that's you. You go for that. He was constantly in the air alone. The amount of times he got to make contact by himself up there was pretty incredible, and Reddles and Gyro were just there to clean things up on the bottom. I think that part of that, though, is United's defense. Are they successfully making the challenges? Are they reading quickly enough in their own half, which is a key fundamental on defense? I want to see them being able to step up and keep that ball in the midfield a bit more in here in game 2.
Yeah, you're definitely looking to at least find a crack when you're going for those clears. If you can get that ball launched far away up the pitch, that'll force at least the Knights to back off and give yourselves some field position, as you'd like to think of it. And that will be the starting block for at least getting the ball into a more neutral position.
Well, we'll see how United does here in game 2. Right now on defense in their corner, Roldiz challenged by AJ. Has been so aggressive this series. Ajax gets a kill, but Hoxer gets a soft touch before being demolished. Now Gyro through the air. AJ's got to make another, Ajax rather, has to make a block. And Reddles now up against Roldiz. Double commit on offense. Will leave the Knight player all the way back by himself. Reddles now airborne. Gets it through one off the ceiling, falls on it, takes the shot. Roldiz will make the save. What was a creative midfield attack.
And it actually was a very disciplined defensive play from Roldiz, because he pushed forward initially thinking he could go get that ball, but then realized Reddles is about to try a ground pinch, and he hit the brakes and started backing up to give himself a little bit of space. So not clean, but recognized the threat and was able to make the stop.
Well, that was just that's Reddles finding a way to turn what looks like just a positional touch into a shot. And great recognition there from Roldiz to recover from what was about to be the first goal of game 2, but still scoreless here. 3:30 left to go. Hawks are over the top of one. Ajax looks to read this one, has the whole net to shoot at, and makes it in. That's EUnited finally on the board.
Hoxer with a massive block. Ajax gets a big dunk. Hoxer beats the defense. Gyro, good luck. And even still, that shot placement from Ajax, a little bit less than perfect. Towards the middle, gave him a chance, but still too quick. Gyro can't save it. 2 big blocks.
Yeah, the slight window there. And EUnited, scoreless in game number 1, bounce back and get the first goal of game 2. Now, can they hold on to it as we've got over half the game left to play? AJ underneath one. Ajax pushes it right back up at him. But Reddles finds a counter touch, and now down to Gyro. Roldiz will just tackle him in the midfield. That sends the ball all the way into the blue. One player demolished, 2 players go for it on offense and on defense. And now 2 players on offense again. Haphazard play from both sides of the ball. And it just rolls in the midfield as everybody's back collecting boost on both sides.
But they do make a nice disciplined touch. Don't try and force the ball to stay on offense. They went for the clean back pass, make sure everybody gets themselves sorted out. That's the right move if you're the Pittsburgh Knights when you get a little scrambly there. Just make sure you hang onto the ball and force everybody to slow down.
Hawks are off his own backboard. Will play it into the orange. Gyro. Past one. Out to two. Now through the midfield line. Reynolds will look for a shot. Places it off the backboard, and Gyro's not able to get there before the goal line defense is able to get up and block. Hawks are now with a dribble. Scott up against Reynolds. Goes for the pass. Blocked. In midfield, Reynolds on the retreat, able to intercept. But EUnited turns it back around. Now Reynolds trying to just gain control, but kind of keeps on giving it to EUnited players, and the ball slowly but surely creeping closer and closer to the goal. Hawks are through another one. Gyro up to AJ. This one should be a clear, but doesn't make solid contact. Reynolds has to close in from the midfield, and everyone quickly resource themselves. EUnited, one player demolished in their goal, but Roldes with so much solo control here. 147 left to go. That one goal from EUnited might be good enough.
It might be, and they did exactly what we wanted. Get that ball into a more neutral position, able to win a few more challenges out of their own half, stick the ball into the middle part of the pitch, try and make the Knights earn possession. And Ajax, you'll see, finds a small gap, and Roldes probably has AJ beat.
Reynolds over to Gyro. Knights with a nice flick. Get it to midfield, but Ajax now back to Hoxer. Neither player makes contact, which leaves Roldes all alone in the backfield. Ajax actually bumped in this corner again, but he did get one of the boosts. Now Roldes in a pressured situation. Reynolds will just continue to breathe down his neck. They keep the ball in the corner.
Wow.
102 left to go. Looks like Reynolds should have this ball for free. Goes for the catch and carry. Flicks it over one, and now off the wall, down up against two. Beats Roldes as well as Gyro across the field, but loses control and is out of boost. Won't have many options, and Gyro has to cut across to make the stop. Here comes Roldes.
Wonderful
looking for some
challenges.
security. Not quite able to make it happen there with 42 seconds left. Knights need one more goal.
Ooh, so smart, Gyro. Great play. A little stutter step as he works the ball through the midfield. Is that it?
Oh! They were both up for the shot, and the defense went for the block. They played to the corner instead. Now Reynolds through the air. The carry on one. Not able to make it happen, though, as Roldes shuts him down. Final 30 seconds. Gyro to the edge, and there's a miss as he's out of boost. AJ on the back wall. Does he have boost? He does. Back down to Reynolds. Ajax makes the stop. Roldes to the edge. Back into Gyro. Onto the back wall. Is anyone there? It's Reynolds now. AJ trying, but not able to reach it in time. Final 8 seconds. They've got to get the full court carry back around and into the blue, and it's not going to happen. EUnited continue to hold it on the orange. The clock has expired. They've got to keep this in the air, and no, EUnited bounce back and tie up the series.
Reynolds had one chance right there at the end when they got that beautiful tip down across into the middle, but he, honestly, I can't blame him. It certainly didn't look like there was going to be a shot potential from that part of the field anyway. But overall, the Knights only able to muster one shot. EUnited got exactly what we wanted. Started winning so many challenges. Back in their own corners, up against that wall. Stopped letting the Knights beat them to a lot of the plays. And that's all it took. Ajax into the left side on the fast break as they win 1-2, and that's all she wrote.
They're able to put that one through them, and we said we wanted to see a stronger midfield game from EUnited. They definitely brought it out here and were able to keep everything out of their hands. But from both sides, the ball spent a lot of time in neutral territory. I mean, we had 20-plus shots. I think we maybe had 30-plus shots across the both teams in game number one. Only 4 total in game two. Extremely light game in the stats department here, but Knights, they had the same level of aggression, but just significantly less productivity here in game two.
Yeah, definitely not able to get that ball down and across into the middle, and that really, to me, it was literally just the challenge game from EUnited. So much better, forcing the ball back down the other end and said, nope, try again next time. And to be fair, the Knights actually got possession back a fair bit of the time. It was just a matter of can they turn it into a goal-scoring opportunity. In game two, no. EUnited also, it's not like they had a ton of shots on target, like you said, only 4 total in the game. They were having to work for it as well. So the challenges from both teams, solid. It's just EUnited got the better of one time and had an open goal.
I feel like EUnited's third. Oh my goodness, Ajax gets bumped, but bumps Gyro into the ball to put it back to midfield. And I felt like EUnited's third-man defense was really strong. There was so many situations with the Knights where they would win the first 2 challenges cleanly, and then the third man would tackle and completely destroy the situation and give the time for his team to move back around them. So we'll see how things go as we move in to game 3. Tied up at 1 game apiece right now. Reynolds plays it off the wall. Loses control to Ajax, who leaves it for Hoxer. Now back in front of the box, it'll be Roldiz. Gyro wants to challenge him on this one. Gets him to flick it up to Hoxer, and Reynolds gets a win, but AJ a little bit far back. He'll move into the corner now to see if he can find a touch, but nothing's there. Now Gyro picking up control off this wall. Looks for the air carry. Reynolds sits in the midfield waiting for the touches from Hoxer. He's got AJ in the mid. Drums it down to him. Can he tuck it in? Damn.
Oh,
my
nice.
goodness. I can't believe he got this one between the posts, and that's Knights with the first goal.
Yeah, Reynolds with a great trap, but got that last touch, and AJ actually really nice job being so patient there in the midfield, waiting to see if that last little tip came through. And that, since he was waiting so far away, that allowed him to get over there and shut down or cross that angle that Reynolds put on the ball.
Reynolds managed to get the flip reset and get it past Hoxer, but the rest of the defense was there. And now the infield pass on the other side. AJ gets the stop in front of the box. Now Ajax back in front. Gyro gets a second save. And now Reynolds looking for the counterattack. Gets the dodge. Did he get the boost? I believe he did. And this shot looks almost good. It's just wide. Gyro now on the other side. Going to try and slow things down, but not good news. EUnited has been just tackling the ball anytime they've got an opportunity, and slow play has not been working for the Knights. Now back to AJ.
Ooh.
Sets it up. Gyro out of boost, but can he find the shot? Gets one touch, nothing else in the tank. Holds the defense down for a moment, but they'll be back up and at him here again. 3:13 left to go. EUnited now looking to tie up the series, but they've got to get out. Here comes AJ, drops it down, and Ajax and Hoxer a little bit tangled up on top of each other on defense, but they'll get out of this one just fine.
Ooh, and a nice booming clear as well. Hoxer needs help, though. This is a tough ball. Gyro will get there first. I wasn't sure if they were going to get out of that one for free. It was a quick transition for EUnited there.
Hoxer, front of the box. AJ closes the gap. This one pinches out into no man's land. Everybody adjusts quickly. Ajax carries into the corner. Great counter touch from Reynolds all the way down the field. This stalls out play. Ajax wanted to find a cherry pick, but AJ just held the ground there. I think he actually kind of trapped Ajax, who really wanted to find a bump. And because AJ didn't move, Ajax also hit his brakes. And now an infield pass. Gyro's shot will be blocked by Roldiz, and Hoxer picks it up in the corner. We've crossed halftime. Still just the 1-goal lead for the Knights as EUnited's yet to find anything. Ajax looks for the shot, and Reynolds shuts him down all the way back into the corner.
Boomer clears back and forth. Gyro will not have any boost again. And Gyro this game, I mean, to me, I said Gyro is going to be the key factor here for the Knights. If he's playing well, I think the Knights have a great chance. And Gyro, they're actually going for something that I didn't think they would do. They're trying to let Reynolds and AJ be the two players playing on offense, and Gyro's just trying to fill in the gaps. And I'm not sure if that's the way to go, because I felt like the one time we saw Gyros and Reynolds really clicking on offense, they're scoring goals as AJ rips one off the post. And second shot, Gyro, third chance for Reynolds, and too high. Make it 4, and that will go in. So I don't know how Pittsburgh Knights get this one through, because it feels like this just happened so slow that it never should have happened. Ajax, to be fair, rightly reads that ball is high and lets it go over his head, but I think he's expecting his teammates to wrap back around and pull that one out. But just nobody ready. It goes through the line.
Well, this gets back to what was happening in game 1 as AJ looks for a double tap, doesn't find it. I feel like EUnited struggling to read on their own back third when the ball's directly over their head, and the Knights just are on top of them constantly, uncontested most of the time. Most of the time, the Knights are just being able to touch this ball for free, and we're having to see reactionary diving stops on the goal line from EUnited. And as they come up with another attempt here, here's one. Can they find another one? No. Ajax and Reynolds get tangled up in the corner, and Hoxer a miss. Now Reynolds gets demolished, but AJ quickly closing that gap now up against Ajax as he puts it into the corner, looks for a second touch himself, and gets blocked by Roldiz. Save your medal for Roldiz here in game 3, but a 2-goal lead. The saves will not save them here. EUnited's got to find a way back into this game. 3-1. AJ again to the air. The air dribble's not common in RLCS, but AJ continues to go for him. Nearly puts it into the box there himself. 34 seconds. Hoxer a miss again. Here comes Gyro. Ajax just flips back looking for defense. I feel like that concession of space could honestly just be the end of the game, as here comes Reynolds again for the far corner. That's 3-0, and Knights will do it to him here in game 3.
And there you go. This is what I was expecting out of Gyro. Look at the height he got on that flip reset. Got under that one. That's really scooping it. And Reynolds with a perfect placement to the lower right-hand side. The only gap in the defense. Nails it.
Yeah, the defense is not. The defense has been decently strong overall through the series from United, but they've got to find a way to keep it going on offense. They've only got 1 goal in this series in a very slow game too, otherwise shut out. And even just a goal here at the end could be a nice morale booster as AJ looks for the double tap, doesn't find a roll. Is for the final shot, puts it high, all the defense up. Gyro put it over the top, and chances of them getting them back around next to 0 here. Everyone going to be starting to get low on boost as well. Drops into the corner. Hawks are not going to make contact. AJ keeps it alive, actually. They're going for 1 more goal as well. In typical Knights fashion, looking to break their mentality. They won't get it this time, but they do have match point. Knights 1 away from taking the series.
I got to give the Knights credit. I mean, Gyro, he's slotting in as just I do whatever you guys don't want. And maybe that's all the Knights needed to do, because I feel like at the beginning of the season when they were trying to, it was a point I brought up. You have Gyro and AJ, which are 2 very ball control type players, where they both like to bring the ball on air dribbles, ground dribbles, keep the ball close, and outplay defenders. And at the early part of the season, I didn't really feel like that worked. Just felt like, I don't know, AJ and Reynolds weren't really getting the job done. And there were a couple weeks where you saw AJ and Reynolds and Gyro go at it, and I'm like, perfect, that's what you want. Let AJ be the gap filler, and they'll be okay. But here in this series, it's AJ and Reynolds all the way, and Gyro's plugging the gaps, and AJ's having a great series. So, color me impressed.
So often in RLCS, whenever a roster makes a move, we generally, as analysts, think that the third man, the player that just got picked up, you should just fall back, just let the guys that have been playing together for a long time do their thing. And I think we're kind of past that point in RLCS where that's really how this works. Like, players are moving around more because they really already play together. It's not a matter of synergizing during the season. And AJ maybe had a few rough weeks in the beginning here, but his strength in this series has been he's so fast in the air. He's constantly reading. I mean, the amount of times he's going for air dribbles, which is something that generally we consider not a useful technique in RLCS anymore, is surprising. It's surprising to see him doing it so much, but they're making it work as he's constantly forcing the defenders to challenge him, and then Reynolds and Gyro clean up whatever he's created there. And usually, by the time they've made contact, he's come back around and is there to make that actual final shot. So, yeah, I've loved AJ in this series. We'll see how he does here in game number 4. 1 away from taking the win. United is able to get it, though. We'll go to game 5. Gyro to the corner, over the top of Ajax. He's got it around. There won't be a shot here for Reynolds. Now looking to set up a more useful opportunity. Ajax back down. Gyro in the midfield sets it up. Roldiz keeps it aggressive, and Ajax will look to steal this boost and see if he can maybe position this one back in. Does get the boost. Hawks are now in to try and take the shot. Off the backboard, the pass out nearly beats Gyro, and he gets Reynolds to bite on it as well, who saw Gyro was kind of been outplayed. The defense held so far, but still in this corner now. Hawks are up. 2 defenders completely whipped. AJ doesn't make contact either. EUnited collapse on him, and they've got the first goal.
Collapse is the right word, except instead of on offense collapsing on him, it's just the defense just falls apart. 2 players of the Pittsburgh Knights, one trying to rotate out, one trying to rotate in. They realize they're about to hit each other, hit the brakes, and by then AJ is like, hang on, why is nobody coming and clearing this further into the corner? By then it's too late. EUnited rush the line, score a great goal to start off game 4.
So far in this series, the team that has scored first has won and has also shut out their opponent. The defense has been able to hunker it down, but it's been kind of different stories as it's been Knights staying aggressive and continuing to extend their lead in both of their wins, whereas EUnited in game 2 got the first early goal and then managed to completely shut out the Knights, holding them to only 1 shot. See if we keep a similar story here. Hoxer keeps him in the corner. Gyro looks for a bump on the goalie, gets him to push back a little bit, but he manages to get airborne in time, clear that ball. Now Hoxer able to get AJ to chase, burn his boost. Rolled his all of that one off his front bumper, keeps it near the sky. AJ and Reynolds tag team this one back into the corner. Hoxer in with an attempted clear. Gyro's got to stop, and now a chase. Pushes it over 1, but Ajax adjusts. And now Rolled is into the corner. Things have slowed down significantly here after the first goal.
Yeah. Yeah, EUnited have definitely started moving at a snail's pace in the midfield. This ball's sitting high up in the air, and they have two people just like following the ball left and right across the pitch slowly until they understand exactly what the Knights are about to do with it, and then they go for the challenge. They are absolutely in turtle mode right now.
Oh, Hawks are over to Ajax, and we'll keep the passes across. And then, yeah, the name of the game for United is keep the ball as high as possible, where there's the fewest options and you have to spend the most resources to get there to do it.
Don't pinch it that way.
Oh, but that's off of it, and now back in a tie game for the first time. Both sides of the ball will score with 2:22 left to go. It's all tied up.
Yep, keep the ball as high as you can, but don't pitch it the wrong direction. They drop it right down in front. Nobody able to get to it in time. They can make the first challenge, but it's not enough, and an easy turn in for the Knights, pouncing on the mistake.
Rolled is out to Hawks as they look to regain this lead.
Oh, and look at how aggressive EUnited play right now. They're like, okay, that didn't work. We're going right back to it.
So Ajax plays it down. AJ falls the ball all the way to midfield. Hawks with lots of space and time. He's actually going to get 2 touches completely for free. Well, Reddles able to read the second one just fine. This one over the top of Rolled is? No, he manages to get it all the way to the corner. AJ with Gyro closely behind him. I'll actually give him the space and see if he can dribble this out at midfield. AJ continues looking to keep that ball right on his hood through the air. Gyro now, pass 1. Out of boost, Rolled is knows it and challenges. Now AJ. An attempt, Rolled is not going to be there. AJ uses the bounce off the ground to give this ball a little bit more velocity. Hawks are over the edge, and AJ now back in. He's got the flip reset off the ceiling, but there's not going to be any positioning worth using it in. He's going to fall back, give Reddles the time, who gets 2 defenders to bite. Now Gyro back in, doesn't make a good contact. AJ now looking to give it back to Gyro, back across the net. What an angle, but Reddles didn't even believe it was going to happen. There was no one there to push it between the posts. With 1:07 left to go. Gyro onto the backboard, back off, and Ajax has got it. We approach the final minute, still tied up at 1 apiece. Knights looking for that go-ahead goal to give them the series.
But Knights actually also doing a really great job. They've held possession here, and it's because they're doing a great job using the horizontal aspect of the pitch, consistently getting that ball going far distances left and right, and that's kind of preventing EUnited from any one person being immediately in a great place to challenge. And so it's been pretty tough for EUnited to really win the ball and keep possession, because the Knights have the current lead on which way the ball's heading, and so they beat EUnited to a lot of the touches.
Ooh. Here comes Hoxer. Ajax to challenge as well. 15 seconds left. Overtime looming on the horizon. As Rolled is with a miss. Ajax able to block in goal, but AJ now trying to set up Gyro. Ajax over the top of 1. Gyro has to fall back on defense, sends it high, just punts it into the air. Hoxer's up to try and get it to his teammate, but Reddles now airborne over to AJ. Actually has control, flicks it past 1. Reddles up, blocked by 2 defenders. Can Gyro get in time? AJ's going to try and trap it, see if he can get it to a teammate. Barely has boost to work with. He picked up the corner, but is it going to be enough? As Gyro adjusts, now back in the midfield. Reddles airborne, shot is good, but Roldis is there to make the stop. AJ tries, now Hoxer wrapping it the other way. They'll let it hit the ground. Overtime in game 4.
And that's one of those scary saves for Roldis. Yes, it's right to you, but it is still a save that demands that you do not mess up. And well done from Roldis, but that shot is not good. Ajax will win the contest on the goal line and pop it into the middle.
Now off the corner, Gyro up against Hoxer, back in for Ajax, up against AJ. He does get the block. Rolled is now coming in with free contact. He's got a player on the backboard to work with. He clears out both defenders. Where's the third Knights player? It's AJ up to get the block and to give his teammates time. They do so. Ajax now through the air. Gyro wins, and Rolled will play it back into the orange, back and forth. Excellent touches on critical clutch moments on both sides of the ball to keep them in this. As Ajax looks for Hoxer on the outside pass, and it's good! Into game 5 we go. EUnited stay alive.
They've turtled just enough, and Ajax, great lift to Hoxer, perfect. Immediate landing, hops right back up. The defender coming off the goal line doesn't know exactly where he is because he's got that ball cam on in the midfield to see which direction Ajax puts that ball. And unfortunately, Hoxer with a beautiful shot, and you're absolutely right. A well-deserved Game 5. EUnited had to play a lot of defense, but they get it done.
They do. Look at that. The 8 saves they had to put up here in this game, but the overtime winner. Beautiful stuff. And we'll be going to Champions Field to decide this series. Again, both these teams at 2 and 5, and the loser kind of drops into the position of playing in promotion relegation. And as we're getting close to the end of the season, they are running out of opportunities to get themselves out of there. So a critical must-win game for both teams. But I like what you said in the middle there about the Knights and their lateral play, using not just the length of the field, but the width of it as well. And there's kind of, it's a simple concept, but rotation in Rocket League is constantly players going and touching the ball and then moving back around the wide side to give space for players to move into the corner. And that really operates best when the ball is on one side of the field for a given amount of time. By constantly changing which side of the field the ball is on, you're constantly having to kind of like reorientate which direction the rotation is flowing. And it's a good move there from the Knights, but EUnited, man, able to shut them down there in overtime.
Yeah, able to do just enough, and definitely having to work for it to force a Game 5. But I still overall think you got to give the edge to the Knights overall going into this Game 5. Across the board, they've held the majority of the pressure, and you can go back to 2017. I've been saying it, that offense wins the games, and it doesn't matter how good EUnited are on defense. If they don't get more chances on target, the likelihood of success is going to go down. They might have won Game 4, but overall, I think the Knights' offensive look in this series has just been better, and I think they probably take this one.
I think so. I mean, it has been kind of an alternating series, too. Both the games they've won have been 3-0 games, so we'll see how they do here as we go into Game 5. They are remaking the server for just a moment, so we'll be stalling for just a second here while they do that, folks. But man, it's been crazy. The keys for EUnited, I think, has really been the midfield. If they're able to control that midfield, they've been looking good. But it's been so much all over the place for the Knights. Every player's been getting involved, and I've been particularly impressed by AJ.
Yeah, AJ's having a heck of a series. I mean, you saw it on just that play. I mean, that's a beautiful read, and Reddles, of course, will deny Gyro his goal-scoring opportunity. But I think you're absolutely right. AJ is having a great series in terms of the pressure he's been putting on EUnited. Gyro and AJ both have really had some phenomenal setup opportunities, and Reddles, as always, has always been there to score them. So when you've got both your ball carriers and setup artists having a great day, it's going to be trouble for any team they're playing against. So Gyro and AJ, keep doing what you're doing, because Reddles is more than happy to knock them down. But unfortunately, you're going to have to battle against that EUnited defense that's just been so tough to break. Ajax had a great save right at the start of that last overtime to force that one to go a little bit longer. So
yeah, no, and I do love that. I think I liked Reddles going for just the straight on target shot there at the end of regulation in 0 seconds. You know, like, you could try to place a little bit better, but if it's off, then it's all for naught. Like, the wall is going to save the ball. And I like that he's forces rolled is like, you are in a clutch do or die moment. If you make the stop, you stay alive. If you don't make the stop, your team loses the series and probably plays in promotion or relegation. I think it was great just to take the value shot, force him to make a save in that clutch situation.
Yeah, you know, take the physics battle, because you think about how often you're positioned on the goal line, right? You're positioned perpendicularly. The offense is coming straight at you. I mean, more often than not, the momentum is going to transfer from the guy going straight towards the guy who has to fight it coming at an angle. So it's definitely the right move just to try and power that one through. But the defense will prevail every so often with a perfectly executed challenge. EUnited did so. And going into Game 5, EUnited needs to get more time on the offensive half like they did in Game 2. Unfortunately, in both games, only able to really put one goal away in regulation. So hopefully the offense starts getting a little more done here in Game 5.
Well, we'll see. So far, the team that has scored first has won the game. So that opening goal that sets the tone has been so critical for both teams. As we move on to Champions Field. Stuff where legends are made. Gyro will send it high and then get a second touch to carry it over any follow-up touches from EUnited. This one will drop onto AJ's hood. And he goes for the air carry again. Over the top of one. Drops it back down to the box. Reddles not able to beat Ajax. And now flying back down the field up against Gyro. Looks for the touch, but Reddles just tackles him in front of the box and gets it away. Now looking for the dribbles himself. Roldis nearly pushes it through AJ. Ajax to the side. Gyro airborne. Beat by Hoxer, though. And AJ will pick this one up and just clang it to the far side.
Whoa. Rolled is so quick there in the midfield, and that's a huge challenge to stop the Knights from gaining possession. Unfortunately, the follow-up's a little weak, and they break out anyway, but they keep making big challenges like that. It'd be much tougher for Knights to build the pressure.
So Ajax shot is good, but Reynolds makes the save. Jumping high and lands back in his own box. Now the counterattack is on. Roldiz will find a clear. AJ from the side. Up against Ajax, keeps it underneath him. Now Gyro onto the backboard, Roldiz to the edge. Hoxer wraps it around, transitions it well into the midfield. Reynolds, what a read, got up so quickly and made that stop. The ball will spend a lot of time just here in the middle neutral ground. Both teams have had their moments of breaking out, but the defenses on both sides holding on very well as well. Ajax to the edge, ran out of boost. AJ falls back, rolled his now through the air as Ajax looks for bumps, not going to find any gyros, got it into his corner. And now looking for a shot in the midfield. Actually takes it back down to the ground to dribble it. And Ajax will take it away from him, plays it back in the middle. AJ, an attempt, Hoxer. A little bit of opening here. Gyro just leaves it, and he and AJ will pinch this one back to the midfield. It's just into the dead zone, the blind zone of EUnited. Behind both their cars, they couldn't immediately turn and make use of that double commit. Roldiz will look to pass to Ajax, but intercepted and then blocked. This will break up any immediate counterattack, but here does come the pressure nonetheless. AJ up against Ajax once more. Now the pinch in the box. Hoxer's got this one for free. And now looking to dribble him here in the corner. Gyro doesn't bite. Reynolds will try to push this one back out.
Great save there from the Pittsburgh Knights on the defense. Free ball for AJ. Actually under pressure, and looks like EUnited taking a page out of that old Knights book. Get the dribbles, get the demos, see what happens. Not able to connect, but dangerous stuff for the Knights on defense.
Gyro comes back down. This one off the corner, and Reynolds is up. The shot is good. Hoxer's got to make the stop, and he will. Now the follow-up. Reynolds with lots of space. Just clangs it onto the backboard once more. Roldiz gets up in time. Out to Ajax. Ajax with a miss, though. Gyro wasn't expecting that miss. Quickly backs up. Lofts it in the midfield, but the rest of his team's back in his own corners. There won't be any follow-up.
And you can see him trying to go for that.
Left to go.
It's that nice long cross from Gyro all the way to the left, like you said, nobody there for it, and they immediately threw it right back to the right. So a little miscommunication on where the ball's headed, or at least understanding of if you're going to be in position for it. And the Knights kind of squander a couple chances.
Some bumps in the midfield. Here comes Roldiz. Reynolds gets that stop, keeps there from being any follow-up by pushing into the corner, and then is able to beat Ajax. Now Hoxer, alone in the back, just booms it onto the wall. Roldiz to the corner, bounces it over Gyro's head. Reynolds has got to get up quickly to try and block a follow-up, but there was no follow-up anyways. He's now out of boost in the midfield. Ajax with a challenge. Now AJ onto the backboard. He'll have the second touch for free. Tucks it in, gets it past the defenders, and the Knights have the lead.
AJ, what a shot. Free sailing, Roldiz. That was tough. And you know why it was tough? Because it was unsavable. Because AJ just drilled that to the back post. Oh, what a beautiful shot.
A basically impossible read. But he still had to hit the shot, and AJ made it happen. He's been the highlight player this series, but will it be enough? 39 seconds left. Can EUnited bring it back? Here comes the counterattack. This one I think is wide and Roldiz will make the stop either way. AJ up to keep the pressure on in the final 30 seconds. Hoxer's into an empty corner. Gets it past Reynolds. Gyro moves in quickly, but Hoxer blocks him again. AJ now in his back corner. Coming out of there and into the box. He's got the clear now. The flip reset off the ceiling. Can he find the shot? Roldiz doesn't have much to work with. He's absolutely terrified of AJ's positioning. And the Knights will hold them in place, keep them trapped in their own back third. 9 seconds left. Ajax over the top of one. Two defenders will have this clear, and they'll try to just slow it down. Out to Gyro, they beat one. No time left on the clock. Hoxer's got to do it all by himself here. Oh, and he loses control. Reynolds over to the empty side, and that's Knights taking it in 5. What a series.
That was quite a series indeed. I think Hoxer was actually trying to get real creative because he knew if he tried to punch that ball straight off the backboard, it was going to go right into the waiting arms of the Knights. So I think he tried to go for like a little skim off the wheels and see if he could get the demo. Because if he hits that demo, I mean, toss a coin to see if the Knights are there or not. But either way, Reddles puts up a 471 score game with 4 saves, and AJ puts up a 358 score game with one of the sickest long-range double taps with a shot to the back post that you'll see this season.
It was the moment of like, I knew he had the touch for free. There was no one who was going to actually challenge him at the point of contact, but I still didn't really believe he was going to hit the shot, and he proved me wrong.
Tight angle.
AJ, beautiful plays in the air. He was so strong, and you know, United, I think this was one of their strongest losing efforts so far this season. Absolutely made the Knights sweat for it, but that does mean Knights is improving to 3-5, and United falls to 2-6. So one match left to play in their season, and they're going to be trying. They've got to win that one. They cannot afford to lose it and just be guaranteed promotion, relegation. So folks, that one's over. Now let's go to the other side of the standings. When we come back, we've got NRG, the world champs. They've had some rough series. They've had some sticky situations. Garrett didn't look great last week. We'll see how they do going up against G2, who's having one of their best seasons in recent memory. We'll have all that coming up after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
dream just to be where you are, in a world I can see where you are, though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me, where you dream just to be where you are.
With their Game 5 victory over EUnited, the Knights keep their playoff dreams alive. Welcome back to North American League play in the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside Gibbs and Jorby now joining us. This was, it went the distance, that's for sure. EUnited had one final fight against the Knights, but unfortunately for EUnited, their playoff dreams are now falling apart. Jorby, did you expect it to go this way? Did you know the Knights would come out victorious in this?
Well, I thought the Knights would continue on their improvement path, but honestly, Leaf, this series was a dud for me. I think that the Knights, the caliber of team that they are, this should have been a quicker matchup for them. I thought they struggled in some areas of their game. They've lost their creativity that they had last season. It's first man, take the ball up the field, hope you win a 50 in the corner, and then hope that all the pieces fall to you. And Reynolds has looked good at times. AJ, the last goal that he had was starting from his own third, and he somehow got the rebound off the opponent's backboard. I don't know why that happened for EUnited, but I can't, this series was just, I was amazed that 4 minutes of play happened in Game 5, and I couldn't think of anything notable that had happened. And I felt like that was the description of this whole series.
Jorby, how dare you badmouth Reynolds? This man, if he was on a better squad, he would be in the MVP run right now. This guy is carrying this team on his back. Game 1, some incredible plays from the corner to pass out. Same in Game 3 when they win it. The final game's a little bit more of Gyro and AJ, but Reynolds this entire season has been trying to dig this team out of this offensive hole. And now we need to see, obviously, more of that. But I think that is not on Reynolds' fault at all. I think that's more on AJ, on Gyro as well. They do squeak out this victory. For sure. But I just want to praise Reynolds just a little bit because he has had a fantastic season.
That's fine. Okay,
fair enough.
I can only praise Reynolds so much because he's only 33% of the team. And again, there's no creativity anymore on offense. They don't do a good job creating opportunities in the offensive half of the field like they did last season. They got away from their demo game, something that made them successful, and they have trouble finding space at all. And they struggle against teams that they should be beating.
But at the end of the day, it comes down to the final week for them. They play Cloud9. They control their own destiny. They have to beat them 3-1 or a 3-0, and they automatically clinch. They can also get in if they win 3-2, but they would need help from Ghost to lose pretty badly for their series. So they're still alive for a chance at the regional championships. And who knows, maybe they heat up at the right time. We've seen it before for North America, but sadly for a team with EUnited, they won't have that miracle run once again. They are going down to either promotion relegation or number 7. They can squeak it out. It's about an 8% chance for them, Leaf.
Well, let's talk about our next match because those two teams won't play till next week. So we got to talk about the team that is actually playing next. And this is our match of the day. It's NRG versus G2. This is one we've been looking forward to all day. We had a good start to the day from Cloud9 and Soniqs, and now NRG G2 is going to finish us off. G2 heating up all season long. They were the only team for a while there that had a perfect record. They lost it last week. And now the question is, if they start playing these better teams, are they going to be able to handle and hold up? But NRG has also had a little bit of a rough go near the end of the season here. So Gibbs, this is not an easy match to call at any point here.
So I worry about the World Championship hangover. We kind of saw it from Cloud9 even, that they won it a year and a half ago. Last year, it didn't go too well for them. We've only had 2 world champions finish top 2 in league play the following season, and that was the Gale Force and Dignitas roster, the greatest team to ever play Rocket League. So the World Championship hangover is definitely a thing. The drive might not be there for NRG, and now with no World Championships, obviously, that drive lessens even more. But at the end of the day, they want to be kings of NA. They've been it so many times before. G2, they also fell short last week. It really comes down to who can bounce back, who wants this more. And I think NRG is still slightly the better team because, again, G2, they really haven't beaten anyone too good outside of maybe Cloud9, but that's when Cloud9 wasn't playing that well, Jorby.
Yeah, I think that if G2 are going to have a chance to come back from their loss last week, this is the match to do it. NRG, they have been struggling. They did not look good against Cloud9. Garrett whiffed more times than I think I've seen Garrett whiff ever. He hasn't, and he's had a down season the whole season. He shot 0% last week. Justin couldn't get anything done. He couldn't find any space against Cloud9. And because this road is going to be really difficult for G2, I think this is a big chance for them to catch NRG reeling to right this ship before it gets bad, because they have the toughest schedule out of everybody left.
Before we get into this match, though, Gibbs, are there any scenarios we're getting near to the end of the wire for these two teams as well? What's going on? What's it looking like for them?
So for G2, they are the gatekeepers for top 2. They can knock NRG out of top 2 right now, but they have 2 games next week, and they're versus Spacestation and Soniqs. So top 2 won't be decided for them just yet, but for NRG, they must win here to have a chance for top 2.
Well, we're going to find out now, and online let us know if you think, is NRG going to keep their dreams of top 2 alive, or is G2 going to shut that down? Get online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But, NRG, G2, match of the day, not much else to say, so let's just get into it.
I don't know why Leaf didn't have a cheesy joke this time, because it's obviously the battle of the G's. Both these teams are just grand, and I can't wait to see who's able to take it out on top here. One of them is going to end with we're going to have 3 teams at the end of this day that are at 6 wins, and one of them will be the winner of this match here. We can't have 4 because it does have to eventually just slow down. Eventually, you can only have one team being kind of at the top because that's how round robins works. We'll see how this goes. Who you got here? Who you liking better right now, G2 or NRG, Chiefs?
Well, NRG last week, overall, despite getting 3-0 swept, to be honest, overall they played well. It was Garrett G who played poorly, and that kind of led to a lot of the downfall and the reason they got swept. A lot of big misses from Garrett G last week, G2 as well, when they played Ghost. They really weren't able to ever get the offense started because Atomic was playing some great delay touch ball and constantly able to find the big boomers back the other way and force G2 to reset and not be able to get that boa constrictor going. So I think if I had to favor a team, it's going to be NRG because, one, the odds of Garrett G having 2 just god-awful weeks in a row is next to 0 because he's that good.
That's true.
And I think Justin is just as fast, if not faster, than Atomic, and I think the defense is more solid on NRG. So I think G2 are going to struggle again to really get to box NRG in and keep them stuck on their own half enough for them to really get the offense clicking. So I think I favor NRG.
I think I would favor NRG as well, but I don't know how much of that is just world champion bias, Like, I want to believe that this team really wants to play clean Rocket League right now, and we'll see how they do going up against G2, a team that's been through a lot of trial and tribulation down through the years and is finally having a wonderful season here. See if they can keep it up. We've got G2 in the orange, and we've got NRG in the blue. A close one there at the beginning. But NRG able to hold it off on the goal line. Now Garrett G Over to Justin. Nice extension in the midfield. Justin chases this one, feathering the boost. JNaps gets up just in time to block the shot as the Great Titans of Rocket League clash.
Turbo just pre-jumped that touch from Garrett G, and now NRG is on the wrong side, and he's able to get back and make a save off a beautiful shot from JNaps. I'm used to seeing Justin go hero mode and do some crazy things. I did not expect Turbo, of all people, to try that.
Turbo's making the attempt here, nearly makes the own goal, the characteristic shot of his name, but not going to happen just yet. JNaps now with the attempt. Rizzo, a demolition in net. Turbo's got them beating the midfield high on the ceiling. Rizzo, this bounces off of his hood. JNaps will try to take control, but really slow to gather this one up in the corner. Gets it back out to Rizzo, and that's past 2 NRG players. Is now all up to Turbo, but this one will be easy for him to block. JNaps, shot for the midfield. Chicago with a redirect, blocked by NRG. Now Turbo onto the wall once more. Rizzo makes contact. And they'll go across that goal line with nobody taking the shot. 3:30 on the clock. Both teams still looking for that first goal here in game 1.
Chicago actually has an uncontested shot. Justin stuck in boost, so color me impressed. G2 have managed to box NRG in here, and there's finally a miss, but he misses the double tap. Chicago cannot force it past.
No!
You're kidding! How did he
What
get
just
all of
happened?
those?
That thing bounced off of the shooter as it came in. Turbo makes another save, backflip. Here comes Chicago onto the backboard, and Justin sends it away. So much pressure from G2, but everything just barely off. And we'll see if NRG can now break out on a counterattack score. That's usually what will happen here. Chicago pops it high, but there's Turbo into the midfield, up to Garrett. There's the infield pass, past JNaps. Chicago makes the stop, and they will stave off the immediate counterattack. Can NRG get a siege of their own going here? My goodness, G2 with literally all the chances in the world, none of them any good. We approach halftime, still 0-0. Rizzo with a miss and Justin with the breakout. Now into the corner. Pushing up against Chicago. Chicago just holds him down. Garrett G up against Rizzo, back down again. JNaps into the corner and Turbo. A nice extension. Justin now to Garrett. JNaps has the counter. Chicago against Turbo Pulsa. Back down in the midfield. 1:58 on the clock. Nobody on the board. As what has, you wouldn't know it though if you were to look at the shot line here. With 11 from G2 right now. Still 2 shots left to go.
And here I was thinking G2 wouldn't be able to really box him in. Boy, what a game 1 from G2. And it's still 0-0.
Whiffs on both sides. Justin with a chance. Over to Garrett G, but JNaps, the interception. Turbo Pulsa with a nice adjustment into the corner. JNaps quickly adjusts again and is back straight down to the midfield. Justin up against Rizzo. Rizzo wins the touch, and now Garrett G into the corner. JNaps off of 1, back down onto Justin's hood. Chicago gets 1 stop, tries to get 2, but Garrett G muscles it through. Now trying to set up his team, see if he can get him a good scoring opportunity, but the ball has been on the backboard so many times, rarely though lurking or like just hanging in the air in front of the goal. A touch is enough to stop one, but Rizzo's touch is so wide. And now NRG, the quick transition. JNaps over to the edge. And we're into the final minute, and still nobody on the board.
Yeah, Rizzo needed that power shot. Turbo kind of just dripped one into the middle, looking for Chicago to the other side. Garrett G off the backboard. Just JNaps comes up empty. Rizzo throws it out to the corner, gets the bounce, and Chicago will finally punch it home. Takes 4.5 minutes, 16 shots, and they finally find the back.
And that will give us a kickoff to reset things. Does that change how this game goes? Because NRG immediately bounce back, oftentimes in games where the last goal comes late, the follow-up goal. The equalizer is quick and just takes NRG with a reset, but we'll see what happens here. G2 might have everything they need. Getting pressure on the backboard once more. 2 defenders bite. Is Turbo Pulsa able to get back around this one on time? Nearly does. Gets it back down to Garrett G, but he's got to adjust. He's only got 12 boost over the top of 1. He won't have anything left to make the push. 10 seconds left. Turbo over 1. JNaps lofted. Justin and Garrett both too aggressive, have to quickly change. Turbo Pulsing now trying to beat JNaps to the corner. Here comes Justin. No, back down, and that'll be G2 taking game number 1. They knocked on the door so many times, and finally it opened.
And you know what I was thinking? I was like, man, if NRG make it to overtime here, talk about a spirit breaker of a game for G2. And if you're a G2 fan, you are ecstatic that you pulled that one off. Because if you put up 16 shots from NRG, go 0-0 into overtime, and then somehow Justin or Garrett G or Turbo just pulls a style goal on you and you lose game 1, I would be so irritated. I'd be so angry.
The echoes of game 1 of the Season 7 Grand Finals would just ring too true. If a buzzer beater sent you to overtime and then you lost it in overtime, I feel like the series would, to some degree, be over at that point. But no, G2 managed to put up a valiant effort here. Only have to put up 2 saves on 2 shots, so perfect saving percentage there. But having NRG here, man, 9 saves they had to put up in their net, and so much of it felt like, I feel like the shooting, the accuracy from G2 was just like, what is going on? This is all over the place, as they were not able to really put anything really. There were so many shots, but so few really meaningful ones.
Yeah, so few really meaningful ones, sure, but still a terrifying game 1 if you're NRG. I did not expect for 1 second to ever have them be under that amount of pressure. And that bodes well for G2, obviously, but there is, again, one small problem you're going to run into. You're playing NRG, and if there is any team that gets better as the series go on, it is going to be NRG. Rarely do 2 games ever look exactly the same or have anything remotely similar. They already know. It's like, okay, great, well, here's why we lost, and it's going to be completely different game 2. So I would not expect another 16-1 or 16-2 shot differential in favor of G2 for the rest of the series.
Yeah, no, I expect to see an early goal from NRG here in game 2, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're taking the game here, as we are having a little bit of a maintenance issue thing. We'll get into game 2 here in just a moment, get all the players back in the lobby, but it's NRG, I don't know. So we went back and watched the NRG series against Cloud9 last week, and Garrett G in particular struggled in just touching the ball. There was a lot of whiffs. I didn't particularly notice Garrett G struggling in that same way here in game number 1, but there definitely was a lack of general control. I believe this is the goal that gave them the lead, the only goal that happened in game number 1. Again, powerful play there from G2. But yeah, was there anything in particular you noticed here from NRG that you felt like was the reason they were unable to put up a power on offense?
Unable to put up a strong offense? I would say the biggest thing about it was nobody from NRG was ever able to have some sort of uncontested transition. Sure, they might get like a challenge, right? That's off to the side. But I think G2 had a great spacing in the midfield. They had a good spread so that no matter if NRG tried to go left or right or down the middle, someone's always in their face. And that's generally something that will play well towards G2, because if you never let them out, you're great, right? And I really expected Justin to be able to deliver. Well, I guess now that I'm thinking about it, Justin's biggest value is like converting the 1-on-1 or the 1-on-2 defenses back the other way. So maybe it's wrong of me to expect Justin to be faster and make some delaying touches. And maybe it comes down to, do they just get a strong enough clear? So perhaps I have too high expectations of a person who makes a case to be the best player in the world. But I don't know. I guess now that I think about it, it's just a well-played game.
Yeah, I feel like anytime your answer to what this team did wrong is that their star player wasn't bright enough, it's like, okay, no, there's definitely something else there, like I'm excited to go back and rewatch that game and see like where was the problems. But when you only have 2 shots, when you're NRG and you're held to 2 shots, like you're definitely struggling in the midfield somewhere. You're struggling to get the ball into reasonable shooting opportunities. You're not even getting the attempts on target. Shots are a very liberally handed out stat by the Rocket League API system, right? It'll give you anything that's kind of close to being a good shot will give you a shot. So the fact that they only got 2 there means there were so few decent opportunities here for NRG.
Oh yeah, so definitely you're looking for, at minimum, the challenge game to go up, because obviously there was 16 shots for G2. One of them goes in the back of the net. You said 8 of them were saved, 8 or 9 were saved, something like that from NRG, which leaves 8 unaccounted for, which means if I were to go back and watch it again, I bet you'd see a lot of shots coming from the side wall and just like challenges that sort of just go towards the goal and get registered, right? So I guess I would start with the wall challenges from NRG and make sure you get a firmer handle on those.
Well, we get into game 2, and NRG on defense once more. Justin makes a save here on an early shot. Jamps with a miss. Here comes Chicago, put on more pressure. Now Garrett G up this one to an empty backfield. It's wide. Turbo's going to have to finish this one off, and he does so. There's that early goal from NRG. Now, can they hold on to it?
It's definitely a great question, but that's just G2 really trying to force the issue there and start off on the right foot in game 2, because the third man there going for that challenge against Garrett G was well and truly beat. And if you're going to play something that aggressive, you better come up with a touch, because if you don't, you get a free turbo goal back the other way.
4:25 on the clock. JNAP's now looking for the first goal for G2, looking for that response. Garrett G lofts it. Turbo's up to try and see if he can find a block, but he's got to react here as JNAP sends a shot on target. JNAP and Justin clash here. Justin will come out on top. Now Turbo on the far end up against Chicago. Sends it very high. Justin and Garrett G try to adjust, but there's not going to be much they can do with that touch. Rizzo now back around. Turbo with a response onto the backboard. No one else from NRG up as they respect Chicago on the backboard. JNAPS with a miss in the corner. JNAPS in particular has had a few air balls this game. A few uncharacteristic whiffs as Turbo now. We'll see if he can set up Justin. There's through one, kind of traps behind Chicago. Now the pinch across to Turbo. They'll send it lateral. Jams with a quick adjustment straight back to where Turbo touched it from. Demolition onto Justin. Well, Garrett and Turbo are going to have to play some solid defense. Justin backs up in net while Turbo and Garrett try to get this one out, but right now G2 starting to trap NRG in their own half.
Oh, but Justin, a couple of good challenges. Look, Chicago's so smart, he can understand which direction that ball's headed, and JNAPS is right there for it. G2 will smoke him out. Chicago with a great read on which way the challenge is headed. Garrett G, there's the challenge game on the wall. If you're going for that, you got to come up with something, because then it's out into the middle and JNAPS will put it away.
All right, well, that was the JNAPS who has had a few touches struggle here. He manages to get that goal. It looks like we're going to pause here. I believe Turbo was discussing earlier his home internet has struggled a little bit, so he's going to make an attempt to see if he can rectify that situation so we can continue to play this game cleanly. But it was Justin and Garrett G there kind of on the defense. It wasn't Turbo that was the reason that goal was open and allowed in. Honestly, a solid shot from JNAPS. I think very few people were blocking that.
Oh yeah, if there's a guy that you always want on the shooting side on G2, it's either going to be Chicago or JNAPS. JNAPS, brilliant put away guy. He's a what? We were just talking about this. Hang on. JNAPS. Wait. Where's the? See, this is the fun part about getting to work at home. You have 2 monitors.
Okay.
And so now that I have all the computer stuff up, I can be like, wait. There's cool things, and it's just you gotta find them.
You do have to find them. You have to have it all ready to go.
Yes, he just scored his 250th RLCS goal. That was 251.
Wonderful. Well done to him. He's had a good performance in game number 1. I feel like he struggled a little bit there at the beginning of game 2, but like 2 whiffs, 3 whiffs don't count as like this is a problem. Like the problem with Garrett G last week was it was the entire series, and you could definitely tell by the end in that game 3 against Cloud9 that he was burned. He didn't trust himself. He was missing easy stuff. It got worse as it went on. And I feel like JNAP's hitting that goal is important for keeping his mental in this game. And he will continue to be a threat on this field. The early mistakes, not going to matter at all because he's managed to score a goal for his team here.
Oh, definitely. It's a very easy thing to. It's an easy trap to fall into, right? It's like you miss like one like relatively simple touch, right? It's like say you're going for an easy clear off the sidewall that you're just trying to punch the ball up the field. You don't really care about hanging on to possession, right? But you roll around the corner and then for some reason or whatever, you just flip past the ball or you drive right under it and you miss the clear completely and you're like, "Ah, well, okay, that happens." But that happens
Yeah.
2 or 3 times in a row. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to make sure I nail the next challenge. And then you miss the challenge again, and then a goal gets scored. And then you go, and you're tilted, right? And that's
Yep.
that moment right there is when you have to stop yourself and say, it's fine, get it back. But the thing that happened for Garrett G last week was it just kept going down and down and down. He kept missing the ball over and over, and Cloud9
Yeah.
were right there to score every time.
Yeah.
And it was just brutal.
No, and Cloud9 has been looking a lot better as today they have they've won both their games. I think we're going to take a look here at the matches that have happened so far. Cloud9 were able to take it in the reverse sweep over Soniqs with the substitution of Fireburner. That was definitely the story of the day. And then taking on Ghost Gaming, who Gibbs definitely had been the better team in that particular matchup. And then EUnited up against Pittsburgh. That one also went to 5. Quite a few fun matches, but definitely ending in what would usually be a clash of a number 1 and a number 2 squad at this point in the season. Right now, these teams sitting at 3 and 4, NRG and G2 looking to try and get the best seed they possibly can in the series. But yeah, no, things here. I think we're gonna have the Turbo connection back in time. And chat, I don't think we're gonna get Sizz just yet. But how crazy would that be, right?
Imagine the Sizz resub where he also puts up a 700-point game. But this is actually a fairly important game for NRG, right? Because since they've lost 2 games already, Spacestation still at 5-1. If G2 win, they go to 6-1, and it's highly unlikely that they miss out on top 2, right? So NRG, if they lose this game, they fall to 5-3, which means there's a chance that they end up outside the top 4 and don't get a slice of that juicy extra 100K for making top 4, right?
Yeah.
So Soniqs and Spacestation feeling fairly secure, right? But NRG versus G2, I mean, yes, G2 looked a little shaky last week versus Ghost, but the win differential is not exactly in NRG's favor.
No, well, the one thing NRG does kind of have going for them is that their season is coming close to an end here. If they're able to get this win, they only face Ghost next week, where both Spacestation and G2 both have a double header. And man, G2's goes up against Soniqs and Spacestation. So like G2 goes through the gauntlet here at the end of their season, facing off against NRG, Sonic, and Spacestation. So this is an important start for them on what could easily maybe be the easiest of the 3 series. I don't know. We'll find out as we get into the next series. But both goals will stand. And we will maintain all the same rosters on the field as we are ready to get back into game 2 here. It's Turbo off the wall. It's back up high. Justin plays into the corner. Now, going for the air carry himself, JNaps. Under 1, Turbo to the edge. Garrett G just looking for Rizzo's touch. And now will be up for this one by himself. Chicago quickly closes that gap. Was able to put it into the blue corner. Now JNaps with an extension. Back around 1. They're just keeping it to this side the whole time.
And G2 got the wheel going, man. They're on both sides, left and right. You can't go anywhere. And look, they get the free punch, but where's Rizzo? Right there. So we're going right back at it one more time.
Garrett through to the double demolition. Momentary 2v2 on the field. Turbo and Justin try to work together to get that one back out, but again, Garrett had been demolished, so he wouldn't be there for the shot either way. And now Justin onto the backboard, stretches for it himself, nearly puts it in, but none of his team there for a follow-up. Everybody trusting Justin to be able to hit that double tap, and it's just barely wide of the goal. We'll stay tied up at 1 goal apiece. We're just under 2 minutes left in game 2.
Oh, great touch. And JNaps. Quality defender in his own right. Obviously, everyone spends a lot of time talking about JNaps and the offensive performance, but he is a beast on the back line. And Chicago easily saved ball. And slowly but surely, G2 are trying to close the gap, but NRG starting to work towards that midfield line.
Oh, Turbo looked for the crazy redirect, but the defense from G2 will get this one all the way back into the blue corner. Now Chicago down through 1. Justin up, but Chicago across, and JNaps will try to extend it back out to Rizzo. Up for the shot, double commit on defense, but it's back out to Justin, and he'll be able to get this one into the orange. Now Rizzo quickly falling back. Garrett G tries to keep this ball at midfield. As it's into the corner, JNaps looks for a crazy angle. Not going to find it, and Rizzo bumps Justin high. Turbo will deflect it around Chicago, which gives the ball to Garrett G. With 45 seconds left, we're still tied up. Both teams trying to finish it off here in regulation, and Chicago foot shoots far post, just barely bounces off the crossbar and back out. Over 1, JNaps in the midfield will turn it around. Back up to Rizzo. He's got a full tank, looks for the carry, past Turbo, back into the corner. Chicago's out and JNaps is up. Can he find this shot? Looks for the double tap. Justin will clear it away. 20 seconds left. Garrett G now. Through the air, looks for the flip reset and gets it underneath 1, but JNaps has it off and the shot was wide. Final 10 seconds. G2 knocking on the door. Back in front, Turbo Pulsa to the edge. Everyone on G2 falls back, JNaps lofts. And Rizzo up for the shot. It's too soft, and NRG should be able to handle this one just fine. They get it down and we're into overtime. NRG needing to win this game.
Absolutely. I mean, say what you want, they can make the adaptions, but winning 3 straight against a G2 right now, that's making you look like, you know, like you're second class compared to their offense. It's tough to win 3 straight.
There's a pass in, Rizzo takes the shot, it's just wide, and JNaps' second touch wasn't lucky enough. Here's Chicago back in, Rizzo up for a second round and can't put it in that time either. Now JNaps pushes it high. Chicago for round 3, blocked by Garrett G. All 3 players from NRG off to the corner. But Justin now up. Over to the side. And there's the long clear NRG needed. Can they make it count? Chicago gets just enough power before being demolished. Rizzo lofts Chicago. Takes flight. Garrett G now back down up against JNaps. Both players a little bit hesitant, but JNaps emerges with control. And now Turbo flicks high. Here comes Garrett. Beats Chicago in the air. Rizzo's going to fall back onto the backboard. You got to pass 1, but there's Turbo. Long touch again. Turbo's touches have been so strong, but wide of his team. But there's Justin to put it in, rocking the new goal explosion, and that's NRG taking the win and tying the series.
And Chicago just trying to get a nice pinch, but Justin with a perfect read, and it took 1 counterattack. NRG playing defense again for most of the game. And they were diving left and right so much in this series. I mean, a lot of scramble defense from NRG, but they do just enough. They force the ball away from their net a few more times than they did in game 1 and give themselves a little bit of space to work with. And the 1 counterattack gets the job done in OT.
13 shots to 5 this time, a little bit more, kind of getting closer to even. NRG scores a few more, G2 scores a few less, or shoots a few less here. And only having to put up 7 saves from NRG. Still an extremely tough series, mainly in G2's favor. The counterattack, the breakout goal, the thing that defines the series here. So we'll go into game 3, still with NRG not looking strong, not looking like they have control in this series, and not looking like the team we watched win a world championship.
Now here's the thing, I've figured out why G2 is doing great at boxing NRG in. It's because, 1, they are winning the challenges, right? They're definitely winning that aspect, winning the ball towards that NRG corner. But they're sweeping the goal so much, and they're doing it so aggressively. They're constantly forcing that player in the NRG net, more often than not, it's Justin, to have to back all the way in, right behind the posts. And he doesn't have time to go out and grab boost very often. So he's playing defense on the goal line with, you know, anywhere from 20 to maybe 30 boost tops at any given moment, and sitting at no speed. So he doesn't have the momentum to really go up and challenge the ball very often. It's that sweep of G2 that's making it so tough for NRG to get any purchase.
Well, and then when they do get onto offense, I feel like the touches they're making are strong, but just to kind of nowhere or too far over each other. There's not a lot of intentionality in their offensive control. So here comes G2. JNaps tries to play it off the ceiling. Turbo's got a block. Now Garrett G up. Down towards Turbo.
So here it comes. They're trying to zone out Justin, force him to jump early, and they go for Garrett too, and there's that sweep, and NRG. That's the type of stuff that they've had to put up with this entire series.
It's Turbo. Into the midfield. Chicago. Rizzo bumps him off. Justin still gets back around and makes the save. What a valiant effort on defense, and we'll stay scoreless in game 3.
Brutal. Tough save for Justin, but if anyone's going to hit it, he will, and he will not try and go for the double tap, but what?
Got lucky.
Into the net. Oh.
That was a close one. G2 thank their lucky stars. Garrett missed. The first minute will come and go, but not quietly. Both teams with opportunities to score. Garrett G versus Rizzo, a stalemate in the midfield. Rizzo will get the flick and JNaps extends it towards the box. Now Justin playing high and fast. There's Turbo off the wall. He's up 4. 2 players commit. That leaves Garrett G alone as JNaps comes in. Justin on the retreating D will take away ball control and then block any pass off that corner Chicago was trying to set up. But double commits galore for NRG as they continue to be haphazard and panicky in the midfield.
Definitely just trying to get a nice, strong touch and have everybody with enough boost to be able to at least finally go force G2 to back off a little bit. And they're trying to just keep the speed up and be aggressive, and that's leading to some of these. You see 2 players in the same spot, the double commits, but at the same time, they are finding the strong touches, so no harm yet.
Approaching halftime. JNaps over 1. Rizzo, the good shot. 2 players up once more. Chicago wants to take an immediate shot, but he's just not quite in position, and the touch from the defense was just enough to make it difficult. Now Rizzo in the corner. Chicago will look to pass it. JNaps doesn't get much of it, and the ball stays in the corner. Now Turbo back down towards Justin. He'll chase it himself, extend it into the midfield. Where's the rest of his team, though? The Chicago will just hold on to this one and push it over to the edge. Rizzo off the wall and now trapped. Off the corner, Garrett G up first, beats that midfield player from G2. Still, nobody on the scoreboard.
Ooh, it was actually a real smart play from Rizzo back in his own half, recognizing that demo was about to happen, and instead of trying to punch it up the field where it just goes to nobody, just take it on a dribble and see if you can win the challenge.
Chicago, the pass infield to JNaps, the miss though. And what could have been the decisive goal of game 3. JNaps will now look to set up his teammates. Again, a miss though, and just not reading these corners well. Chicago has to play defense on his own backboard. Keeps the ball high. Extension from Rizzo. Countered by Justin all the way back to the edge. Garrett G up against JNaps, doesn't even go for it. JNaps manages to make contact quickly. Chicago gets bumped by Garrett G, but not before he pushes it into the blue. And now Justin, one slow play will not matter. Chicago over to the edge. Now Rizzo, pass across to JNaps. Over the top of 2 onto the backboard. And Chicago is nowhere to be seen. Garrett G, the long clear. Both teams playing a bit safe. Neither one to send the house. Justin looked for a shot but didn't make contact. And now, final minute of game 3. The winner will have match point. The best chance of staying in the top 4 in the North American region.
Ooh, Justin, big challenge, but in the name of securing the corner boost, not a bad play when you've been playing defense all series.
There's Garrett G through 1. JNaps.
The sweep.
Can Chicago find it? He sure can. There was the demolition and goal. That's what they needed, and G2's got the lead.
Turbo pushed back into that goal. Can't find the bounce off the backboard. Open with the demo on Justin, and Chicago and JNaps combined.
34 seconds left. NRG make it happen. Justin goes for the slow play. Underneath JNaps. Garrett G out of the corner. Rizzo back down. Garrett G with a shot. JNaps and Chicago both go for it, and Rizzo manages to gain control. Justin lofts. Turbo Pulsa. Passes. Bump. Garrett G's shot is wide. Chicago was not in position. The bump was good, but the shot just not quite there. And the nightmare series for Garrett G continue with 5 seconds left. It's looking like game 4 is going to be G2's advantage as they look for the security. Chicago taps it in. 1 second left and this game's over.
Oh, Chicago. What a beautiful insurance goal. 30 boost, and he only needed about 15 to get all the way over to that one. What control.
1 second left. There's no way for NRG to score 2 goals. This one will go to G2. And as we go to game 4, they are 1 game away from improving to 6 wins on the season. My goodness, it's been a haphazard series, but G2's been able to scrape it out so far. We'll see if they can do it again.
And that margin shrinks smaller still, though. 7 shots to 4 for NRG, but at the end of the day, the pressure still there. G2 unrelenting in their offensive press.
The last shot, we'll take a look here at the go-ahead or the winning goal, the final goal that happened. Beautiful mastery of mechanics and understanding exactly when he can take that shot and it wouldn't bounce off the crossbar. Chicago has this timing and this spacing down. He's just been in the situation enough times to know how to do it. But I gotta talk about that missed shot from Garrett G. The setup was so good. The bump was there. The pass was there. Chicago, he maybe could have dove for that. Like, there was technically one defender in a position that could have interfered with it, but still, the shot placement from Garrett G not on target. We talked about this one with the Knights series. Just putting the pressure on, force the defense to make the stop is what you have to do in that situation, and the shot was wide.
It was tough, though. I mean, Garrett did have to kind of come at it from outside. It's real tough to get back behind that ball and shoot it anywhere in towards the middle, let alone the near post. That's almost never going to happen. Really, his only shot option was the far post, and unfortunately just cut it a little too hard and got right on the outside of it. And when you've been on defense all game and you haven't, you haven't even got the chance to warm up, so to speak.
Well, we'll see as Garrett G nearly finds a goal beginning of game 4. NRG now with their backs against the wall. Got to find a way to win 2 straight, and G2 has been so stingy. An opportunity there goes unused. It's Turbo Pulsa through 1. Chicago and JNAP's in the back. Now JNAP's up. Garrett G with 1 touch. Turbo Pulsa there. Justin to try and see if he can adjust on this one. Now Garrett G up for it. Actually puts it onto the goal, and Rizzo gets it away just slow enough that he was able to adjust. Now up against JNAP's. Go through 1. Justin now with an attempt. Chicago to JNAP's. Nice passing plays, but nothing that's immediately turning into a shot.
Turbo into his own corner, and here comes G2 one more time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've been in this NRG corner for 15 minutes now, and we're going back again.
They just constantly, they understand that the clear game just has not been super strong. Garrett G trying for the solo play once more. JNAP's not really in a good position. Turbo with an attempt, but the block comes out of net and gets it away. NRG better and better pressure. And you mentioned at the end of that game that the shot differential has been slowly evening itself out more and more as each game goes by. Right now, 5 shots for NRG, none for G2, as NRG has had a lot of control here in the opening minute and a half.
But does it convert? Rizzo out to the side, and how do you get this one middle?
JNAP's tries out of his corner. Chicago with a touch pass, Garrett. Turbo's got to extend this one around. Rizzo was lurking for it, but Justin gets it away. Now Garrett G looking for the most epic soft touch of his life. Justin's contact is just past Turbo. Back down this one to Chicago instead of to Justin, though. JNAP's up against Turbo, plays to the corner. Justin out of his own back third, looks for the dribble.
That's actually a much-needed clear. There's where the air dribble is most valuable. On defense, buying time, getting space, beating that midfield defender, getting everyone set. That's when it's at its most effective at top level, in top-level Rocket League, excuse me.
Which is the thing that made it so exceptional. Oh, is Garrett G going to find this touch? He nearly got one. And Justin keeps this one competitive, but Turbo too far back. Justin in the corner. Try to set it up to his teammate. Now past 1. Garrett G might be in the area. Can he find the shot? He'll have a free touch. Plays it to the corner. Garrett G again with a cross.
NRG starting to chomp down those corner boosts.
They're trying to, but G2, man, they've just stayed up. They've stayed aggressive, and they constantly, in their own half, are getting the first touch. And they're constantly airborne before NRG can even challenge. With 2:03 on the clock, G2, they're looking for that go-ahead goal. And they can just hunker down on defense.
This is tough, though. NRG, now they're all the way at the midfield line consistently, but does the offense have it in them? It's been a little spotty here in the series, bounce mid, and to be fair, they also really haven't had many, like, quality goal-scoring opportunities. It's just been NRG being on offense.
Oh, is it in?
What?
It's in
What?
from Turbo. Just from the midfield, an air ball just kind of lobs itself in. Rizzo and Chicago could not quite team up on that, and Turbo saw an opportunity.
Yeah, Chicago absolutely lost the race, and the greater sin was JNaps on the ground, not realizing he lost it, started pushing forward, and then it's over his head.
G2 now with a need to break out. They've only gotten one shot so far. Here will come a second one, and Chicago just absolutely pounds it. Equalizer immediately following the first goal.
Long pass, Chicago. Rizzo wins the ball cleanly, and in the middle, Justin took it away from Garrett. I mean, obviously Justin has to jump at that ball. He doesn't exactly know where his teammate is behind him, and it's kind of right at him, it looks like. So he's got to jump at it, but unfortunate for NRG.
Now Rizzo shuts down Justin, looks for Garrett, and just like that, G2 is back in this. Off the back wall, over the top of Rizzo. JNaps' shot is just wide. Justin now to the edge. Garrett G will pick up control, beats two players as Rizzo's quickly retreating here, gets bumped heavily, but JNaps emerges with control out of that corner, gives it back down to Chicago, quickly moves across the field to try and find the soft touch. It would have been good for a goal had he found the crazy oblique angle. 45 seconds left, tied up at one apiece. G2 needing one to take the win.
Oh, man.
Off the corner, JNaps there. Shot just bounces off the corner. Now the counterattack from Justin.
Gosh.
It's all the way down. The howitzer's good, and with 33 seconds left, NRG's got the lead.
He spawned in the perfect spot. He literally spawned, and the ball was like a perfect pass onto his nose. Oh, my Lord. Oh, wow.
One flip was all it took. And NRG's got life. Can they hold on? JNaps to Rizzo. Extension to the corner. Chicago further develops it there, but Justin emerges with control. Rizzo shuts him down. 20 seconds left. G2 needing to find a way through, and Turbo says not today. The goal security comes through. 15 seconds left, and NRG's up by 2.
Not today. Chicago stalemates the ball. JNaps floating into the corner. Unfortunately, it bounces towards the middle. It's over his shoulder. And Garrett G has the much easier approach. Is there first. Or Turbo, excuse me, is there first. And that is goal secured and more than likely the end of the game. 15's not a lot, but it could happen. They score like now.
No, it's in the ball's trapped in their own corner. Here comes maybe a fourth goal. Yes, they'll get it. That one definitely ends the opportunity. 3 seconds left. NRG come to life in the waning moments. A bit of an RNG spawn, the only RNG element in all of Rocket League.
Wow.
And it works in their favor. They get the win here in Game 4 and achieves. We're going to Game 5.
I wouldn't have it any other way, to be honest. The option or the opportunity for your Season 8 World Champions to rally back from, quite frankly, a brutal first 3 games. Sure, they won Game 2, but it was not easy. And Game 3 looked like more of the same from Game 1. But to come out here and get the shot differential in their favor and talk about getting a little lucky with that shot from Justin that was just deposited onto his car. And he turned it into a boomer of a goal. You can't ask for anything better than that.
And then the dribble's an excellent touch there from Garrett to give Justin the opportunity to get a 4th goal, pad his stats a little bit. And with that win, man, we're going to be going to Champions Field. And I feel like there's just got to be something special for Turbo playing on Champions Field. The banners in the rafters have all the names of the previous RLCS World Champions. And of the 8 banners, Turbo is on 4 of them. Justin and Garrett G also there. Everyone on G2 still looking for that first win at the World Championships. They got there in Season 7. They got to the Grand Finals, but couldn't manage to finish it off. And man, yeah, I feel like there's just got to be a little bit of an energy advantage here for NRG going in. An energy advantage for NRG. I hate myself. It's okay. Let's see if they can do it here in Game 5.
No, I think you're absolutely right. You know, when you guys, when you're Turbo, I mean, you walk on a Champions Field and go, yeah, I win here.
Yeah.
And if you're
This
Garrett
is
G and
his
Justin,
house.
Yeah, you've scored basically, at this moment, the peak goal of Rocket League with 2 of these guys on the pitch. Oh, actually, 3 of these guys on the pitch were there for that goal. I think you're definitely right. It's not very often I'll ever say, you know, the in-game atmosphere is going to feel good to people, but Champions Field is a special place for these guys.
We'll see how they do. Game 5. We've seen G2 of old. The kryptonite was always, can we take a team to Game 5? We'll beat them there. But Justin looks for the taps. He got the air carry, couldn't quite get the double tap as Rizzo breaks up his hopes and dreams. Now JNaps into this corner. Justin caught on the wall. Managed to get 1 touch out, but still not much of anything as G2 stays up on offense. Chicago looked for some defenders, didn't really find much of anything. The soft touch from Rizzo gives Garrett G a nice just lob, and he'll crank this one all the way to the backboard. Now Chicago up, Justin's got it back out. Turbo pulls his airborne, no one's home. Can he double tap it in by himself? Oh, the soft touch to catch all the defenders. No goal. They do manage to adjust. It would have been brutal. The shots continue to rain in, though. NRG is playing hot now in Game 5.
I think Turbo just mis-executed the double tap, dipped the nose a little too far through the softball.
Oh, no! Is it in? Oh, what a save! Oh, Turbo looked for it. I thought it was going to bounce in on the most brutal of dunks. But not today. I'm getting lightheaded from that one. 3:30 on the clock. Yeah. Garrett G. I love
another one.
Yeah, I love Garrett G. He's just firing. He's like, I'm tired of trying to make these precise shots. Let's just force the defenders to get up. And maybe get loud because it's game day. Turbo looks for another attempt here, gets 2 to bite. Chicago gets a carry. Garrett G stops him. Is Justin in for the shot? No! They tried to make it happen, but Rizzo had him red. And NRG playing like a different team right now. Constant pressure. And again, they have 6 saves already, or 6 shots already. Here's the first shot from G2, and it's no good. Garrett G will deny it.
And they went for that sweep play again. They pushed Garrett G into the back of the goal, and he just drove off the top and made the perfect save.
He's an absolute monster. This one goes onto the backboard, and Justin gets in time. Garrett G looks for the crazy shot. Oh, my goodness. What a play. And that gives them the lead.
What was that about? Forget the finesse? No, look at that.
What?
Look at that.
Oh. I mean, here's the thing. Like that shot, he has no pressure to hit it, right? If he misses, it's like, yeah, of course you missed that shot. And there's also no defenders back. So I feel like that's the moment he's going to shine. And it's just the most ridiculous thing I've seen all day. It might be enough to give him the win. We'll see how they do. Here comes Rizzo trying to change fate. JNaps is up for the far side. An excellent place shot, and we are all tied up.
They get it going off the kickoff here. Chicago just drops this into the middle, and 2 people up. Turbo has to freeze because, you know, there's cars falling all over in front of him just to try and get a sense of where it's coming. JNaps spots the open window, throws it right through.
Shot placement. The 2 players maybe had a few whiffs this series. Lighting it up right now. Chicago up. Justin to the edge. JNaps back down. Turbo now with an extension to Justin. He'll look to pass it over the top of Rizzo. Goes for the bump on Chicago. Holy cow, he's back, folks.
Justin, what an air carry with space. Short hop. Goodbye, Chicago. Oh, we're back.
Oh, my goodness. Feels like Champions Field all over again for Season 8. As he bops that one, the Meteors rain. And NRG, do they get a kickoff goal? No, you're kidding me. They've got a 2-goal lead now.
Turbo Pulsa, the deep man on the kickoff, follows Garrett G, and Rizzo's late, and Turbo just cuts it.
I'm sorry, that's a garbage cheat up from Rizzo. Like, you're so far off. With Turbo he can do that so easily, and just the shot placement from Turbo is important there. But still, like, he just hesitated. He wasn't certain what he wanted to go for. He couldn't read the kickoff. Turbo absolutely bamboozles him.
But they get it back.
Now JNaps, though. Dude, JNaps doesn't want to lose this game. Oh, my goodness.
Chicago, a great bit of command here in the midfield. And Justin takes another ball away from his teammate that could have been safely deposited into the corner. And G2 jump all over it.
My goodness. 155, and definitely the most exciting game of the series so far. And you wouldn't want any other way, the final one. My goodness, Chicago has been passing like a monster.
His 99th assist in his career right there.
Looking for 100. See if he can get it here. They're going to need one more. They want to beat NRG. Turbo pulls the past one. Now up against JNAP's pass two. Back to Garrett G. The shot is high. No, it's bouncing it in. Garrett G scores the fourth one here, and they're up by 2 again.
What's that word you say, Wavepunk? Howitzer? This was what?
Howitzer?
Bang.
Yeah. So the howitzer is about length. It's about the long arcing shot. That was just like the blast. That was a battleship right in front of, like, oh man.
I got you.
I don't know. It's pretty crazy though. It was an absolute banger. Here comes Rizzo. Over one, a trap from Garrett G. JNAP's into the corner. Chicago's gonna try and crowd him here. Justin beats it. Now back down up against JNAP's. Turbo Pulse just takes the shot again. I love this aggression from the midfield. 105. There's Rizzo onto the backboard. Garrett G will hold this down. Chicago's going to try and challenge it, but Garrett G, an absolute monster flick to keep that one so lofted. And here's Justin with the security. NRG, they looked so weak at the beginning. You just couldn't think that there was a way they were going to come back against G2, but look at them now.
Brutal. Normally, JNAPs would come up with at least a neutral ball there in the midfield against that challenge coming down over his head. But unfortunately, Justin coming across. Justin is, honestly, he's been playing like the biggest ball chaser ever in the past couple games. He's done some good, he's done some bad, but more often than not, it's been good. And he turns in a big put-away goal right there.
Man, JNAP's trying to do his best. And all of G2 putting up a valiant effort and really forcing NRG to play their best game, but they awoken the beast. And with 30 seconds left, down by 3, unless they get some absolutely crazy goals, this one, NRG can advance to 6 wins. Justin's up. Play over the edge. Garrett's got to rotate around, let Turbo make the move. Justin comes in as well, just crowding this corner. They're just stalling this ball. Forcing it. Oh, Justin's going to steal the goal. He actually blocks it. Honestly, you know, burn the time down. It's already over. NRG, what a play. What a finish. And what a conclusion to our North American League play here for this week. Oh, good job, Chicago. Doesn't matter, but good job. Good goal.
Good job, Chicago is right. GG's given. Garrett G misses. Justin out of position. But at the end of the day, who cares? NRG will win 2 straight to knock off G2, and now you got 4 teams at the top of North America at 6-2.
I can't believe it. That was a. I mean, they scored 2 goals in the first 3 games, and then they scored 9 in games 4 and 5. That's insane. These guys, absolute monsters there. And Garrett G, welcome back, man. He had a rough week last week, and here concludes it with 2 goals, an assist, a save, and 6 shots. Had a wonderful performance there. Every single one of them hitting the bank. Justin hit the same goal he scored against KDOP in the Season 8, where he goes up, gets the carry, and then bumps him out of the way.
Yeah,
that was insane.
Yeah. It was a beautiful air dribble from Justin. A great Game 5 from NRG. And, you know, we said it back right after Game 1 finished. It was the 16 shots to 2. And then as it went on, the margin slowly, and then bang, back the other way. NRG crushed them.
You don't give them time to come back into it. It was losing. Isn't it weird when it's like losing Game 2 was where you screwed up? That was, you needed to win the first 3. Giving NRG time to come back into the series. I mean, that's what Cloud9 did, man. They swept them. That was the only way it seems that maybe you can beat NRG here. But well done. What a performance there. What a series. I can't wait to hear the reactions on the desk. Let's go back to Leaf and the boys.
Well done indeed. It was that was exactly what we could have asked for. I guess that's the only thing we would have wanted to see going into Game 5. NRG G2. That's the best you can ask for, guys. Welcome back again to the desk. I'm Leaf alongside Gibbs and Jorby. And there were still some issues, I would say. So let's break some of those down. Gibbs, I saw you talking about it too, some of those open net goals there. Between these 2 teams, it should be the top dogs. Are they still ready to be called the top dogs in North America?
I don't know. Let me search real quick on my document for wide open. 7, maybe 8 wide open goals for NRG. Literally anyone could have scored those goals versus G2. That is the good plus the bad of G2, where they can possess the ball so incredibly well because they are so aggressive. The problem is when they lose out on those challenges, you get wide open nets. I need them to dial it back like 10%. Don't give up the wide open nets. Make NRG earn these goals. And outside of maybe 2 or 3 from NRG, they were just gimmies.
And for you, Jorby, you know, is this exactly what we want to see out of these teams, or do you think there's, you know, something else? There's more peak that they can get to?
I really want to see more from G2. I mean, they look like their Season 8 selves outside of Game 1, where they put on 16 shots, and it's exactly what Gibbs said. Too many open nets, and that was G2's problem all last season. Risky challenges from the third man. Everyone's confident on G2 that they will win every challenge, but it's not about losing multiple challenges. They lose one challenge, and then the ball is in their net. You got scored on from Justin, who respawned into a pass, and it was a long... Why is that happening? Why is that happening? G2, they're better than they showed against NRG. I wasn't happy with it. I think NRG, Justin started to get back into his flow a little bit. Garrett hit a couple of shots. Like at the end, NRG really started gelling as a squad, and they certainly look better than they have in the last 2 weeks. So I'd like to see that continue. They punish G2 for those mistakes every single time, as they should. But yeah. I still think there's a lot more that I'd like to see from these two teams.
And that's my problem too with G2 is like, I don't mind them going for this incredible offensive style because normally they just possess the ball so well, but it's when they are getting outpossessed and they begin to get outshot, they still play exactly the same way where they're trying to move up so quickly. Sometimes it is okay to turtle back on defense just a little bit instead of always wanting to be aggressive. Like even if they don't have the boost control, they will still try for that play. So once again, once they dial it back just a little bit, they will be a team that is going to be very scary because in scrims right now, like everyone is saying, G2, they are the #1 dogs. They are doing so well because of that offensive pressure. But when it comes down to RLCS time, it was the same last season, just too many risky challenges, and then the wide open nets happen.
For NRG, though, I mean, even with G2 making mistakes like this, it went down to the wire, right? So the question is, you know, is G2 still better than them? If the fact that they can bring this close and make those mistakes, and is NRG performing, Gibbs, at the peak that we expect them to perform, or are they still kind of in a slouch right now?
I think they figured it out by the end of the series. I think that was more classic NRG, just figuring out the team throughout the series going on. I think that they made some key plays where they needed to, but again, you can only do so much what you're given. And they figured out that if they're just slightly faster than G2, they will punish them, and they made it work. Was it perfect energy? No, but they're still looking relatively strong. They still have a shot at top 2. I believe right now it's like a 25% shot because their game differential is so poor. So it's going to be interesting going into the final week because G2, again, they play all those top 2 teams. So it's going to be really fun to see how this all plays out. There's 4 teams fighting for 2 spots to get that automatic berth for top 4. I can't wait to watch it.
So let's take a second just to reminisce back on the day because there's something special that happened today and it ties in with our player of the day. And I think you guys know what I'm talking about. The beginning of the day, we saw Cloud9 have to substitute in Fireburner. And of course, he is going to be our player of the day.
This just made me so happy. As soon as Fireburner came in and then immediately became an impact player, he scored both of the goals in this game, came up with 3 big saves. This guy was all over the pitch. The one thing that really just took me was how much Cloud9's rotations changed when Fireburner entered this rotation. Fireburner was covering aggressive gaps. He wasn't trying to play super safe. This dude just was balling out. This against Ghost, a team, or not Ghost, excuse me, against the Soniqs, a team who just surprised everybody. And Fireburner's like, I don't care, bro. I'm a legend. Come on. Like, how could you not give this to Fireburner? This is literally one of the greatest things that have ever happened in our esport, and it was amazing. I loved it.
That is the best part. He played the gimmick role. He's like, I'm not going to play the torment role. I'm moving up. This is my one chance. I'm going to play some offense. And that is not like Fireburner whatsoever. Puts on 7 shots in the game, scores 2 of them, gets the overtime winner, scores the only 2 goals of the game for Cloud9. Sure, a little bit cleanup, but that last one was still a very technical goal, just jumping off the back wall to redirect it in. Like, Fireburner showed up, and this is a man that Torment said on Twitter hasn't played all week. Shows up in the most important spot where Cloud9 is fighting for their regional championship lives and wins it in game 5. Hats off to Fireburner. You need to be back on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say again, as someone, I've made it very clear out there, I'm not shy about it. I'm a Cloud9 fan, and seeing Fireburner, a legend, you know, this guy was tied with Garrett G for the only other person to go to every LAN up until a couple seasons ago when he retired and went to coaching. You know, there was a reason that he was always on the field too, you know, whether he felt like he could continue that or not, he did it right up into the day that he became a coach. And now we got a chance to shine again. You said it. It looked like he's evolved. Despite being not playing in the RLCS for so long, he's evolved and his play style has gotten so much better. Right off the bat, some of the shots that he was taking with that Dominus were just bangers, and the accuracy of them were just so insane, so on point. It looked like a guy that had been playing every single week, every single day in the RLCS with that experience. So it was so exciting to see him get back on the field. And I'm like, I was thinking right now, Jarby, I don't know if you feel this way too. Maybe we should petition just to rotate out one of the C9 players every week and have Fireburner make sure he's on that main roster.
Just somebody get Fireburner a player contract. Clearly, this man can still ball out. I just want to see Fireburner back on the field. Like that was so much fun. In that moment, you really couldn't write it better for the way that it ended. I just want to see more Fireburner on the field. That's all.
So this shouldn't have been a surprise, because even when they went to their last DreamHack, Fireburner's last tournament, he wasn't practicing with NRG, and they make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, but
that's how good he is at times. Yeah,
he's played like under 40 hours in like the last 2 weeks and didn't play all week. And you go into a situation you're trying to stay in the playoffs against one of the hottest teams in North America, and it's like, bro, I do this every day. Like, come on, dude, straight goated on the sticks.
We're going to stop talking about Fireburner right now, because I'm not going to make our next guest have to listen to all day. It's time to talk about him from NRG, to talk about that win. Turbo's on the line. Congratulations on the win, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now, first off the bat, I heard Garrett G is away right now. So how are you coping with him not being by your side, man?
I mean, I wake up every day and like check his bedroom. I like knock, no one's answering. So like some tears fall off my eyes, and it's hard.
Make sure you guys get on Twitter and give some love to Turbo. He's going through a really rough time right now, and we just got to let him know that we're all here for him. And speaking of Twitter, let's talk about some of your tweets before. On Twitter, you said that G2 could be one of the best teams in the world right now. You guys have been having troubles with them in scrims. Now, obviously, you guys took the victory here. Do you think that they're still the best in North America, even though you guys got the win there, or are things starting to shift?
Unfortunately, my headset died and I cannot hear you. So it is very unfortunate this. I cannot do lip reading. So this is very awkward for me, and probably for you as well.
Okay. If you can't get it ready, we're just going to say goodbye and say we love you. We love you. Thanks for joining, Turbo. Well, that was an interesting one. I didn't even get to the best. I still wanted to ask him if since we saw Fireburner, if we're gonna get to see Sizz at any point there. I don't.
Turbo.
I don't know.
Only Turbo.
That's the only guy I can have with. Although I don't know if we'll have as much success with Sizz Jorby as we saw with Fireburner. Do you think? Or do you think
why are you asking me about that? Yo,
because
you say you don't want to see Sizz on the field? You say
I want to see
Sizz
Sizz on the field.
Are you saying Sizz is washed?
That's what I heard.
Sizz might have a couple words.
I'm about to have a bunch of angry ads at me now from all the Sizz fans. So let's move on past that, not dig the hole any deeper. Let's move on and just take a look at the results from today. Today was an exciting day of Rocket League. Oh my goodness. We just talked for a million years about it. They started off with just an absolute bang Gibbs with that Game 5 C9 Soniqs with Fireburner jumping in. It was a great day.
Yeah, Soniqs, they were kind of mad on Twitter because obviously there was a lot of internet issues for Torment. So that match lasted like an hour and a half. And it was a lot of fun to watch. And then Cloud9 again did it later versus Ghost. More impressive of a win, a 3-0 when Torment comes back. The Soniqs had a battle close versus Flight. Spacestation, they look like their old reliable self. Jorby hates Pittsburgh Knights and EUnited. and NRG with the big win versus G2.
You know, I'm upset. I'm upset because I expect more from the Knights and EUnited for that matter. EUnited just not having a good season, but I want to shout out Torment because he absolutely was instrumental in that 3-0 against Ghost. He had that 6 ceiling pass at the very end of the game, or at the very end of that match, and Torment had a lot of great. He had great midfield presence. Is really what I'm trying to say.
Well, you said it. You got there. Now we'll take a look at the standings. We have one more week left for North America. And right now, as you see it again, Spacestation and the Soniqs sitting at the top right now. This is probably way different than anybody would have predicted by the beginning of the season, Gibbs.
Yeah, and the final week's going to be so crucial for a lot of these teams. Pittsburgh Knights and Cloud9, that they face off for a potential playoff spot. Rogue and Flight, they match up to avoid 10th place. So some big games. And then, of course, all those top 2 matches where G2 plays 2 of those teams. It's anyone's game right now. There's a lot of spots to be had. With the long season, we thought a lot of this stuff would be clinched up at this point, but it's coming down to the wire.
Well, I guess we got through another week of Rocket League with one more to come. So I'm going to get some final thoughts. Jorby, if you want to start me off, then Gibbs, go ahead. But we've one more week. We've reached the end of this last second to last week. What are your thoughts?
This is Space Station's region to lose. They've been the most consistent team in North America this season, and nobody else has shown that same caliber of play. It's been very up and down for the rest of this region. And you know, I felt like Ghost were going to be the next one to find that consistency, but falling to Cloud9 today, I'm not really feeling that anymore. G2 didn't give me any more confidence on the rest of their schedule. NRG just seemed like they're finally starting to get back to form, but Space Station has been the same team from week 1 up until today. They are the most consistent team in North America. They have it.
And for you, Gibbs?
So everyone's going to say that top 2 doesn't matter as much this season because it's only a regional championship. Well, there's $100,000 left for the top 4 for the region. And if you finish top 2, you get an automatic berth into the semifinals. And when you're looking down this list in like the 5th and 6th spots, it's Cloud9 Gaming and Ghost Gaming. Both of those teams look incredibly strong. This is why top 2 is so important, to avoid those hot teams going into the regional championships. Maybe you'll play them later on down the line, but then you'll be in that money zone, that top 4. So top 2 next week, so crucial for teams like Space Station, for teams like Soniqs, who kind of had a bad week this week. They really want to capitalize and finish top 2 so they can avoid these really hot teams for the lower rounds.
Well, there it is. I'm going to let you guys go and get some rest before European League play. But for me, I got a couple more pieces of duty to attend to here. And one of those is, of course, looking at our North American schedule for next week. We have 1 week left. And looking at the schedule, the order may change as well, just to make sure the most exciting matches happen. So just keep that in mind. But these matchups are actually going to happen. A lot of great matches. NRG versus Ghost Gaming. We get to see Space Station versus G2. And, of course, the Knights versus C9. Honestly, all of these matches are really high-risk, high-stake matches, even especially for that lower end of the board, avoiding that auto relegation. And tomorrow, make sure you guys join in as we take a look at our European schedule. 6 matches of European Rocket League. You do not want to miss it tomorrow. Again, can't pick these out. Like, everything's getting crazy right now, but Renault Vitality Mouse is going to be a big one. A Veloce Dig is a match that you guys are not going to want to miss. But that's going to be it for today for our broadcast. Make sure you guys tune in again tomorrow. I'm your host, ElifX. We got to see some incredible things today. Fireburner hitting the field again. And of course, Turbo giving the most turbo interview he ever possibly could. But we'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, have a good one.
You've been running in circles inside my head.
I think they played against them until recently are definitely not a lot. The huge shots from Squishy, and our Fireburner opens the scoring. Put the 1-0 up, but Dapper looks to take it away. And Shock does try to play spoiler. The gimmick was saved by Dapper. His Fireburner, he's denied. Still on the goal line, fire! He puts it in!
Arsenal, unchallenged, goes straight for net, and he catches Rogue out.
And Atomic will take the ball away. Atomic has a shot, and it's good for Ghost. Miss, waiting for that clear from Gimmick. It never came. Now missed high off the backboard for Illusion. Illusion shot's good, and Ghost go up 2 against Cloud9. Overtime was a chance for momentum to reset for Ghost, but it looks like it's all Cloud9 sweeping Ghost out. Torment puts in the final goal for Cloud9.
One-on-one. Goes for the high play, nearly puts it behind him, but it's off. Now here's AJ for a follow-up shot. Does this one sneak under the crossbar? It does. 2-0 for the Knights. As Ajax looks for Hawkser on the outside pass, and it's good! Into Game 5 we go. EUnited stay alive. It's looking like Game 4 is going to be G2's advantage as they look for the security. Chicago taps it in. 1 second left. This game's over. Shot just bounces off the corner. Now the counterattack from Justin. It's all the way down. The howitser's good, and with 33 seconds left, NRG's got the lead. Jared G looks for the crazy shot. Oh my goodness, what a play! And he'll look to pass it over the top of Rizzo. Goes for the bump. There it is. Chicago. Holy cow, he's back, folks.